Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku couldn't survive All Might's training? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. A deep sigh escaped Izuku's lips, falling from his mouth with a heaviness he had yet to properly address. His desk was covered in written insults, chewed gum, and what even was that? Izuku decided not to think about it too long and instead just grabbed a cloth from the teacher's supply closet. It was always left unlocked, though he wasn't sure if that was an accident or if the teachers actually felt sympathy for him. Either way, it made his life easier, so he wasn't going to mention it. He glanced at the clock and got to work scrubbing his desk clean. He had 10 minutes before people would start arriving for class, and so he let his mind wander as he pressed the cloth into the desk, surrendering his awareness and allowing his body to move on autopilot. A few weeks ago, he'd had both the best and worst day of his life. The worst because he'd fallen apart and been the one to unintentionally bring harm to Kaken. The best because he'd finally been told, after all these years, that his dream was within reach. Since then, life had been absolute hell, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Izuku always knew he'd have to work harder than others. It was a lesson taught to him at only 4 years old, in the cruelest way possible, because life was just like that. Despite the unfairness and mistreatment, however, he persevered. When his heart began to fracture, he taped it back together with delusory dreams and pretty lies. When his lips began twitching downward, he manufactured a smile out of leftover sunlight and sewed it into his skin. And when it all became too much, when hot tears would start leaving cold tracks on his cheeks, he would lock himself in his room at night and paint the pale skin of his forearms red with slick metal, hiding the evidence beneath layers of clothing so no one would worry. He knew it wasn't healthy, but it was the only way he knew how to live, and the only way to keep others from worrying about him. He would be okay as long as no one saw beneath his mask. He couldn't handle it if his suffering started dragging those around him down too. Especially his mother. She didn't deserve that. He was broken out of his thoughts at the sound of a door slamming wide open, which caused Izuku to nearly jump out of his skin. Heavy footsteps thudded their way over to Izuku, and the green-haired boy didn't have to look up to know who it was. "The F are you doing, nerd?" came the low growl of a particular angry blonde. Slowly, Izuku lifted his eyes from the white-knuckled grip he had on the white cloth over his now-clean desk and up to angry red eyes, which were steadily getting angrier. "But are you deaf or just ignoring me, Biggie?" he asked, voice low and gravelly with warning. "No. Of course not, Kaken. I was just cleaning my desk because it was a little dirty, see, and I guess I was just a bit lost in thought and dash." Izuku started to ramble, his nervousness creeping in and taking control of his vocal cords. Kaken got even angrier the longer it went on, shoulders tensing and hands clenching into tight fists until finally, "Shut the f up. I don't actually give a shit what you were doing. Just get out of my way, demed nerd." Kaken bellowed, fists already rising and unfurling to release threatening explosions and an almost comically large scowl on his face. Izuku flinched at the bright sparks dancing in the other's palm, hands flying up and legs backing up on instinct. Kaken simply scoffed and rolled his eyes at this show of weakness before walking to his desk, brushing Izuku's shoulder harshly with his own on his way. Izuku, thoroughly defeated, simply threw away the soiled cloth and sat down at his desk, mentally preparing himself for the rest of the day. "It'll be okay. You're okay. Just stay positive. Take notes, work out, go home." With a newfound spark of determination flickering to life inside him, Izuku nodded his head, put his game face on, and pulled out his notes, despite the tiredness clawing at the backs of his eyelids. Izuku managed to get out of school with only a few minor bruises, today's bullies having shown some restraint. The day overall, however, had gone about as well as he'd expected it to, his determination holding strong right up until lunch, where he was, once again, humiliated and made to sit by himself on the roof. He tried to get his fire back afterward, but like every other day before, he just couldn't bring that flame to life again. Izuku shook his head, no point in dwelling on that now. He had to meet All Might at the beach so he could train his body. It was honestly much more tiring than he'd originally thought it would be, but he wouldn't give up. He wanted to be a hero more than anything, and if he had to give up some sleep and comfort to do so, then he would. He arrived at the beach park not much later and smiled when he saw All Might. The inordinate amount of exercise was daunting, but being around his idol made him feel safe and comforted, feelings he didn't experience very often otherwise. "Midoriya, my boy." All Might called from atop his perch on a nearby fridge, in his muscle form. Said green-haired boy jogged his way over, admiration already sparkling in his eyes. "All Might." He called back once he was standing in front of him. All Might laughed, spewed blood, and reverted back to his skinnier form, eliciting a yelp from Izuku. It was still a little shocking to see his mentor change in appearance so drastically and suddenly. All Might hoped down from the fridge, already pulling out Izuku's schedule and giving instructions to the smaller male. Izuku did as he was told, bending over to lift and drag heavy objects. It hurt a lot. The muscle fibers were tearing in order to create newer, stronger ones, and it hurt. Izuku's body was weak and beaten, any kind of exercise would hurt, but the strenuous activity he was kept doing felt like it was killing him. He wouldn't complain though. These were the necessary steps to becoming a hero, and he'd be dead if he let something like pain or exhaustion keep him from getting there. With great difficulty, he managed to clear the area All Might had specified by the time the sun was setting. Sweat dripped from his brow, his muscles felt like they were seizing beneath the fabric of his overheated hoodie, and his lungs, he was sure, were about to give out. He collapsed to his knees, breathed heavy and erratic. All Might knelt down next to him. "You did great, young Midoriya. I know it's hard, but you have to stay strong and stick to it, all right? You can do it," he said, temporarily shifting into his muscle form and offering a thumbs up as way of encouragement. Izuku smiled up at him, appreciative of the work and belief All Might was putting into him. It made him feel like he mattered, at least a little. Izuku reached up to run his hand through sweaty curls and his hoodie sleeve drooped slightly, soaked with sweat. The edges of crisp white bandages peeked out from underneath the sleeve, gaining a confused look from All Might, who now was back to normal, and an outstretched hand. Izuku jerked back when he realized the hero was about to pull back his sleeve and slapped on a wobbly smile, feeble lies spilling from his lips in a never-ending torrent until finally All Might simply put his hands up and smiled warmly at the boy. All right, I get it. I won't ask as long as you promise me you're all right, okay kid?" he said, sincerity shining in his eyes and a genuineness in his words you couldn't fake. Izuku smiled warmly back, his body relaxing with relief and his chest swelling with unadulterated admiration for his idol. "Yes, All Might," he agreed, and he didn't feel like he was lying. The cutting, which he knows isn't healthy per se, also isn't really bad for him, right? He's never had to go to the hospital for it or anything like that. It helps him relieve the stress, and as long as he takes care of the cuts afterward, then it's fine, right? It's not fine and he's not fine, but he can't quite admit that to himself, the prospect being far too daunting for him to face. All Might sighed and placed a hand on his shoulder. "All right, but if you ever need to talk to somebody, I am here," he said, smiling as wide as he can in his current form, sunken eyes crinkling at the corners with the force of it. "Now go home, I'm sure your mother would love to see you," he said, and Izuku did. What Izuku didn't do was tell All Might that his mother would have no clue he was even gone. By the time she got home, Izuku would be fast asleep in bed already. Izuku stood in front of the mirror, eyes roaming over the yellows and purples that decorated his skin. His arms were bare, Izuku having not gotten around to rewrapping them in bandages yet, revealing slowly healing lines of split flesh from his wrists to his forearms. He frowned at himself. He wasn't a pretty picture and he knew it. "It'll get better," he told himself. "You'll get into UA, and people won't beat you up anymore, and you won't have to cut because you'll have friends." The thoughts were almost enough to bring a smile to his face, but as much as he tried to stay optimistic, the devil on his shoulder told him he had to be realistic. He shrugged it off, deciding those were thoughts for future Izuku to deal with. He quickly wrapped his arms and shrugged on his school uniform. He pointedly ignored the emptiness forming in the pit of his stomach. The sky was a brilliant mix of pink, orange, and blue when Izuku stepped outside. The trees swayed in the gentle breeze and ruffled Izuku's hair. He breathed it in greedily, the cool air filling his lungs and doing wonders to soothe his mounting anxieties. He walked to school slowly, wanting to enjoy the peace while he had it. Today was going to be extra hard seeing as Izuku hadn't got the best sleep the night before. He'd made dinner for two and ate alone, sitting in front of the TV so it'd feel a little less lonely. He'd washed the dishes, dried them, put them away. Finally, he'd taken a cold shower and collapsed into bed. But despite how his tummy was full, despite how his hair was clean and dry, despite how his muscles cried for it, sleep wouldn't come. He'd eventually awoken groggy and restless. Now, as he stared at the daunting silhouette of his middle school building, the heaviness in his limbs felt like a death sentence. The feeling was further cemented when Kakin tripped him at the school gate. He fell to the ground with a grunt as Kakin's goons laughed and pointed. Kakin didn't say anything, just smirked and scoffed as he walked away. Izuku watched him go, a sigh falling from his lips. Well, he could already tell how this day was going to go. Katsuki walked into the school, adjusting the weight of his backpack strap on his shoulder. He was still irritated, but he felt better after making that nerd eat dirt. He knew, deep down, that Deku hadn't really done anything to warrant it, but he couldn't help himself. Couldn't admit those truths to himself. Every time he looked at Deku, he saw someone with a strong, kind, heroic spirit, and it made Katsuki so damn mad. Katsuki had all the skill, all the bravery, the quirk, and yet that bastard was always acting like the hero. In the same way Katsuki had everything Deku didn't, Deku had the things Katsuki couldn't. He knew that. And the jealousy was unbearable, as was the strange tingle in his belly and clenching in his chest when the other was around, so he covered it up with anger and imaginary condescension. He deserved it. Katsuki told himself. He has no right acting like he can do something when he's powerless. It's insulting. Katsuki could feel his temper rising again. His blood simmered dangerously close to its boiling point, but the blonde pushed it back down, willing himself to calm down. He was so caught up in trying to rein in his temper that he didn't even realize he'd walked all the way to his homeroom class door, leaving his goons behind somewhere in the process. Katsuki, not one to turn around for anybody, simply opened the door and walked inside. The class was empty, nobody having gotten there yet. There was still 5 minutes before the first bell rung, after all. As he made his way to his desk, he caught sight of Deku's desk and stopped in his tracks. Insults and threats were scrawled all over his desk, along with chewed gum, spit, and whatever that was. It was disgusting. Was this why the nerd was always cleaning his desk in the morning? Katsuki hadn't known about this. He'd never been early enough to see it. The insults were horrible too. Nothing really worse than what he himself had said before, but somehow seeing the words written in others' handwriting twisted his gut and made his blood begin to heat in a familiar way. His desk was covered with things like, "You're useless," "Burden," "Nobody wants you here," "Talentless," "Worthless nobody," "Stupid," "Kill yourself." Katsuki found himself staring at the desk far longer than he ever intended to, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. The smell of smoke rising from his curled palms was what ultimately broke him out of his weird trance, and Katsuki turned and hurried back to his desk before anyone could come in and see him staring at the stupid nerd's desk. His temper was skyrocketing again, and for the life of him, he couldn't figure out why. Why did he care what those extras did to Deku? Katsuki did things like that to him too. So why did this feel so different? Thankfully, he didn't have to ruminate on it for long because in less than a minute the bell rang and students began filing in. Usually Deku was the first one in class so he could clean his desk, but today he barely made it in the class in time. Katsuki refused to ask himself why. Some extras were muffling laughter at the mess Deku was now facing. Others walked by and added to it. The teacher came in and saw what was happening, but he didn't say anything. Whether it was because he genuinely didn't care or didn't have enough ball to stand up to a bunch of middle schoolers, Katsuki genuinely couldn't tell. Either way, the guy was an a-hole. Not that Katsuki gave a shit. Deku cleaned his desk as quickly as he could, a look of distress and fatigue painting his features. The blonde barely spared it a glance. though, as looking at the nerd's face had his stomach twisting and his blood boiling all over again. It irritated him. The rest of class went by rather uneventfully. The blonde took notes silently and went about his work as normal. Near the end of class, however, their teacher began droning on about a subject Katsuki was already very familiar with. He leaned back in his seat and kicked his feet up on his desk, content to ride out the rest of the class with a quick nap. He glanced around the room as he put his arms above his head and caught sight of Deku with his face down and buried in his arms. What caught his attention, however, was the way the nerd's nails dug into his uniform sleeves. The grip was hard enough to turn his knuckles white. There was no way that didn't hurt. Katsuki felt a lump begin to take form in his throat, but he swallowed it down just as quickly. He clicked his tongue, averting his red eyes and closing them. Not his problem. Except it felt like it was. Izuku got home just as the sun was beginning to set. He stepped into the living room and heaved a sigh of relief. Despite the disarray of the apartment, neither Izuku nor Inko really has the time to clean. After all, he felt comforted. Today had been particularly hard. He'd gotten hardly any sleep the night before, was stopped by bullies on his way to class, so he had to clean his desk in front of everyone. Training had been gruesome. He sighed again, though this one was heavy for a different reason. He made his way over to the couch, planning on watching some TV in an attempt to relax before getting ready for bed. As he sat down on the couch, he noticed some letters scattered across the surface of the coffee table. He picked one up gently and flipped it around in his hands. It looked like it had already been opened. He took the paper out and began reading it. It was a bill, past due. He felt his fingers crinkling the paper slightly and put it back, grabbing for another. Past due, past due, past due. Izuku could feel himself trembling. His mother was sobbing. She was on her knees, clutching papers in her hands, and dripping salty tears on the floor like an overflowing river. He could see her shoulders shaking with the force of the choking sobs clawing their way out of her throat and felt his own heart clench in response. He didn't understand what was happening. The memory assaulted him, swarming his vision and ringing in his ears. "Mommy? Why are you crying?" he asked, his own voice coming out shaky. The green-haired woman turned around at the sound of his fearful voice, her own eyes full of worry and overwhelming despair. "Oh, Izuku," she choked out finally, scooping her son into her arms and holding him tightly. Izuku, confused and afraid, clutched her shirt tightly, feeling his own tears beginning to swell in his eyes. Izuku could feel his eyes beginning to burn. "I'm so sorry, Izuku. I don't know what we're going to do," she whispered, words not really meant to be heard but heard nonetheless. Izuku glanced down to the papers now discarded on the floor. The fine print was too small to read from his vantage point, but the word eviction was too big to miss. Izuku, however, as a 4-year-old boy, had no idea what that word meant. All he knew was that the big red letters that made his mother cry scared him, and so he clung to his mother's shirt just a little tighter. Izuku struggled to get his breathing under control. He didn't want to have another panic attack, especially not right now when he was so tired already. So he dug his nails into his arms and ignored the guilt clawing its way up his esophagus. The pain stemming from his arms began spreading through him like a wildfire as he pressed harder, leaving emptiness and relief in its wake. Slowly, Izuku felt himself calming, and he loosened his grip on his arms. His breathing was normal again and his fear had settled, but the guilt was still there, eating away at him. They'd always had money problems, ever since. Izuku huffed and stood on shaky legs. And when Inko got home that night, the house was clean and her bed was already made. The sound of the TV sounded from the living room, muffled by the walls of the kitchen. He could hear his mother moving around in there, frantically searching for her purse while tying her hair up because she'd woken up late again. It was like this almost every day, and it was heartbreaking to watch. She worked herself so hard. Ignoring the fresh wave of guilt the thought brought in, Izuku finished tying up the lunch he'd just made and rushed it out to his mother just as she was heading out the door. Mom, wait." At the sound of her son's voice, Inko turned, hand paused on the doorknob. Her hair was messy and the skin under her eyes was growing increasingly dark with lack of sleep, but at the sight of her son with a bento box in his hands meant for her, she smiled. It was a small smile, but it was genuine and true. Izuku smiled back at her and handed her the box, the cloth slipping from his fingers to hers. "Thank you, Aizu. Be safe at school, okay?" she said, all soft and encouraging. Izuku nodded, "I'll try." And he was telling the truth. He always tried to avoid trouble. It wasn't his fault, it always came looking for him. Unaware and satisfied with his answer, however, Inko simply ruffled his hair, turned around, and let the door shut softly. Behind her, at the sound of her footsteps receding down the hallway, Izuku let his shoulders slump. Uff, he groaned into the emptiness of his living room. He took a moment to let himself relax for once, let himself feel the ache in his muscles from overworking himself, the throbbing in his temple from too many hours staring at textbooks, the heaviness pulling at his eyelids from inadequate sleep, to just let everything sink in for a moment. He stayed there for a long minute, pulling air into his lungs and filtering it out in a steady rhythm. Finally, though, he was forced to pull himself to his feet and get started on his morning routine, lest he fall too deeply into some spiral of thought that he couldn't pull himself out from. The words on Izuku's school notebook were starting to blur. Letters and symbols formed from black ink were beginning to resemble black smudges on the white paper, becoming incoherent and making it frustrating to look at. Izuku threaded thin fingers through messy curls, gripping and tugging in an attempt to gain some focus back. It worked, but only temporarily. He tuned back into what his teacher was saying and transcribed it into his notes dutifully, but it wasn't 10 minutes before his brain seemed to switch off once again and his vision grew fuzzy. He sighed in frustration and dropped his pen so he could grasp at green strands yet another time. Why was this happening? He wasn't sick, he'd had a decent night's rest, he'd eaten a good breakfast, everything was normal, so why? Why was it that every time he tried to focus on the sounds flitting around him and the characters on the chalkboard his concentration began fizzling out? Why was paying attention causing him to feel so fatigued? It took a few minutes, but eventually the ache in his temples subsided and the world around him settled into clarity once again. As he released his hair and looked up, he realized there was a woman standing at the front of the room that hadn't been there before. She was short with long curly brown hair tied neatly into a low bun. Her eyes were a light gray, an odd but pretty contrast to the rest of her fairly normal appearance. A light blue scrub top was tucked into form-fitting dress pants and a clipboard hung from between her hands. She was also speaking, Izuku belatedly realized. Recently hired as the new school nurse. But I won't just be putting band-aids on your scratches. I'm also assuming the role of the school counselor, so you can come to me for both physical and mental ailments, she said, a bright smile on her face. She seemed excited and happy to be there, and it made Izuku feel instantly comfortable around her. One of the kids next to him raised their hand and asked, "I'm sorry, miss, but what do we call you?" The lady's face flushed pink and she brought a hand up to cover it. I'm so sorry. I forgot to say my name. I am Fukami Jasudo, but you can just call me Fukami. We can call you by your first name? Isn't that a bit informal?" The student from earlier piped up once again. "Yes, it is a bit informal, but if I'm going to be spending a lot of time around you all, then I'd like for us to act more friendly towards each other. Don't you agree?" That bright, charming smile was back, creasing the corners of her eyes. A loud scoff rang out from Kaken's seat, then, and Izuku felt dread settle in his chest at the thought of the rude blonde giving this kind lady an earful. Turned out he had every reason to feel so apprehensive. "I don't really give a shit, lady. Are you done yapping yet? 'Cause I came here to learn, and that's what I plan to do," Kaken said, ferocious scowl and glare in place. Izuku looked back at Fukami, readying himself to stand up and apologize for the rude blonde at the look of shock on her face. Before he could, however, that look of shock melted into one of mirth and understanding. "Ah, I see. You have a bit of an inferiority complex, don't you?" Kaken's face practically burst into flames, the redness smothering his cheeks and reaching to the tips of his ears. The sight shocked the class, including Izuku, so much so that nobody said anything for a solid minute. Izuku gaped openly at Kaken, even when the boy glanced back at him. He saw Kaken bristle the moment their eyes made contact and tried to feign nonchalance, but Kaken was already turning back to Fukami, smoke rising steadily from the cracks between his clenched fingers. What the F did you just say to me, hag? And whatever spell the class had been under was suddenly lifted. As was the spell on their homeroom teacher, who'd seemingly finally heard enough out of his favorite student. Alright, Katsuki, calm down. She meant no offense. Right, Ms. Jasuto? Fukami, please. And yes, I didn't mean to upset you, honest. I get a little carried away sometimes. She laughed slightly, raising a hand to rub at the back of her neck. Kaken seemed to settle down slightly at her words, leaning back in his chair with nothing but a tee. Fukami then nodded and turned to face the rest of the class. Alright, well, to finish off what I was saying earlier, my office is just down the hallway. It's the last door on the right. Please, come see me if you need anything. Anything at all. She bowed. The class murmured their assent as she stood up straight once again and left the classroom with a small wave goodbye. Everything was silent for a moment before their teacher stood and resumed their lesson. She seems nice, Izuka thought. Maybe I should talk to her? No, there's no need for me to waste that sweet woman's time. I'm sure there are lots of other people lining up to speak with her already. I can handle everything myself. I'll be fine. Inferiority complex? Katsuki thought as he made his way over to his usual lunch table. His eyes instinctively scoped the room for green curls, but he didn't find any. He knew he wouldn't. Deku was chased from the lunchroom every day. Where the nerd ate, Katsuki had no idea, nor did he care. At least he shouldn't care. Extra number 1, as Katsuki liked to call him, greeted him with stretched fingers as he sat down. Extra number 2 simply nodded at him, which was fine with Katsuki. He hated when people tried to be overly friendly with him. You totally went off on the new nurse, Katsuki. She really made you mad, huh? Extra number 1 asked. Huh? What kind of question is that? Obviously she made me angry. Talkin' like she knows me, what a load of crap. He replied, glaring down viciously at his lunch tray. Thinking about her was getting him riled up. Yeah, but she's still an adult. You probably shouldn't talk to her that way. Extra number 2 decided to speak up and only succeeded in making Katsuki angrier. He didn't need a lecture from these losers. I don't give a shit. Adult or not, she's still just an extra who needs to get out of my way. Katsuki stabbed his chopsticks into his food with enough force to snap said chopsticks in half, and the two others decided that was probably as far as they were going to get with that line of conversation. Yeah. So, anyway, I was thinking I might talk to her. I need some help figuring out which high school I'm going to go to. What about you? Extra number 1 turned and asked extra number 2, effectively starting a new discussion and leaving Katsuki to eat his meal in peace. Though, unbeknownst to them, Katsuki was not currently eating in peace at all, despite the indifferent look on his face as he shoveled food into his mouth with broken chopsticks. Instead, he couldn't stop remembering the embarrassing eye contact he'd made with Deku. God, he'd never live it down. He knew he'd been blushing, the intense burning of his skin a dead giveaway even if he was stupid enough to overlook the shocked faces of the classroom extras, which he wasn't. And of course, he just had to make direct eye contact with stupid, shitty Deku while he was in the middle of blushing like a maniac. The nerd's eyes were wide as saucers, his mouth agape, and his cheeks tinted their own brand of cherry red. He wasn't sure why Deku had been blushing. It wasn't a mortifying experience for him. All he knew was that the sight was entirely too much, for whatever reason, and he had to look away immediately. It had made him uncomfortable, to say the least, and just made the entire experience all the more awful. He was insanely relieved when she'd finally left. Katsuki thought, then, that he'd probably rather eat rocks than talk to her again. Izuku shut the door behind him as softly as he could, not wanting to disturb his mother. He was greeted by darkness, all lights having been turned off except for a single lamp still on beside the coffee table. He could see his mother's purse there, a neatly folded note with his name on it propped up on the side of the handbag. Approaching the table quietly, he unfurled the note and let his eyes scan the page. Izuku, I saw your text about running late tonight, so I made some dinner for you. It's your favorite, katsudon. It's in the fridge, just heat it up in the microwave. Try to get a good night's sleep, alright? Good night, Izuku. Izuku smiled softly at the note, warmth and adoration swelling in his chest. He loved his mother so much. She was such an amazing, kind woman. It was like torture, growing up and watching that same delightful, loving woman pass out on the couch after long days at work, watching her hide the overdue bills and bank statements in books and behind furniture, watching her give everything she had just to keep a roof over their head and food in the cabinets. Just to take care of him. But at that moment, staring at the small, sweet note cradled in his hands, he felt the weight of his guilt reducing back to a small rock, backed into some small corner nestled deep in his chest. It wasn't the crushing boulder it had been before. After all, he wasn't just watching her work herself to the bone anymore. He was going to share the workload, support her, help put her back together. He was doing something about it, now. He had just gotten a job for her. Izuku's legs were killing him. So were his arms. Actually, just about everything was killing him, he decided as he lugged another half of a car across the beach. His muscles cried out in retaliation and he grit his teeth to keep pushing forward. All Might cheered him on in the background, pumping his fist and shouting encouraging words at him. It was enough to get one final tug out of Izuku, successfully getting the car to where it needed to be, but not enough to keep the exhausted boy upright afterward. He collapsed to his hands and knees, shaking as he gasped for breath. All Might was next to him in a second, towering over him in his buff form, and patting his back with a bit too much force while offering praise. "You're doing so well, young Midoriya. You'll make a fine successor indeed." The man offered him a thumbs up and Izuku gave a wobbly smile in return. "But I have to ask, young Midoriya?" All Might shrunk back down to his emaciated form in a puff of smoke, his smile faltering a little and his eyebrows pinching together. This earned a look of confusion and concern from Izuku, who was just beginning to breathe normally again. "Are you sure you're all right, my boy? You're getting dark circles under your eyes and you're getting more exhausted during training than you should. Perhaps the regimen I created for you was too intense for your body?" Izuku felt a momentary panic squeeze his heart at his mentor's words. If All Might found out about the job he'd gotten at the local convenience store, he'd get worried and likely cut back on Izuku's schedule. He couldn't let that happen. How was he supposed to become a hero if he didn't keep working hard? "And oh, I'm fine, I promise." He rushed to assure the older man, hands coming up and waving wildly as if to physically disperse those thoughts. At All Might's doubtful look, Izuku added, "Really? I'm fine. I have a little trouble sleeping sometimes, but it's nothing to worry about, honest," he said, not telling the full truth, but not lying either. "I can do this," Izuku said, forest green eyes filling with a quiet determination as he looked up to gaze into his instructor's eyes. All Might studied him carefully. They sat there in silence for a long minute, All Might seeming to ruminate heavily on Izuku's words, before the man finally sighed and let his shoulders drop. "All right if you're sure. Just make sure to tell me if there's something more going on, all right? You're the future #1 hero, after all. I have to make sure you're healthy and happy." The skeletal man put a large hand on Izuku's shoulder and offered him a kind smile to which Izuku returned with his own. "Thank you, All Might." All Might nodded, and Izuku went to stand up on shaky legs. His muscles still burned from overworking them, but at least he could use them now. He walked over to where All Might was previously sat and picked up a water bottle half buried in the sand. He opened it and took long gulps, leaning against the side of an old refrigerator. It had been a long day and he was so very tired. He had to devote so much energy just to staying focused in class. It was difficult to keep grades good, to keep training his body so religiously, to keep attending work every other night at the expense of adequate sleep, all while putting up with school bullies, the pressure of one day bearing one for all, and the mysterious rain cloud that seemed to loom over him constantly. It was a lot. But he'd been doing it, was doing it, could do it. Which meant as soon as he put down his water bottle, he was pulling out his phone and telling his mother he'd be late again tonight. She still didn't know he had a job. He'd been waiting to get his first paycheck to tell her. "Who are you texting, my boy?" All Might asked, coming over to stand across from him. Just my mom," he replied as he put his phone away, tucking it away safely in his back pocket. "Your mother? I believe you mentioned her once before." "Inko, correct." "Why yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised you remember." All Might smiled somewhat sheepishly and brought a hand up to scratch at the back of his neck. Yes, well, you talked about her so fondly, I couldn't help but commit the name to memory. She seems like a sweet woman. Izuku smiled brightly up at his mentor. It made him feel happy and warm to hear the other man using such kind words when referring to his mother. She really is, he said, eyes glazing over for a fraction of a second as memories flashed behind his eyes like a rapidly spinning roll of film. Luckily, All Might didn't seem to notice, as in the next moment, he was leaning down and gathering his things. Izuku did the same, and soon, they were back at the beach entrance. You did well today, young Midoriya. Keep it up. The man said, smile wide on his gaunt face. Izuku offered a bright smile of his own in return, but once All Might was turned around and walking away, he let it drop. He wanted to smile, he always did, but the effort required to make himself do it just didn't seem worth it when he was alone. Sighing, he began his journey toward the store he worked at only 1 block over. It had been 2 weeks since he got his job, and while it wasn't a particularly hard job, it was quickly becoming exhausting to the point he was having a hard time getting himself to go. He would debate with himself after training every time he'd have a shift scheduled. Did he really need to go? Would it really hurt all that much if he missed just 1 shift? Ultimately, distant visions of missed dinners and the pink shards of porcelain piggy banks always won out, pushing him through the clear, sliding doors and towards his station every time. And so he went, spending the rest of his daylight hours standing behind a register and ringing up old ladies' scratch cards. But despite how the job drained him, filled him with anxiety and robbed him of sleep, if you were to ask, he'd say he was glad he'd gotten the job. He got paid for the first time that night when his shift finally ended. As he stepped into the darkness of his silent living room, Izuku caught sight of another neatly folded note out of the corner of his eye. It sat on the coffee table in the same spot the last one had, his name written in loopy letters on the front. Izuku made his way over to it, picking it up and unfolding it. Izuku, you've been getting home late every other day for the past couple weeks. I didn't ask because I trust you and wanted to give you room to make your own decisions. However, I'm beginning to get a bit concerned. If there's something going on, you know you can tell me, right? I'm your mother, I will love you and be there for you no matter what. So please, don't feel afraid to talk to me. A fond grin pulled at Izuku's lips as he studied the note. He really was lucky to have someone like his mom in his life. He folded the note back up carefully and tucked it into his pants pocket for safekeeping. Instead of writing a note in reply like he did last time, though, he simply pulled out his wallet and put the money he'd made on the coffee table where the note had previously sat. It would be enough to cover the house payment that month, at least. But he felt heavy still. Shouldn't he feel lighter? He'd thought that he'd feel better once he was finally able to give back to his mother, and he was happy about that, but it didn't alleviate the pressure on him like he thought it would. It felt like he was being slowly crushed and nothing was helping. It was starting to feel like nothing would help. Nothing but... Izuku slid his wallet back in his pocket and made his way toward the bathroom. He opened the drawers beneath the sink and reached inside, fingers searching until finally he pulled a small black box out from behind a pipe. The box felt like lead in his hands despite the way a small amount of relief flooded his veins at the sight. He made his way to his room, the weight of his burdens pulling him down like an increase in gravity and filling his head with deafening static. Stumbling into his room, he fumbled for the light switch and pulled a first aid kit out from under his bed. He kept one in his room at all times. His mother thought he was just being safe. He wondered, briefly, what she would think if she found out what it was actually used for. The thought curled in his gut like spoiled milk, but the overwhelming flood of mind-numbing emotion kept his limbs moving. He sat on his bed and slowly lifted the lid off the black box, revealing thin, shiny pieces of metal. He stripped off his shirt gently, the fabric brushing against bruises and scars and sending waves of dull pain rippling across his skin. The flesh on his forearms was raised with small bumps, reminders of many nights spent exactly like this one. Sitting in his room with nothing but the whispers of dark thoughts and darker memories to keep him company. How'd it come to this? He used to think. Now, clutched in the jaws of a hopelessness too much for him, all he could think was I need it. I need this release, I just want to feel okay. And so he grasped cold metal between his fingers and lifted it from the box, pushing the razor blade into the soft skin of his forearm gently and watching the thin red stripe appear in its wake. The pain was sharp but small, like a bee sting. He pressed a little harder next time, watching as the blood brimmed and spilled, dripping down his arm in a thin strain. The pain was hotter, searing, it pulsed through him and pierced through the fog in his head slowly. Metal pressed into soft flesh a few more times, the pain increasing with every new mark until eventually, finally, he could think clearly again. He looked down at his arms, now streaked with the cooling wine red of his own blood, and felt guilt settle heavily in his gut. He shouldn't be doing this. He knows he shouldn't. But I need it. He shook his head at the intrusive thought. No, you don't. You're okay. You'll be okay. You can get through this without resorting to this every time. He pointed out to himself, but the words felt hollow. But I can't. It's just every once in a while when things get to be too much. I can have this one thing, can't I? Izuku sighed. He knew it wasn't healthy and that he really shouldn't be doing it, but despite the guilt that came with that knowledge, he felt like he didn't have enough strength to make himself stop. Didn't really want to make himself stop. So instead of trying to argue with his inner voice anymore, he opened the first aid kit and began to dress his wounds. Slowly, the red staining his skin was wiped away and the sight of marred flesh was covered with pristine, white bandages. Once his arms were cleaned and bandaged, he slid the kit under his bed and tucked the razor back into its box. He then sat the razor on his bedside table, too tired to put it back in its place in the bathroom. I'll just put it back in the morning, he told himself. Finally, the green-haired boy turned off the light and laid down in bed, exhaustion already pulling his eyelids shut as he tugged the blanket up around his shoulders. Sleep came faster than usual that night, but his slumber was fitful, dreams of a tall man with dark hair and freckles haunting him. So I snuck out last night, Extra number 2 proclaimed, a satisfied smile curling his lips. His uniform was askew, one side untucked from his pants and dangling. His bag was thrown over one shoulder and he walked with long strides. It was so obvious he was trying to copy Katsuki and look like a bad boy, it was almost funny. Almost. Extra number 1 snorted at the smug look and raised an eyebrow, a hint of incredulity in his voice when he replied. Seriously? My parents didn't wake up at all. It was a total success. Man, you've got to teach me how you do it. I always get caught. I can't teach you how not to be an idiot. Hey! Katsuki stomped into the ground with force, hoping the dull thuds would drown out the mindless, stupid chatter coming from the two idiots behind him. They'd been talking constantly since the moment they'd all met up to walk to school together. Their annoying voices were like nails on a chalkboard this early in the morning. Unfortunately for him, the stomping didn't work and he was stuck listening to it the entire way to class. Irritation swelled in his gut and curled his fingers, and yet he said nothing. Instead, he simply stomped harder, willing the tingle in his hands to subside and the urge to blow some extra's face off to die down. Normally, he would just scream at them to shut the hell up, but he was determined not to lose his cool today. And so he walked through the halls, passing by the walls of lockers and useless anti-bullying posters, without saying a word. Even when the extras laughed obnoxiously loud and called, "Katsuki! You gotta hear this," over some moronic classroom drama. Even when some girl pretended to accidentally drop her things in front of the blonde in hopes he'd offer his time and effort in order to help her. Like he'd do that for anyone, let alone some FANG extra. Despite all that, though, despite how everyone seemingly converged on him like he was blood in the water the moment he didn't automatically snap at them, he kept his mouth pressed into a firm, thin line. After all, today he had an objective, and he needed to stay focused on it. Bakugo Katsuki did not fail at anything, so if practicing patience was a necessary step in obtaining victory, he would. At least for a little while. Deku was zoning out again. His eyes bored into the board in front of them, but they weren't focused. His pupils weren't tracing the white letters or closely inspecting the texture of the slate stone. No, he wasn't really looking at anything. It had taken the blonde a few times of looking back and seeing the nerd staring holes in various places to figure out he was just getting lost in thought. He'd been confused at first, wondering what could possibly be so interesting about the back of that girl's head or the slightly overflowing trash can in the corner. He was still confused, honestly, but for a different reason. Now, he found himself pondering why he was spacing out at all. What was more important than paying attention in class? Didn't he want to be a hero? Quirk or not, there was no way he'd get into a good school if he didn't study properly. Not that he really cared. Katsuki shook his head and huffed, eyes trailing over Deku's still, freckled face. There were slight bags under his unseeing green eyes and his lips drooped down in a relaxed frown. When the nerd finally snapped out of it, his face settled into a look of determination and he immediately dove back into his notes, peeking at others' notebooks and scribbling down furiously what he'd missed in an attempt to catch up. His fingers started to tremble as he did so, a clear sign of fatigue. Deku was noticeably exhausted both mentally and physically. And Katsuki had no idea why. But he planned on finding out. The blonde turned back around in his seat and began concentrating on the lesson once again, transcribing words onto the blank page of his homeroom notebook until the bell finally rang. Katsuki cornered Deku the moment he stepped out of the classroom. He was always the last one out, staring at his phone until all of his peers and bullies were well on their way. It was annoying to have to wait so long, but it did give them more privacy, so he kept himself from complaining about it as he grabbed the shorter boy's uniform sleeve and began dragging him away. What are you doing, Kakin? Deku questioned. He sounded worried, his voice high-pitched and tinged with fear, which, admittedly, was understandable. But the sound still grated on Katsuki's nerves. Shut the f***, nerd. I can do whatever the hell I want. Deku's face contorted at that. He looked constipated almost, like there was something he wanted to say, but he held himself back. Probably a good idea. They made their way through the halls, silent except for the murmur of distant chatter and the sound of shoes hitting carpet. Deku didn't try to resist, but Katsuki could see him slowly shrinking in on himself the farther they traveled. For some reason, the sight really bothered the blonde. It inspired emotions he wasn't sure what to do with or what to think about. He hated having to do any sort of introspection. It made him uncomfortable for reasons he also wasn't ready to address. So he didn't do it. Instead, he simply labeled the emotions anger and tightened his grip on the other's uniform sleeve, earning a small squeak in response. Finally, they rounded the corner and Katsuki led Deku into the boys' bathroom. The green-haired boy was clearly confused. He looked around in bewilderment and mumbled to himself a mile a minute. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the sight and flicked his forehead to get his attention. It worked, Deku's big green eyes blinking and moving to train on him in an instant. I didn't bring you here to give you a swirly nuts, he said, having overheard one of Deku's mumblings. Said boy's cheeks lit up at the comment and Katsuki smirked. What are we in here for? I don't have a lot of time, so dash. That's exactly why we're in here, Deku. Why the f don't you have time? Why you so tired all the time? It's effing weird and I want to know what's going on with you. The blonde demanded, crossing his arms over his chest and fixing the other with a hard glare. Deku stared at Katsuki's crimson eyes with nothing but confusion. What do you care? He asked sincerely. Green curls fell into Deku's eyes as he pet his head to the side. Who the f said I care, huh? I'm just curious, I hope. Besides, if you're doing some secret training or something, I deserve to know. Deserve? Deku asked in disbelief, his hands clenching slightly at his sides. Apparently, Katsuki had hit a nerve. What makes you think you deserve to know anything about me? Deku was obviously trying to sound angry, but he sounded more sad than anything, his words wavering and cracking too much. It was all foreign to Katsuki, who was used only to the words of strong resolve and endless optimism. He was used to looking into eyes that sparkled like starlight. That was all still there, still an inseparable part of the other boy, but it was buried under this veil of something, at least temporarily. It shocked Katsuki enough to knock him into silence for a few moments, but the peace didn't last long. It took little time for the blonde to get his bearings, and once he did, he was furious. You don't get to talk back to me like that, nerd. If you don't have the strength to back up your words, then don't say shit. If you want to fight back, then do it. He yelled, eyes wide, scowl menacing, and palms already crackling. Deku backed away from him, his big eyes already filling with tears. Why are you so mean? Then Deku was turning around and running out of the bathroom as fast as those legs of his would take him. Katsuki stared at the spot the other boy had just vacated, the anger within him reaching its peak as he realized he hadn't actually gotten an answer from him. He'd failed. F-. He screamed, turning around and slamming his fist into the wall. Izuku's head hit the counter with a dull thud. It was quiet in the store, the previous customer having left the store empty after she'd finished buying her tampons and dark chocolate bars. He was completely drained. He felt as if his internal battery was completely and utterly dead, entirely void of power. Only he couldn't just lie down and read a book to let his battery recharge. He was stuck working on overdrive constantly. He tilted his head to the side, glancing up at the clock warily. 7 o'clock. He groaned long and low. He'd only been working 30 minutes. It felt like so much longer than that. I'm so tired. I can't wait to go home. I can eat some nice, hot katsudon and lay down in my warm, comfy bed. Yeah, that sounds like heaven. Izuku smiled slightly, allowing the daydreams to comfort him. Only a couple more hours and I'll be in heaven. A chime broke him from his thoughts, the sound telling him he wasn't alone. Izuku looked up, a bright smile already in place and a hand poised in the air, ready to greet the new customer with as much enthusiasm as he could muster. Then he saw those unmistakable blonde spikes and crimson eyes and his heart turned to lead in his chest. You don't get to talk back to me like that, nerd. If you don't have the strength to back up your words, then don't say shit. If you want to fight back, then do it. He'd screamed, his face contorting in his fury and the sweat on his palms roaring to life. The sight sent shocks of fear shooting up his spine, a feeling he was already quite accustomed to. It was so unfair. He'd hardly said anything to him and yet it ended up like this. If he wasn't so quick to anger, maybe they could have a real conversation. Maybe he could actually listen to Izuku's words. Maybe Izuku's life would be a little easier. But he didn't. And it wasn't. So Izuku ran. The memory only added to the dread pooling in his stomach. Just his luck. Kaken and his goons, who'd walked in behind the blonde, made their way through the aisles without so much as a glance his way. Apparently, they hadn't noticed Izuku yet, something that the green-haired boy was immensely grateful for. Maybe he could find a fake mustache real quick and don a disguise before they checked out, or hide behind the desk and pretend he was a midget, or... Oi, how much do these Kaken's voice rung out before cutting off abruptly. Izuku froze. He stayed there for a minute, staring at the counter like it held the secrets of the universe. Then, breathing in deeply, slowly, he raised his head stiffly and made eye contact with wide red orbs. Kaken was standing just as motionless as Izuku had been, a bag of spicy chips in hand. His goons had joined the blonde's side as soon as they'd heard him cut off, curious as to what could possibly elicit that kind of reaction from the volatile boy. They stared at Izuku as well, all their faces a mix of confusion, surprise, and incredulity. For a tense second that felt like it lasted an eon, everything was silent and everything was still. And then Kaken's goons burst into laughter. Oh my god, the useless idiot works at a convenience store? How pathetic can you get? Izuku hung his head in shame at the comments, his cheeks already heating up with the feelings of insecurity. He grasped his biceps, sinking in on himself in an attempt to hide from the critical eyes and find some kind of comfort. Kaken was silent as his goons laughed. His arm dropped and he ducked his head so his expression couldn't be read, the action inspiring uneasiness in Izuku. The uneasiness turned quickly into alarm and then into resignation as Kaken began stomping his way over to the counter. Not again, he groaned tiredly, softly, not thinking the other would hear. Ah, not again. Maybe he could just change his name and move to another country. Kaken slammed his hand down on the counter in front of Izuku, but to the other's surprise, Izuku didn't yelp or startle at all. He was too tired, not that Kaken knew that. How the hell did a useless nerd like you get a effing job, huh? Kaken asked, vermilion irises ablaze with wrath, and for the life of him, Izuku could not understand why. What did he do to make the blonde so vengeful? How did he offend him this time? Why did you even get one? Is this why you're so FING tired all the DMN time? You think making a few extra bucks is more important than your education? With every question, Kakin grew louder and louder. His goons had long since stopped laughing and were glancing at each other in bewilderment. It looked like Izuku wasn't the only one wondering why the blonde was so angry. Izuku, severely sleep-deprived and with poor self-preservation instincts, didn't think to reply as he let his mind wander. He zoned out, staring straight at the blonde as he contemplated the other's temper. Kakin, evidently, did not appreciate being ignored. He growled and shot an arm out, grasping Izuku's forearm and shouting at him to get his attention. As the taller boy's fingers dug into the shoulders, Izuku was reminded of what he had done just the night before. He flinched hard, trying to rip his arm from Katsuki's grasp, and hissed through his teeth as pain raced up his arm. Stunned at the violent reaction, Kakin let go, staring at Izuku dumbfounded. The blonde's goons seemed to find it funny, bursting out into laughter once again, but Kakin simply narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Izuku as he rubbed his arm tenderly. Much to the green-haired boy's relief, though, he didn't say a word. He simply huffed and turned on his heel, heading straight for the door. "Hey, Katsuki, where are you going? Yeah man, didn't you want chips?" His goons called after him, their voices becoming softer and more distant as they chased after the blonde. Izuku buried his face in his hands, taking a moment to just breathe. After a minute or two, when his heart no longer felt like it was beating out of his chest, he chanced another glance at the clock. 7:28. And if Izuku whimpered pathetically, draping himself over the counter, no one would know. But wait! A woman called, halting Katsuki in his steps. He'd been angrily storming down the hall after that infuriating conversation in the bathroom. He figured the lady was probably just gonna tell him to keep quiet and turned around to give her some half-butted apology that made it clear he didn't really give a shit. Upon turning around, he recognized her as the new school therapist. What was her name again? Fumi? Famiki? Whatever, it didn't really matter. Katsuki, right? She asked. Yeah, why? Got something else to say to me, lady? She simply smiled at him despite the harsh tone and challenging words. It annoyed the blonde. My name isn't lady. It's Fukami. Though I know you don't care. Katsuki clicked his tongue, the little patience he had already wearing thin. Yeah, get on with it. You've got something to say to me, don't you? I don't think you stopped me just to remind me what your name was. Fukami chuckled lightly and nodded. Right? Yes, of course. I actually wanted to ask you about a student in your class. Huh? But what the foo? How makes you think I pay attention to any of those extras? Her eyes flashed at the words, like she knew more than she was letting on, but she simply said, of course. I just thought there may have been something you overheard or saw accidentally. Whatever. Just ask your stupid questions if it'll get me out of this hallway faster. He said, crossing his arms over his chest. All right. Well, I was wondering if you've noticed any abnormal behavior from your classmate Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki stiffened slightly at the name, lips turning downward into a glower. But you think something's going on with Deku? Deku? Yeah, that's what I call him. Got a problem with that? Her lips quirked up into a small smile at his answer, but her eyes radiated concern for someone who wasn't there with them. Not as long as he doesn't. To answer your question, I'm not really sure. I've just seen him in class and walking through the halls a few times, and I couldn't help but notice how tired and forlorn he appears. Katsuki noticed too. He saw how the exhaustion was affecting him. He saw the way those green eyes looked like they were constantly on the brink of tears. But he wouldn't tell her that, wouldn't admit to watching the other boy so closely. I don't know what to tell you, lady. If you want to know if he's all right, ask him yourself. She didn't seem surprised by his answer at all. She simply nodded and dismissed him with a soft, right, as if she was expecting it. Katsuki left before he could get too irritated. Katsuki kicked a stray pebble, sending it flying far off into the distance. He watched it soar through the air but lost sight of it before it landed. He sighed and lifted his leg, preparing to launch another one. She noticed too, Katsuki thought, the memory from earlier still clear as day in his mind. If someone else was noticing Deku's weird behavior, that meant it wasn't all just in Katsuki's head. Not that he ever thought it was, anyway. He was sure something was up, and Katsuki Bakugo was never wrong. A fact that was proven correct, once again, when he'd gone to the convenience store with the extras. Except he'd ultimately left that store with more questions than answers. He'd accused the nerd of valuing money over education, but he didn't really believe that. Deku was obviously trying his hardest to keep up in class despite all the stress he was under. But then why did he have a job? Did he owe somebody money? Did his parents force him to get a job? Was he saving up for something? Also, why did it tire him out so much? As much as he hated to admit it, it took a lot to affect Deku so much. He doubted a single part-time job alone would be enough to wear him down so much. And finally, what was wrong with Deku's arm? Katsuki hadn't grabbed him hard enough to warrant the kind of response he'd gotten. Katsuki sighed, entering his home and kicking off his shoes as his mother greeted him. "Hey brat, how was school today?" she asked, a bright smile on her face and her hands on her hips. She was wearing a white apron smeared with grease, a sign that she'd been cooking. Her food was good, but she always made a mess of the kitchen and herself. "None of your business, old hag. Have some respect for your mother, you little sheet. I just asked how your day was," she reprimanded, crossing her arms over her chest and trading her smile out for a stern frown. Katsuki rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue. "It was fine. Happy." She huffed and shook her head, but a small smile was already tugging her lips upward again. "Yeah, alright. Would it kill you to just answer your mother correctly once in a while?" At Katsuki's silence, she just sighed and turned around, heading back to the kitchen. "I'll call you down for dinner, alright brat?" Yeah, the blonde said, already climbing up the stairs towards his bedroom. He shut the door behind him and made a beeline for his bed, collapsing elegantly on the blankets like a beached starfish. He had a lot of thinking to do. After all, something was definitely wrong with Deku, and Katsuki planned on figuring out what that something was, whether the little sheet liked it or not. Today was a good day, Izuku decided as he pushed open the doors of Aldra Junior High and filled his lungs with fresh air. Today was a good day because, for once, he didn't have anything to do, and his head felt as clear as the open, sunny sky. He was supposed to work every other day, i.e. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, and trained every single day of the week except Friday, which meant, unfortunately, there was hardly ever a day he didn't have to do one or the other unless his work schedule changed. It was admittedly very tiring, but he was okay with that. Working all the time meant his mind was occupied. The daunting presence of that dark rain cloud and the overwhelming pressure of rising to expectations could momentarily take a back seat. But today was different. Today, his brain was unusually quiet. He had gotten used to the low, constant buzz that had made its home in his head, so the silence was a nice change. On top of that, he'd taken an extra shift on Tuesday to cover one of his coworkers, and in return they'd taken his shift on Friday. Which meant that today, to his endless gratitude, his afternoon was all his to enjoy as he wished. He walked through the throngs of students, a slight bounce in his step. He swung his head around wildly, taking in the pretty way the trees swayed in the breeze and the ripples of light in the koi pond as the sun reflected off it. He took time to appreciate the little flower buds pushing their way through the soil, the sound of birds chirping and laughter from the various conversations around him, the way the world dimmed slightly and the air got cooler as a cloud passed over the sun. He studied everything carefully, his eyes roaming over everything in sight and committing it to memory. He hadn't felt this peaceful in a while, and he was determined to enjoy it fully, damn it. With a small smile gracing his lips, Izuku stepped off school property and onto the sidewalk. What should I do today? It's my one day off, I should make the most of it, he thought. Because he didn't usually get breaks like this, deciding what to do felt so important. He didn't want to waste this opportunity. It feels like I should do something productive with this time. Like I should do something meaningful or maybe just as many things as possible. But, wouldn't it just be best to do what I want to do? What do I want to do? He put a finger to his lips, humming to himself in thought as his legs worked on autopilot. guiding him down the same familiar streets he'd walked hundreds of times before. Well, Mom isn't going to be home for a while yet, so maybe I could do something fun for a change? Maybe something like the arcade? The thought sparked a small flutter of excitement in his chest, and Izuku brought a hand up to clutch at the fabric of his uniform jacket. A small, warm smile curved his lips at the somewhat unfamiliar feeling. Yeah, the arcade sounded great. Izuku, blissfully unaware of the fiery red orbs that latched onto him from across the room, strode through the arcade door and took a deep breath in, appreciating the stale scent of nacho cheese and pennies. The old, frayed carpet dulled the sound of his shoes hitting the floor, creating lame thumps as he walked past the rows of games and candy dispensers. It's been far too long, he thought, eyes trailing over both the old, boxy machines and the newer ones, all sleek and colorful and flashy. Excitement bubbled up in his chest once again, and a new sort of buzzing flooded his nerves. It brought a smile to his face and made his fingers twitch in anticipation. Far too long indeed. Izuku jogged over to the front counter and pulled out his wallet. While he gave almost all of the money he earned to his mother, he still kept a small portion for himself. After all, being away from home all day after school meant he had to buy his own dinner every night. The food he bought was pretty good. It had to be with all the calories he burned and muscles he tore every day, but he couldn't help but miss his mother's cooking. Hopefully he'd get to taste it again soon. He glanced up at the woman behind the counter as he opened his wallet, hand poised over it. The woman had curly orange hair, half tied in a messy bun, and was clad in a boring brown uniform. He didn't recognize her, something he was particularly relieved by. He really wasn't looking for a confrontation with one of his school bullies today. How much for some game tokens? He asked, sounding meek and hesitant even to his own ears. Despite not knowing her, and therefore not really having to worry about any harassment, he couldn't help but be nervous anyway. He'd been stripped of any self-confidence and wasn't used to interacting with others normally anymore. The woman, however, didn't seem to notice. Or she did and just didn't care. Honestly, Izuku wasn't worried about it. He was just thankful that she left him alone. 100 yen for 10 tokens. She told him, resting her head in her hand and looking impossibly bored. Izuku simply nodded and pulled out a few 100 yen bills, handing them over. She filled up a baggie for him with the appropriate amount and handed them over, her glossy red nails standing out against the scratchy brown fabric. Izuku took it gingerly and threw a slightly less shaky, "Thank you," over his shoulder as he skipped over to one of the flashier and more colorful games. Internally marveling at the weight of the bag in his hands, at the sounds of games being played and prize tickets being dispensed, it all felt too good to be true. But as he tried various machines, playing and failing at most of them, nothing bad happened. He spent hours going to each and every machine, making multiple trips to the front counter for more tokens, slowly accumulated a large amount of tickets, so many that they filled his arms and dragged on the floor behind him, and he'd had to get a bag to put them in, and he did it all in peace. Maybe this wasn't the calm before the storm, like he'd thought. A cliché, over-processed zombie growl sounded from the machine Izuku currently had his fake gun pointed at, signaling his death, and thus, his failure. He pouted at the bloody, "You died," and reluctantly put the gun back in its spot, grumbling to himself all the while. He kind of wanted to try again, but he'd wasted too many tokens on it already. The green-haired boy knew his limitations, and this game was definitely outside them. So instead, he stepped away and began walking around, looking for something he hadn't played yet. He circled the entire building, encountering only games he'd played multiple times already, and almost gave up and decided to call it a day, when he spotted two girls getting off the Dance Dance Revolution set. He'd seen it earlier and wanted to play it, but every time he neared it someone else would rush in and take it over. This was his chance. That was super hard. How can you do it so easily? Get good, girl. Takes practice. Izuku approached the DDR machine as the two girls left, talking animatedly with one another. He eyed the colors, the arrows, the bars, and felt eagerness begin thrumming through his veins. He tentatively stepped up onto the machine and popped a few tokens in. He scrolled through the songs aimlessly, not really paying attention to what he was looking at. He clicked a song at random and put it on normal difficulty. He really didn't want the shame and embarrassment of potentially failing on easy, and he wasn't cocky enough to put it on hard for his first try. The steady beat started up, followed closely by electronic-sounding music and the voice of a woman. Izuku recognized the song instantly as 1, 2 Step, and felt his cheeks warm slightly, but he didn't have much time to dwell on his self-consciousness before arrows started coming up on the screen and he was forced to focus. He was absolutely horrible. At first, in the beginning, his movements were sloppy and he often missed the arrows. He couldn't really get the timing down, and sometimes his brain would stall and he just couldn't process what was happening on the screen. But he learned quickly, his body adjusting to the rhythm and all of the information he was being given faster than he'd thought himself capable of. He finished the song with a passing score of C, and despite it not being that high of a score, he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Immediately, he was feeding the machine more tokens and choosing another song. He picked a song called Twilight Zone, and once again, put it on normal. He did much better the second time around, his feet finding their place with growing ease and his analytical mind comprehending the directions on screen with increasing speed. With the confidence boost of getting a high B, he continued playing, getting better with each song. Exhaustion and exhilaration burned hotly inside him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt that happy, had that much fun, been so carefree. He didn't even notice the small crowd that had gathered around him to watch him dance. His eyes stayed focused on the screen even as his body twisted and turned. His feet hit the arrows swiftly and steadily, his foot tapping down lightly before moving instantly to hit the next one. He was tired and sweaty, but it was a weariness he could get used to. It was one he appreciated and longed for. Maybe he thought, I should take my coworkers' shifts more often. Finally, as the intense finishing notes of Kakumiai played out, his perfect score displayed proudly on screen, he realized he'd run out of tokens and accumulated another impressive pile of tickets. Oh, and he was also being watched by half the arcade. He flushed bright red, from the tips of his ears to the dips of his collarbones, when he turned only to make eye contact with a dozen different people. The confidence he'd garnered earlier fizzled out in the span of a second, his insecurity leaving him an awkward, stuttering mess all over again. The people around him clapped politely, and a few even cheered, but Izuku was too mortified to do much more than nod appreciatively at them and book it with his tickets. Even as he escaped and the crowd dispersed, Izuku could swear he felt the heat of a gaze boring into him. He turned around, examining the crowd briefly, but before his search could garner any results, a mocking voice dragged him from his thoughts. Hey, aren't you that weird Quirkless kid from school? He whipped his head around to see a guy, Kuro, his name tag helpfully supplied, with dark gray hair and matching irises standing in the spot the other girl had been before. He had a piercing in one ear and a wide, menacing grin that showed off his abnormally sharp canines. Izuku felt his stomach sink as recognition and delight flashed in the boy's eyes. He'd come to the counter to exchange his tickets for a present his mother would like, but it seemed as though that wouldn't be happening. At least not with the way the guy was leaning towards him, looking entirely too amused at the way Izuku instinctively shrunk away. You are, he purred, his rancid breath hitting Izuku in the face. The timid boy had to use every ounce of willpower he had not to bring a hand up and clamp it around his nose as the stink curled around him. What the f are you doing here, huh? Trying to pretend like you're normal? Kuro laughed. You don't belong here, freak. Even though his words were harsh, he didn't look annoyed or angry. He simply looked entertained. Izuku's mood crashed. I just want to get a prize, he started, willing himself to look into the other boy's eyes. I'll go away then. The gray-haired boy raised a thin eyebrow. Really? He said, and why should I listen to someone like you? Despite the fear and uneasiness festering inside him, Izuku refused to back down. He wanted a gift for his mother. Please. The prize isn't for me, he tried, his pride swelling slightly at the lack of stuttering. The guy rolled his eyes and leaned over on the counter, getting comfortable. I don't give a sheet who it goes to in the end. I ain't giving sheet to you. He told him, his amusement beginning to wane. Come on. I haven't done anything to you. Izuku pleaded, his frustration temporarily overpowering his sense of self-preservation. Kuro scowled deeply at the raise in Izuku's voice, the mirth in his eyes replaced quickly by disdain. He moved out from behind the counter, walking briskly towards an increasingly fearful Izuku. "You talkin' back to me, you useless F-dash?" He spat, reaching out to grasp Izuku's shoulder. The green-haired boy squeaked in alarm and clenched his eyes shut as he was shoved, fully expecting to land hard on his butt, but was instead met with the feeling of a hard chest slamming against his back. He slowly opened his eyes, confused, and was met with the sight of Kuro looking over his head with a stunned look on his face. Before he could turn around and figure out for himself what the hell was going on, strong hands were gripping his biceps and righting him. "You fing nerd, can't do sheet by yourself, can you?" The familiar voice had Izuku whirling around at warp speeds, his heart in his throat. Sure enough, upon turning, he was met with an intense red glare and iconic blonde spikes. "Kaken, what are you dash? Bakugu? The F-dash? Why are you defending this Quirkless failure?" Kuro cut him off. He was essentially asking the same thing Izuku was going to, though, so he didn't pay the interruption much mind. Kaken scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest and looking everywhere but at Izuku. "What the hell did you want, Deku?" The statement was phrased like a question, but it sounded more like a demand. Kaken why dash? Shut the f-up. Just point at what you want," he snapped. Izuku was absolutely bewildered but did what he was asked regardless, lifting a shaky hand to point at a cute stuffed animal he thought his mother might like. Kaken snatched Izuku's tickets and slammed them down on the counter, making Kuro jump. "Get the nerd the FNG stuffed animal already," he ordered. There was a warning in his voice that had Kuro backing up, heeding his request with no questions asked lest he get an explosion to the face. It was silent as the gray-haired boy retrieved the toy, the air thick with tension. Once the fluffy, stuffed animal was clutched safely between Izuku's freckled hands, Kaken turned to leave, still refusing to meet the shorter boy's eyes. "And I'm not defending anybody, you stupid F-dash. I just don't like you," he said, turning briefly to glare holes into Kuro's skull. Izuku watched him leave silently, still trying to process what just happened. Kaken helped him? But was this just a one-time thing? Maybe he really did just have something against Kuro? Or maybe this was the beginning of a trend? No, he chastised himself, best not to question a good thing. Whatever the reason, Kaken had helped him get a gift for his mother, and he spent the entire rest of the way home skipping and smiling down at it. Inko cooed at the stuffed animal the second she saw it, hands still poised over the stove from where she was cooking dinner. "Is that for me?" she asked, and at Izuku's nod, moved away from the stove to wrap her son up in her arms. Once she let him go, she took the cute stuffed animal and set it on the counter, safely tucked against the wall and next to the bread box. "Thank you, Zuki, you're so sweet." She finished the exclamation with a kiss to his forehead and went back to the stove, leaving Izuku to follow so he could help. It felt so good to be home at a reasonable time, for once. It was so nice to be able to talk with his mother, help her cook dinner, and eat homemade food. He worked diligently, helping his mother whenever she needed it and setting the table when they were just about done. The excitement he felt at the arcade had all but faded now, replaced by the warm feeling of contentment. His stomach twisted uncomfortably when he tried to think about what tomorrow would be like, though, so he didn't. He'd deal with tomorrow. For now, he just wanted, more than anything, to enjoy this time with his mother. They sat and ate in comfortable silence, nothing but the sound of chopsticks scraping the bottom of ceramic plates filling the room. The food was delicious. There was just something about the taste of good homemade food that you couldn't replicate anywhere else, and it had been far too long since he'd had any, in Izuku's opinion. About halfway through dinner, the green-haired woman broke the silence. "So, Izuku, this is the first time in a while we've both been home at the same time. We haven't really gotten the chance to talk about your job," she said. Izuku glanced up from his plate, chopsticks halfway to his open mouth. Yeah, what about it?" he asked, slightly nervous. He knew how protective his mother was of him. Unless it was something he just really wanted to do, she wasn't likely to let him keep the job. "You gave almost all your money to me. I don't want you to feel obligated to do something like this, honey." I'm doing just fine on my own. She offered him a warm smile, but the bags under her eyes and the various hidden envelopes contradicted her words. Izuku just smiled back at her, soft and sincere. I know, ma. I just really wanted the experience, and I don't really have a lot of need for money, so I figured I might as well help you out. He insisted. So you're doing this for yourself? Inko asked, her eyes scouring Izuku's face for any hint that he was lying. Why yes. He lied. He was terrible at lying, but so was his mother, and because of that she almost never caught him. Her eyes studied him a little longer, eyebrows pinching in concentration, but finally she relaxed, letting out a long sigh. All right, as long as you're doing this with yourself in mind and you aren't in over your head, she relented, but please, if it becomes too much for you, quit. I know how it feels to work tirelessly. I don't want that for my son. Izuku smiled at her, affection warming his heart. He had such an amazing mother, he didn't deserve her. Of course, Mom, he told her. The job was really already too much for him, but he wasn't about to admit that to his mother, he wouldn't even really admit that to himself. The rest of their night together was filled with the many questions of his doting mother. Izuku answered every one, immensely grateful just to be able to spend the last few hours of his day next to her. He was breaking, a piece of glass that had been stepped on one too many times. He was covered in cracks, some of his pieces gone for good, but he wouldn't let it cripple him. He would keep pushing forward. If for no one else, if not for the legacy he was meant to uphold, then for the woman beside him. She deserved the world, and one day he would give it to her. Even with darkness lurking in the corners, Izuku slept easy that night, his dreams free, for once, of scalding explosions and dark curls. The storm could wait for another day. Izuku stepped quietly into the stillness of his small apartment living room and closed the door gently behind him. It was such a relief to finally be home. His feet were killing him from standing up most of the day, his head throbbed with a dull, constant pain, and his muscles were sore beyond belief. He moved further into the house and groaned softly at the leftover ache that riddled his body. The strain in his limbs as he struggled to walk was a constant reminder of the expectations he was meant to meet, and he couldn't help thinking back to the conversation he'd had with All Might earlier in the day. Are you sure you're all right, young Midoriya? You aren't doing any extra training, are you? All Might had asked right after Izuku had, once again, collapsed to his knees in the middle of training. His striking blue irises shone with concern and stood out harshly against the sunken pools he called eyes. Izuku was hardly more than simply the other man's student, essentially just a suitable vessel for something far greater than himself, but it felt as though the hero genuinely cared about Izuku as a person, not only as the boy's mentor. The green-haired boy felt his heart jump into his throat at the thought. His idol, his childhood hero, the person he admired oh so much, genuinely cared for him. Since the day Izuku turned 4 years old, he'd only known the love of his mother. In a world where greatness was the new average, Izuku was simply inadequate. He was the runt of the litter, weak and frail, made from scraps and left behind. Only he wasn't properly nurtured like the cute, unfortunate kittens or puppies were. Instead, Izuku was put through hell, forced to endure torment after torment, trial after trial, with seemingly no end in sight, and in the face of his suffering, his peers did nothing but laugh. His friends abandoned him and in their place stood bullies, showering him in physical reminders of exactly what made him different. What made him so impossibly useless. And it hurt so bad partly because he was useless. He always had been, even before the universe announced it to the world in the form of indisputable genetics. So hearing All Might ask, so earnestly if he was okay, was almost too sweet. It was a tune he wasn't used to hearing, and he was almost afraid of becoming addicted to it. However nice it was, though, no matter how much he truly appreciated it, he couldn't exactly tell All Might the truth. He couldn't just say, well, actually, All Might, in my attempts to be a good son I've become exhausted beyond what my body can handle reliably, my mental health is in shambles and I'm scared to properly acknowledge it, and honestly I'm absolutely terrified I won't be good enough to inherit this power from you. Don't worry though, I'll be fine, I can keep doing this. Yeah, no, that wouldn't go over well. The other might deem him unsuitable, after all, and look for another successor. He couldn't risk that. Even with everything that was going on, even though he was afraid, he still wanted more than anything to become a hero. He'd be a hero like All Might and wear a smile on his face so that others wouldn't have to. That was his dream, and now that it was within reach, there was no way he was going to let it pass him by. He'd stretch his fingers as far as they would go, with both hands, and grasp onto it with everything he had. Thus he lied, however horribly. Tugging his long sleeves down further, ensuring any evidence stayed hidden, he choked out, I'm fine. I get really thirsty. Really fast. I'll be fine as soon as I get some water. Luckily, or perhaps unluckily, All Might was just about as oblivious as it got. He wasn't good at picking up on any sort of lie or ulterior motive. It was an endearing but sometimes dangerous trait. Oh, all right. That makes sense, I think, the tall man said, nodding along in affirmation as he rolled the new information around in his head. Let's take a short break then. The timid boy smiled and hummed his agreement, getting up on quivering legs to join All Might. Relief washed over him at the success of his lie and his mind quieted, if only for a little while. He could do this. No, he would do this. Izuku curled his hand into a fist, a flicker of determination igniting inside him at the memory. No matter what, he wouldn't fail. Someday, he'd become someone others cheered for and relied on rather than someone to scorn and toss aside. He'd earned the love and respect of not only the people around him but the boy inside himself, the one who was told, too young, that he was nothing and believed it. He bobbed his head once in a show of commitment, and left it at that, letting his hand fall back to his side. His legs were getting real tired just standing around in the middle of the living room, so he began his trek down the hallway in order to get ready for bed. When Izuku opened the bathroom door to leave, mouth minty and freshly cleaned, the first thing he saw was big green eyes staring right at him. He screeched embarrassingly shrilly, weaving his fingers into the fabric of his shirt like that would stop his heart attack dead in its tracks. His mother chuckled softly at his reaction and muttered an apologetic, I didn't mean to scare you, but there was something about the way she regarded him that seemed hesitant. Izuku could feel himself getting put on edge even as he relaxed, studying her face curiously. What are you doing up this late, Mom? Didn't you go to bed already? Inko pulled her bottom lip between her teeth, avoiding eye contact. He was getting more suspicious by the second. Yes, well, I wasn't really sleeping well, she confessed. Oh, are you having nightmares or something? Izuku asked, his eyebrows scrunching up in concern. Inko shook her head, though, her green locks spilling over her shoulders at the movement. No, nothing like that, promise. It's just... She trailed off, clearly reluctant to share whatever was on her mind. Sympathy swelled within Izuku, as he understood how it felt to be unable to open up. There were some things that were just impossible to talk about, at least at first. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, Mom. Let me just put on some tea for you and we can watch some TV together until you get tired. He offered. His mother stared at him openly with nothing but affection, her lips quirking up slightly at the corners. Izuku could swear he even saw a few tears gathering in the corners of her eyes. Oh, Izuku, you're so sweet. I don't know how I got blessed with such a wonderful son, she praised, and the younger immediately went to wave off the words, always the first to try and downplay himself. Before he could, though, her warm expression began to falter once again. But I have to tell you, I already told Mitsuki. It's not really something I can just keep to myself. Izuku, although growing more worried by the second, simply nodded encouragingly. For a long moment, Inko was silent, staring at the carpet as she seemingly steeled herself for what she was about to say. Finally, she lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, green searching green. Your father, Hisashi, called me earlier. He's coming home. Katsuki lifted his chopsticks from his bowl, several spicy noodles hanging limply from between the wooden sticks. He didn't even bother to blow on them, despite how steam still rose steadily from the bowl of yaki udon his mother had made them. He just slurped them up, downing half the bowl in seconds flat without so much as a flinch. The blonde would never admit it, but he always loved sitting down to eat when it was his mother's turn to cook. She always made the food extra spicy, much to Katsuki's delight and the old man's dismay. Said man sat across from Katsuki, chugging glasses of milk in between bites of spicy udon and smiling apologetically at his wife when she turned offended eyes on him. All these years and you still can't handle my cooking? You big baby! The old hag exclaimed, huffing indignantly before shoveling a mouthful of food past her lips. I'm I'm sorry. My tongue just really isn't meant for such spice, honey, the brunette chuckled sheepishly. The old hag rolled her eyes, but there was a small lilt to her lips that betrayed her enjoyment of the banter. Katsuki snorted. His parents were such idiots. Oh please, even our son can endure more spice than you. Katsuki glanced up from his already nearly empty bowl at the mention of his name, already perched at the edge of his lips. Honey, Katsuki can handle more spice than even you. Shut it. Katsuki growled, his annoyance having already built up tremendously. Both of you shut up. He snapped, earning a hard smack on the top of his head from his mother and a smothered laugh from his father. There goes another pair of chopsticks, he thought, watching the broken halves fall to the table completely unapologetically. Them anyway. Flimsy would deserved it. His mother threw another pair at his face, the wood smacking softly against his skin before clattering to the table, while his father threw the broken pieces away. Katsuki broke the utensils practically every night. It was essentially routine. Didn't mean he didn't still get chewed out for it though. D'you mean it, brat? Stop breaking the FNG chopsticks. Do you think money grows on trees or something? The old hag complained, stabbing her own chopsticks into her poor noodles a little harder than necessary. It is very endearing, but your mother is right. It can get a little costly always buying new ones, the old man stated, calm as ever. Shut the F up, old man. Smith. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted the, don't you talk to your father that way, you little sheet. The old hag was surely about to deliver. Said woman sighed and excused herself to the kitchen to answer it, leaving Katsuki to grumble angrily and rub at the knot forming on the crown of his head. The old man laughed at the sight and smiled warmly at his son before pushing his and his wife's empty bowls towards him. Why don't you take the dishes to the sink? It will put your mother in a good mood. He suggested. Katsuki grunted, a small noise of discontent, but got up and did as his father said anyway, piling the dishes up in his arms and heading to the kitchen. As he got closer, he could start to make out his mother's side of the phone conversation. Really? Are you sure? He heard her ask, sounding hesitant and worried. He passed his mother on the way to the sink, but she didn't seem to notice, her back turned to him. It was silent for a moment as he approached the sink, putting the dishes in as quietly as possible when his mother spoke up again. I know you're excited, but dash. Yeah, no, I get it, she finished with a sigh. The blonde woman crossed an arm over her chest, folding her hand into the dip of her elbow as she held the phone. Her eyes glared holes into the ground, and Katsuki decided that whatever that conversation was about was entirely too serious for casual eavesdropping, slipping out of the kitchen just as quietly as he'd entered and making his way back to the table to wipe away any crumbs or minor spills. His father was still seated at the table, now with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows and the addition of multiple, scattered sheets of white printed paper splayed out before him. Katsuki snorted at him. You're so boring, old man, he commented snarkily, but there was only mirth behind it. The old man looked up at the sound of his son's voice and huffed out a harsh, breathy laugh. Would you like to do the taxes instead, son? Is that a FING challenge? Someone cleared their throat loudly by the entryway, and both pairs of eyes turned to see the old hag standing there, a look of excitement decorating her features. Katsuki raised his eyebrows a bit at the sight. It was completely different than the expression he'd seen just a few moments ago in the kitchen. His slight shock over her change in outward appearance didn't even compare to the level of surprise he felt at her. Next words, we're going to a party at the Midoriyas tomorrow, boys, she exclaimed, glancing back and forth between their faces expectantly. The old man hummed and nodded. Is that so? It has been quite a while since I've seen Inko. It'll be fun to catch up. But what are we celebrating exact dash? Huh? Katsuki screeched, utterly confused and marginally alarmed. Was it the nerd's birthday? Even if it was, They hadn't been over to celebrate it in years. Plus, Deku hadn't really seemed like he would be in the mood for any kind of party, so he doubted it was his idea. Maybe one of his parents got a promotion or something? Did one of his parents get a promotion or something? Katsuki asked, voicing the only plausible theory he could come up with in the span of 5 or so seconds. What? The old hag questioned, looking at Katsuki with an expression of utter perplexity. No, where did you even get that idea? Before he could respond, however, her cheerful facade slipped somewhat, exposing the unsure, serious look Katsuki had witnessed earlier. Inko is throwing a welcome-back party for Izuku's father, Hisashi, she said, voice suspiciously solemn. Katsuki's eyebrows furrowed. His dad was gone? You didn't know that? The older woman appeared absolutely flabbergasted. The old man, however, just nodded and turned to answer his son properly. Yes. I'm also a bit surprised you didn't know, but Hisashi left when Izuku was only 4 years old. As far as your mother and I know, nobody has heard from him in 10 years. His return is a bit of a big deal. Katsuki's mind stuttered. He felt like the cogs in his head just stopped working, spewing out puffs of black smoke that were sure to start leaking out of his ears at any moment. Deku had been fatherless for 10 whole years and Katsuki didn't know? He hadn't had a clue. Until recently, Katsuki had never had a reason to think anything was amiss in the Midoriya household. Maybe, was this the reason Deku needed money? It makes sense, he thought. Supporting a kid all by yourself can be expensive. Deku probably got that job just for her. If that was true, Katsuki knew even less than he thought he did, which was already, admittedly, not much. He didn't really know how to feel about that. Though even if the blonde had known earlier, would it have changed anything? Would the volatile boy have drained his voice of its usual searing acid? Would he have let the greenette simply watch the fireworks dance in his palms instead of forcing him to feel their sting? Would he have offered him a helping hand instead of pushing him into the dirt? Probably not, he thought to himself, watching absently as his mother and father continued the conversation amongst themselves. Katsuki didn't really know what to think about that, either. Wait, Katsuki interrupted whatever his parents were saying, something suddenly occurring to him. Why the hell did the guy leave in the first place? The old hag and old man exchanged uncertain looks at the question, filling the air with tension. Katsuki started to get antsy in the silence, but before he could yell at them to spit it out already, the old man was sighing and leaning forward on the table. We don't really know why he left. That's part of the reason why your mother and I are so suspicious of his sudden return, he said. Though his voice was calm, his face was pinched in concern. Katsuki nodded slowly, his eyes shifting out of focus as he drank in the newly discovered details. His parents, thankfully, seemed to recognize that he needed some time to absorb everything he was just told and left the room to continue their conversation elsewhere. Why did Hisashi leave? How bad is their financial situation if Deku got a job because of it? What else has this affected that I didn't know about? Katsuki crossed his arms and glared vacantly at the chips in the wooden table. Why do I even want to know? Izuku shoved his hand beneath the running faucet, digging his fingers into hard grains of rice and scrubbing them clean. His mother hummed softly from the stove beside him, various vegetables, meats and sauces sizzling away and filling the air with a salty, delectable aroma. Once the green-haired boy deemed the rice sufficiently cleansed, he scooped the sodden grains out into a red bowl and handed them to his mother, who smiled gratefully back at him. It's a little hard to believe I'm cooking dinner for your father again. It's been so long, she commented, back turned to Izuku so she could get the rice cooking. It really is so exciting, isn't it? Izuku hummed as he thought, trying to formulate a response. On one hand, he was happy and excited, hopeful that maybe, just maybe, they could be a real family again, that his father had changed in the time he'd been gone. It had been so long since he'd last seen his father, and that memory was painful. Perhaps, this time, he would stay. He could quit his job with his father's help and his mother would finally have time for herself again. She'd have someone to lean on, to talk to love in a way she hadn't in so many years. Izuku wanted nothing more than for that future to come to fruition. On the other hand, though, he knew things wouldn't turn out the way he so longed for them to. He wouldn't get the life he yearned for because, sadly, he didn't live in a fairy tale, and it seemed he was always destined to pull the short end of the stick. Realistically, he knew his father showing up out of nowhere after his dramatic exit 10 years ago probably wasn't the most promising of occurrences. He knew he should hate him, that he should resent the cold, callous man who took the last of his childlike innocence and stomped on it with such a cold detachment. Izuku often wondered if Hisashi ever loved him at all. But Izuku was an optimist, and he'd hold on to that, even if the reality was bleak. Especially if the reality was bleak. Izuku was aware that clinging to false hope wasn't the wisest decision, but it was all he had. If he wasn't constantly looking for that light at the end of the tunnel, following the North Star he'd built from childhood band-aids and hung like the posters spread on his bedroom walls, then he wouldn't have anything to guide him. He'd wind up stranded, running after his dreams with 2 broken legs. So, however stupid it may have been, Izuku smiled and said, "Yeah, it is." Inko nodded, pleased, and swirled around, instantly occupied with rummaging through the cupboards for their nice-looking dishes. Izuku leaned over and flicked off the stove for her, knowing she'd already forgotten. The green-haired woman tended to become increasingly frazzled under pressure, turning forgetful and frantic. Izuku, having lived with her all his life, knew this and always volunteered to help out when she wanted to make a big meal. Though they hadn't had the time or reason to do that in a long while. Izuku wiped his still damp hands on his shorts and grabbed a pile of plates. His arms complained at the extra weight, still sore from yesterday's workout, but the greenette made his way over to the dining table with them anyway. He plopped the stack down with a small grunt, just beginning to distribute them around the empty table when a loud knock sounded from across the room. Must be Mitsuki and Masu, he thought, jogging over to the waiting door. It's been so long since I last saw them. He reached the door and quickly unlocked it, face already consumed by a genuinely warm and welcoming smile. Even though he wasn't really on the best terms with Kaken and had stopped visiting some time ago, the Bakugo parents had always continued to love Izuku and Izuku them. It quickly became obvious upon opening the door, however, that Mitsuki and Masaru had not, in fact, arrived yet. Instead of a couple with heads of spiky hair and open, welcoming arms, he was met with the sight of a tall, intimidating man, a large brown suitcase hanging limply from his clenched fist and a dark suit enveloping his body. His sharp, angular face was framed by black curls, a light smattering of freckles draped across the bridge of his nose and disappearing into the dips of his cheekbones. Dark green eyes bored impassively into the smaller boy, igniting the latter's nerves with a rush of adrenaline and nearly jump-starting his fight or flight instincts. "D-Dad? D-Dad?" The word floated around them, its echo filling the otherwise silent space. His father looked entirely unimpressed, impatient to get inside, but Izuku's brain had short-circuited the second he saw the older man. His father, the first of many to break him and a man he hadn't seen for most of his life, was right there, standing in their apartment doorway like he was just getting home from a short visit to the market for milk. Hisashi seemed to catch on to the fact Izuku wasn't entirely there and cleared his throat loudly, pulling Izuku's awareness back to him in an instant. Said boy squeaked and flushed red, moving out of the way so fast he almost tripped on his own 2 feet. Hisashi didn't look at him as he entered, brushing past Izuku with an air of superiority and arrogance that rivaled even Kaken's. The green-haired boy pushed the door closed behind him gently, a rising sense of dread forming a pit in his stomach. Just from that short exchange, Izuku could tell. Hisashi did change, for the worse. An excited voice flitted from the kitchen entryway and Izuku turned to see his mother talking animatedly with her long-lost ex-husband. The dark-haired man was playing a completely different tune, now, all smiles and polished charisma. It was a mask, and a damn good one at that. But he wouldn't go over there and try to rip it off right in front of his mother. She seemed so happy and excited to see Hisashi again, Izuku couldn't take that away from her. He'd put up with anything and everything if it meant her happiness. It was the least he could do for her. Ignoring the lively conversation taking place next to him, Izuku got to work setting the table. Katsuki grumbled aggravatedly, arms crossed over his chest and red eyes burning holes into the flat, wooden surface of Deku's front door. He did not want to be here. Wanting to know what was wrong with the stupid nerd did not mean he cared about him and certainly didn't mean he wanted to hang out with the little sheet. He deduced the night before that his interest in Deku's problems was purely derived from curiosity, anger at Deku for possibly being weak and letting little sheet get him down when he was constantly spouting shit about going to UA, and his own, admittedly inane, need to know anything and everything. He justified his meddling further by marking this as his starting line. If he couldn't even help shitty, dumbass Deku, then what kind of hero could he possibly turn out to be? He refused to think about any alternative reasons because if he was doing this for something other than the things he'd already come up with, then that would mean he really didn't know himself as well as he thought he did. It would mean sitting down and re-evaluating everything he thought he knew about himself, and he was not ready to do that. Not that he had to, anyway. There were no other reasons. He was drawn out of his thoughts by the loud, resounding booms his mother's fist made on the door as she knocked. Old hag never knew how to hold back. The door swung open moments later, revealing an excitable-looking Deku. The freckled boy was drowning in an oversized pink hoodie that contrasted his light green shorts. Nerd looked like a FING watermelon, a stark difference from Katsuki's outfit of a simple gray sweatshirt and black joggers. Deku scanned his parents' faces with skyrocketing enthusiasm but faltered slightly when his gaze landed on Katsuki. Katsuki could feel himself bristle slightly and gripped his biceps harshly to keep from acting out. The nerd didn't even know I was coming? How the hell had he missed that memo? Deku recovered quickly, adorning a facade that hid his nervousness poorly, and hastily welcomed them inside. Katsuki dragged his feet on the thinning carpet as he stepped inside and glanced around the living room. It had been a long time since he'd been in this house. Everything was in place, the house impeccably clean and the furniture looking as if it had never even been touched. There was a small bookshelf that had obviously been cleaned recently, but the small coating of dust covering the spines of the books crammed in it betrayed how much it was actually used. There were picture frames sitting neatly on just about every flat surface and more hung up on the walls. There were pictures of a young Deku everywhere and even more of Deku and Auntie together, but there was only one that included Hisashi. It sat on the coffee table, dust coating the edges of the stand on the back of the black frame. The picture itself had obviously been torn and taped back together. There was a thin line cutting through Hisashi's shoulder, separating his form from Deku's small, smiling figure and Auntie, and the tape, despite being clear, was easy to see. It had been placed sloppily, the pieces overlapping in some places and folding over in others. A job done by Deku, no doubt. Katsuki snorted at it and pulled his attention back to the other people in the room. The old hag and old man had already made their way over to the table, conversing with Deku cheerfully. Katsuki, although reluctantly, made his way over to the small group as well. Dinner was served not too long after Katsuki had taken his seat, the beautifully crafted dishes being carried out by Auntie and Hisashi. They started up a conversation immediately, filling the room with the sounds of energetic chatter and light-hearted banter, but Katsuki couldn't help but notice the look of slight discomfort plastered on Deku's face. The green-haired boy next to him stared intently down at his food, chopsticks uselessly prodding at the cooling meat chunks in his curry. A small frown kept his lips pulled downward and his eyes strayed all over the room, never landing and focusing on any particular thing. Katsuki clicked his tongue at the sight and kicked Deku's leg beneath the table. The timid boy jolted, his chopsticks falling to the table with a clatter and his chair screeching against the hardwood floor of the dining room loudly. Hush fell over the room and all eyes turned to him immediately. The greenette blushed wildly. He laughed awkwardly and brought up a hand to scratch lightly at his cheek. Sorry. I just accidentally spilled a little food on myself. It was hot and it scared me so why? Sorry, he breathed out, clearly flustered. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the lousy lie, but everyone else either accepted it or shrugged it off, going back to their conversation and, this time, including Deku. Katsuki gave himself a mental pat on the back for a job well done, but then his mother was calling out his name to include him as well. Katsuki scowled. Katsuki, I was just telling Inko and Hisashi about that time you broke the toilet, 'cause the lid scared you by crashing down dash. F off. And Inko had the lovely idea to start telling childhood stories. The old hag finished, smile sweet but eyes full of mischief. Also, she began again, no cussing at the table, brat. Katsuki growled lowly and narrowed his eyes threateningly, but didn't dare speak up against her lest he be smacked in front of the whole demon table. A small snicker sounded from beside him and Katsuki whipped his head around to see Deku with both hands clamped over his mouth and face as red as a tomato, trying to hold in his laughter. As soon as they made eye contact, though, whatever self-control Deku had gathered vanished in an instant, the green-haired boy doubling over in an intense breathless laugh that left him snorting and gasping for air. Katsuki felt his own skin redden from embarrassment and slammed his palm down on the wooden table as he yelled at the greenette to, "Shut the hell up already, him in it." The old hag, of course, reprimanded Katsuki once again for cursing, but Auntie just laughed along with the old man, staring amusedly at the two teens. Hisashi stayed strangely quiet during the whole ordeal, his polite grin seemingly becoming more strained. Katsuki even thought he might have seen a little smoke escaping between the cracks in his pearly whites, but he wasn't sure. He might have just been imagining things, projecting his own anger onto him. Auntie piped up then, successfully distracting the blonde. "So, childhood stories." She started, getting the conversation back on track. The old hag nodded and turned back to the green-haired woman. "So, Inko, got any cute stories about your boy?" Auntie giggled and nodded. "Oh, lots. Did you know he used to call himself, what was it again, Izuku?" Auntie gazed up at the ceiling as she thought, bringing a finger to her lips. "Wasn't it?" She trailed off, and Deku groaned, knowing what was coming next. "Mighty All-Man." Katsuki barked out a short laugh, drinking in the shrill, whiny sounds of Deku's humiliation. "Oh, how sweet, the taste of revenge." "Oh, that's nothing. Katsuki here used to call himself All-Explosion Man Might." The old hag stated, halting Katsuki's gleeful mockery in its tracks. And that was how the rest of dinner went, Katsuki's and Izuku's mothers exchanging funny childhood stories and dooming said children to endless mortification. The old man laughed along and, occasionally, interjected with a story of his own, but Hisashi stayed silent. The man had his lips stretched into a taut smile that seemed suspiciously forced. He certainly wasn't making a very good first impression on Katsuki, who was beginning to doubt that his earlier observations were truly imaginary. Once the sounds of clinking cutlery faded out into nothing and the conversation had died down, it was decided that dinner was over. Auntie started stacking the dishes and picked up a pile to take to the kitchen. Katsuki's parents offered their help and Katsuki's, but Auntie just shook her head and said, "Guests shouldn't have to help clean up. Izuku can get the last stack for me and then I'll see you out." The old hag sighed and shook her head in disapproval, but a fond smile crept its way over her lips as she sat back down. Deku stood up and reached out for the stack of dishes his mother had referred to. His hands were shaking lightly, the nervousness having never completely dissipated despite all the chipper conversation. Katsuki probably would have thought the nerd was just always on edge if he hadn't seen him at the arcade. Back then, he'd been skipping around with a joyous expression on his face, no sign of anxiousness whatsoever when he didn't know Katsuki was there. It meant there had to be a reason, but what was the one here? Was it because Katsuki was there? "It's not like I'm gonna hit him right in front of his FING parents," he thought, though I guess he doesn't really have a way of knowing that. "It wouldn't be the worst thing I've done." Katsuki's gut twisted slightly at the thought, but he pretended it didn't. The green-haired boy picked up the stack of dishes and started heading towards the kitchen where his mother was. As he made his way around the table, though, his hip caught on the corner of the table and his shaky hands lost their grip on the smooth porcelain. Deku dove forward with faster reflexes than Katsuki would have ever expected from the nerd and just barely managed to save the plates, though they still clanked loudly and alerted everyone in the room. Auntie came running back in and the old hag and old man both got up immediately to check on Deku, who looked even more nervous than before, trembling slightly and sweat dampening his hairline. Hisashi got up a moment later, shooting a smile towards the concerned adults who were shooting question after question Deku's way and the old hag, who was just making jokes in an attempt to make the greenette feel better. "He's fine, don't worry. I'll help him take the dishes," the man said. The others nodded and as Hisashi gathered half of the stack in his own arms, sat back down. Katsuki, however, was suspicious. As Hisashi and Deku headed towards the kitchen, Katsuki got up as well, telling everyone he just needed to use the bathroom. Luckily, he was 10 times better at lying than stupid Deku, and nobody questioned him as he left the room. With everyone's backs turned, Katsuki slipped quietly into the kitchen, staying low to the ground and hiding in a corner behind the trash can where he was well out of sight. The smell wasn't exactly pleasant and the blonde felt far too cramped to be comfortable, but still he stayed, peeking out from behind the trash can to watch Deku and Hisashi. The two deposited their stacks into the sink wordlessly. Hisashi, by all means, looked perfectly calm and collected, but Deku had a white-knuckled grip on the edge of the sink, fear oozing from every pore in his body. It was as if the green-haired boy sensed something Katsuki didn't. "You made quite the scene in there, Izuku," Hisashi rumbled, and suddenly Katsuki could feel it too, the pressure of the simmering anger radiating off the dark-haired man. Deku audibly gulped, his eyes slowly making their way up to meet Hisashi's gaze. He opened his mouth to speak, probably to apologize, knowing him, but he was cut off by his father. "Don't even apologize. I don't want to hear it," Hisashi said before crossing his arms tightly over his chest and sighing deeply. "You know, it's a little disappointing." After a moment of silence, Deku tried again to speak. This time, Hisashi let him. What is? "The fact that despite all the years we've spent apart, you haven't grown at all. You haven't changed or accomplished anything. You are still so completely useless." The man seethed, the lips that were previously smiling and forming kind words dragged down in a ferocious snarl, hatred spilling from them like thick, black tar that apparently had Deku trapped. It held him in place, the green-haired boy doing nothing but standing there, his pupils flitting to the ground and focusing on the cracks in the tile, as his father spit words of disgust in his face. Katsuki willed his hands not to blow up the FING trash can right then and there. "I had hoped you would have become something by now. But you're still just the worthless little kid I made the mistake of bringing into this world." The man shook his head, clicking his tongue in a disapproving manner. "Just try not to give me any more reason to be ashamed of you." Hisashi turned away, then, plastering that fake, cordial expression on his face and stepping out of the kitchen like nothing happened. Deku stayed behind, his wild curls falling forward and hiding his face from view as he dipped his head. A minute passed, and Katsuki contemplated just getting up and revealing himself, but then Deku finally turned around, looking like his normal self and walking out of the kitchen as if his father hadn't just told him he was a mistake. Katsuki stood up as those green curls disappeared out of the doorway, a violent, searing anger coursing through his veins. Katsuki certainly did not like Hisashi, that was for sure. How could a father say such things to his only son? Katsuki had told the boy similar things he knew, but he wasn't Deku's father. No parent should ever talk to their children like that, no matter what. Katsuki may be a D-, but he wasn't entirely heartless. He would never wish that kind of home life on anyone, enemy or no. Katsuki needed to know more about this guy. And so, upon returning to the table where his parents were getting ready to leave, Katsuki asked a question absolutely no one expected, least of all Deku, who turned to look at him with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. "Oi, auntie, can I spend the night here? Oi, auntie, can I spend the night here?" The entire room had gone completely silent, everyone just staring at the blonde in shock. Auntie was the first to breach the quiet, her face breaking out into an expression of pure elation. She was beaming so wide it looked like it hurt. "Yes. Of course you can stay the night, Katsuki." "Oh, this is so exciting, you haven't stayed over since you were both tiny." Auntie continued to babble on about how wonderful it all was, clapping excitedly every once in a while everyone else stood there gaping at Katsuki like fish out of water. The old hag was the next one to speak up, clearing her throat and blinking rapidly as if to disperse the surprise and confusion. "Yeah, I guess that's fine, if it's all right with Izuku," she said, directing her gaze toward the green-haired boy who'd been absently staring at Katsuki in bewilderment since the words left the blonde's mouth. The old hag's voice finally seemed to snap him out of it at least somewhat, though. making Deku tear his eyes away from Katsuki and focus on her instead. It took a moment longer for Deku to process what she'd said, and when he did, he simply nodded, slow and mechanic. Katsuki felt his eyebrow twitch. What the F was wrong with the demon nerd? He was acting like he'd just been told he just died or some shit. The blonde supposed it didn't really matter, though, because the nerd had said yes anyway. He'd be staying the night. Oh God! Izuku groaned, face buried in his palms. Kaken is staying the night. Izuku was in the bathroom, leaning on the counter with his head in his hands. He'd retreated to its safety the second he'd gotten his bearings, needing some time to process whatever the hell just happened. Why? He mumbled softly to himself, pushing up from the counter and bracing himself against the wall instead. Why would Kaken ask to spend the night? It doesn't make sense. He hates me. Maybe so he could spend time with Mom? No, that doesn't make sense. Kaken doesn't like spending that much time around anyone, even people he likes. Maybe he's doing this to spite me somehow? He could be trying to make me uncomfortable, perhaps collect blackmail. No, he wouldn't go that far. Izuku rambled on, murmuring to himself all the possibilities. He probably sounded crazy to anyone that walked by, but he was too stuck in his head to care. Eventually, Izuku sagged against the wall, his brain having run out of steam from all the scenarios he thought up. No matter what he came up with, he just couldn't find an answer that was satisfying. He briefly thought that maybe he was growing on Kaken, and that was why he'd wanted to stay, but he discarded that idea right away, throwing it in the metaphorical trash and burning it to a crisp with a metaphorical flamethrower. Even if it wasn't as far-fetched of an idea as it was, Izuku wouldn't have been able to make himself believe it, not with his father's words on loop, ringing in his head like a constant reminder that he was still a freak of nature. He tried not to let words like that affect him, tried to keep his head up high and lock the thoughts of self-hatred away as best as he could. He bottled everything up, thinking that maybe if he ignored it all it would eventually just go away. But it didn't. Instead, it just built up, putting the bottle under more and more pressure until eventually it started to crack and tear. It was only a matter of time before it exploded completely, but Izuku still couldn't bring himself to acknowledge it. Admitting that he wasn't okay felt like he was failing himself, somehow. It felt as though he was admitting defeat, allowing life to yank him down. He knew it was irrational, but in his head he wasn't drowning until he said he was. Izuku looked up at his reflection and was startled to see the beginnings of tears in his eyes, making his emerald irises shine. He wiped them away quickly, only to notice his hands had started shaking. His heart beat like a sledgehammer in his chest and his breath shuddered and stalled. The panic hadn't engulfed him yet, he could think clearly and his lungs continued to pull oxygen in diligently, but he could feel it lurking around the corner, ready to pounce on him any second. When he got like this, usually only one thing helped. Izuku opened the cabinet doors below the sink and peered inside, eyes searching for the familiar black box that should be behind the main pipe. Then, Izuku's heart rate skyrocketed, a brief memory flashing behind his eyes. Once his arms were cleaned and bandaged, he'd slid the kit under his bed and tucked the razor back into its box. He then sat the razor on his bedside table, too tired to put it back in its place in the bathroom. I'll just put it back in the morning, he told himself. Oh God. He'd never put it back. A different kind of panic overtook Izuku as he sprung to his feet and ran out of the bathroom. He had to put that box up before somebody found it, before Kaken found it. The blonde had no sense of privacy when it came to Izuku. He'd look at whatever he found interesting whether the greenette wanted him to or not. Izuku reached his room only to find the door had already been opened and his heart stopped. He neared the open entrance and pushed it open further, a lump in his throat. There, sitting on the carpeted floor of Izuku's room, with a black box crumpled in his hand and an array of shiny metal razor blades laid out before him, was one red-eyed, volatile blonde. Abruptly, all of the fear, shame, and sadness drained out of him, leaving the green-haired boy pale and frozen as his mind tried to catch up with the situation. Izuku gulped. What happened now? Katsuki stared down at the contents of the dark little box he'd just opened, strewn out around him on the carpeted floor. He was alone, having walked into the room and looked around to entertain himself since Hisashi had left to go to the bar, apparently, and Deku was taking forever in the bathroom. He'd spotted the black box on the nerd's bedside table, looking so out of place among all his other colorful things, and grabbed it up intending to take a peek inside and then move on to something else when he inevitably found some meaningless nerdy sheet in there. That, however, was not what happened. Instead, all he saw upon opening that box was his own reflection, staring back up at him from small metal surfaces. He'd sat down and dumped them on the floor immediately, just to make sure that they really were what he thought they were. He'd stared down then at the collection, trying to make sense of it all. It didn't take long. He wasn't an idiot. He knew what this meant, knew what those razors were most likely used for. The hand holding the offending box squeezed shut as the information sunk in, unintentionally crushing the DMN thing. He didn't know how long he sat there for, staring at the slivers of metal absently, envisioning the nerd using them, pressing them into his flesh purposefully, before the bedroom door swung wide open. He didn't have to look to know who it was. The nerd had probably realized his mistake and had come running, but it was too late. Katsuki saw, and he'd never be able to unsee. Slowly, the blonde got to his feet, unfamiliar feelings roiling through him at light speed. He couldn't believe the ever-optimistic, determined and kind Deku would ever do this to himself. He was also aware, on some level, that this was at least partly his fault. Katsuki felt heavy. He felt angry, though he couldn't place why. "Show me your effing arms, Deku." Katsuki spoke, twisting where he stood to stare the green-haired boy in the eyes. Deku appeared frozen in place, his freckled hands still glued to the doorknob, his green eyes stuck to the ground where Katsuki had been, where the evidence of his struggles laid. "Deku!" Katsuki reiterated, voice no louder but filled with a warning. It did the trick, snapping Deku out of his daze in a flash. The timid boy stepped inside hesitantly and closed the door behind him, a look of pure dread hanging over his features. The blonde walked over to him, closing the distance because Deku obviously wasn't going to do it himself. He grabbed onto the smaller boy's wrist gently, gentler than he'd touched the greenette in a long time, and glanced up into shame-filled irises. "Show me, Deku." Deku's Adam's apple bobbed in his throat as he swallowed thickly, a shaky hand coming up to grip the sleeve just below Katsuki's hand. Deku's eyes flicked upward, locking onto Katsuki's for a split second before falling back to the cloth clutched between his fingers. Gradually, he pulled the sleeve back, revealing pale, marred skin. Lines of split flesh littered the greenette's forearm. Some were old, just long, white raised bumps. Others were newer, pink and obviously having scabbed over only recently. Katsuki's hand gripped Deku's wrist tighter instinctively and his red irises stayed fixed on the other's arm, the sight temporarily completely overwhelming the blonde. No wonder the freckled boy had reacted so harshly at the convenience store. Hot, burning tears erupted from Katsuki's eyes, leaving scorching trails along his cheeks as they descended. Katsuki gasped at the alien sensation. He hadn't cried since he was a little kid. The blonde finally let go of Deku's wrist and instead dug the heel of his palm into his eyes to stop the teardrops still threatening to spill. "Kaken? Are you okay? Why are you cry dash? Shut up." The blonde cried out, rubbing his face roughly in an attempt to get rid of any leftover evidence. "I was only crying because dash." Katsuki paused, floundering briefly for a response. Somewhere inside, he was aware of the reason. It had been poking and prodding at him since the first time he'd noticed Deku's exhaustion. It was just beneath the surface, waiting to break free, but he still just wasn't quite ready to admit it yet. Close, but not there. "Because this is my fault. This is my guilt, and also my failure. That's why." It wasn't a complete lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. It didn't satisfy Katsuki, but it was evidently enough for Deku, who frowned at Katsuki and shook his head wildly. "No. Kaken, this isn't your fault. I made the decision to do this myself." The blonde clicked his tongue. "Yeah, but would you have done that to yourself if I hadn't have treated you the way I did?" The greenette stalled at that, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately just closing it again, averting his eyes guiltily. Katsuki clenched his fists tightly, having been hoping for a different response despite knowing this was what it would be. "You helped, but you weren't the cause, Kaken. I think I probably kept it up because of you, but I didn't start because of you. Deku said quietly, startling the blonde slightly. So it's not completely your fault. You shouldn't take the blame. The green-haired boy stated earnestly, looking at Katsuki with nothing but sincerity. Although he still felt guilty about helping the nerd's horrible habit persist, he also felt relieved at the words, knowing he wasn't the one to start it. If Katsuki didn't, though, who did? As far as he knew, no one treated Deku worse than Katsuki himself. Then why the F, did you start? Katsuki asked after a brief moment. Who the F caused you so much pain that you do that to your own FNG arm? All the shitheads at school just follow my lead, none of them would do something worse than I have. Deku shuffled uncomfortably where he stood, dropping his eyes back to his feet. It's kind of a long story. And it's hard for me to talk about. The greenette said quietly, bowing his head and letting his curls obscure the majority of his face. Katsuki clicked his tongue and walked over to Deku's bed, sitting down on the edge and patting the spot next to him. Deku took the hint and made his way over to sit next to the blonde. Deku, I just found out you've been mutilating yourself for God knows how effing long. I think I should get to know why. Deku still looked unconvinced. Katsuki sighed and turned to face him more head-on. Look, Deku, I'm not gonna try and use this against you or laugh in your face or any of the shit you're probably thinking right now, alright? Just tell me. Deku studied him for a second, green eyes hesitant and calculating. Promise. Katsuki rolled his eyes, but said with complete seriousness anyway, promise, nerd. Deku's shoulders slumped at that and the boy let out a long sigh. Okay, I'll tell you if you really want to know, but it isn't exactly a fun story, the green-haired boy relented. Katsuki grunted his acknowledgement and got comfortable on the bed as Deku took a deep breath in, preparing to reveal his history. Izuku sat comfortably against his mother's chest, watching as All Might struck down yet another bad guy. He was so cool. He's so cool. He voiced aloud, glancing up between his parents to confirm that they, too, thought he was cool. They both smiled and nodded in agreement, Hisashi's hand coming down to settle lazily on top of Izuku's soft mop of unruly curls. Of course he's cool, Zuku. He has to be cool if you like him, the man said sweetly, earning a giggle from Inko and a cheer from Izuku. Izuku grinned widely, pleased, and cuddled further into his mother's chest. They stayed like that for a while, all curled up together on the couch as they watched heroes and villains battle it out on the other side of the screen. Before long, however, his mother was kissing his forehead and shifting him off her lap so she could get started on dinner. Izuku swiveled his head around to face Hisashi, who picked him up by the sides when Izuku made grabby hands. The man continued to hold him, digging his digits into Izuku's side slightly, making the little Izuku burst into loud giggles and squirm fiercely in an attempt to free himself from the powerful fingers. Daddy! Tickles! The small boy screeched in complaint, patting at the large hands weakly with the flat of his palms. Tickles? You want tickles? Hisashi asked, smile bright and teasing. Izuku gasped and shook his head violently, fluffy curls tangling further with the movement. No! He yelled, no tickle. The 3-year-old toddler was cut off as Hisashi's fingers moved relentlessly against his sides. Izuku squealed loudly and kicked out his tiny feet, but they missed his father by a mile. Hisashi laughed heartily at the reaction and continued the good-natured assault for a minute, watching as Izuku's freckles were gradually buried beneath a healthy pink, before he finally relented and set his son down on his tiny feet. Izuku wiped away the tears that had begun forming at the corners of his eyes with chubby little fists, a happy, goofy little smile pinned on his face. So mean, Daddy! Izuku shouted, playfully indignant. Ah, but you love me anyway, don't you, Zuku? Hisashi pulled the little boy gently into his lap, grabbing a nearby brush and combing out the knots in his shamrock green hair with practiced ease. Izuku hummed, pressing his index finger to his pouting lips in contemplation. Hisashi ceased in his ministrations, pulling back slightly to give Izuku the best-kicked puppy look he could muster. Izuku's mirthful expression was quickly replaced by one of concern and guilt, his lower lip jutting out in a real pout. Daddy, no. Don't be sad. I was just joking. Izuku rushed to reassure him, jumping restlessly in his lap. I love you, Daddy, always. You know that. The little boy said before wrapping his small arms around his father the best he could and pressing a chubby, freckled cheek to the other man's chest. Hisashi chuckled again, softly, and cradled the back of Izuku's small head in his hand. I'll love you too, Izuku, no matter what. Always. Izuku felt his heart crack when the doctor told him. Felt it stutter in his chest when he was told to give up on his dream, the realization that no, he really couldn't be like All Might looming ominously over him. But it was okay, it would be alright because he still had his mommy and daddy who loved him very, very much and they would help him get through this. He was sure of it. Another little crack wedged itself into Izuku's beating heart when they got home that day and his mother told Hisashi what the doctor said. Izuku had looked up at him, hopeful and expectant. He stood waiting for the soft coos of sympathy that were sure to follow such news, the warm arms that would hold him close and protect him from the cruelness of the world. But Hisashi didn't even look at him. The man didn't say a word. He simply stared down at his coffee mug, steam still rising steadily from the rim, before standing, turning on his heel, and leaving the room as if nothing had been said. Izuku gripped the fabric of his shirt between the chubby fingers of his free hand, a habit that would persist throughout the years, and called out to him. Daddy, wait. He stared pleadingly at the empty space before him and tugged on his mother, whose hand was wrapped firmly around his own. Mommy, let me go. I have to go get Daddy. He didn't notice the way his mother's eyes glossed over with unshed tears, too focused on the hallway his father had disappeared down. I wanna dash, the little boy hiccuped. Inko knelt down then and cupped a pudgy cheek, gently encouraging those big, innocent eyes to train on her instead. They did, Izuku's bright emerald irises shining with uncertainty, hurt, and betrayal. Mommy, he started, his small voice so impossibly fragile, Daddy still loves me, right? The tears brimming Inko's lashes poured down her cheeks, her heart lurching for her son in a way it never could for herself, and she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around the child she loved so dearly. Oh, Izuku, of course. We could never stop loving you, she told him. Izuku clung to her desperately, trying his hardest to fight back the tears. She was right. His mama was always right. Daddy still loved him. He had to. Hisashi refused to even glance his way. Inko assured him it would pass, pet his head and told him a parent couldn't just stop loving their child, no matter what. Izuku didn't really believe her, but he held onto those words with everything he had, kept them close and played them on repeat in his head when sleep wouldn't come. But things only got worse. The man he adored with all his heart wouldn't speak to him, wouldn't touch him. It was like he wasn't even there, as if he simply ceased to exist. Despite the warmth his mother radiated, Izuku felt cold. Somewhere along the line, Mommy's reassurances changed from, "Of course he loves you, sweetie, I promise. It's just a phase," to, "You know I love you, my little Izuku. I'll love you no matter what. Always." How was she supposed to know those were the same words his father once murmured to him? She didn't, and so she kept saying them, and every time, Izuku could feel his expectations for life crumbling away, becoming nothing more than a child's daydreams. Izuku was sinking. He was being torn open at the seams, pulled apart and broken by not only his very nature, not only the peers and teachers who he once thought of as friends, but by the one person who was meant to hold him together. If his own father couldn't love him, how could anyone? How could he? Izuku's heart truly broke, for the first time, just days before his 5th birthday. Izuku watched, helplessly, as the blurry figure of his father walked towards the door, suitcase in hand. He could hear the sound of his mother's sobs from somewhere behind him, but he didn't have the courage to look back at her face. So he reached forward instead, small, tubby fingers grasping thin air desperately as the life he knew slipped out from underneath him. Distantly, he could hear himself sobbing, could feel the wetness of tear tracks making their way down his cheeks and tracing the corners of his lips. The TV was the only source of light in the room, the colors on screen flicking across the furniture and dancing along their flesh in rapid succession. He wasn't paying any attention to that, though. His focus was on the man he knew and trusted and loved walking out of the door, walking out of their lives forever. His father stilled in the doorway and turned halfway towards Izuku, the pretty colors spilling over his back and blanketing his front in darkness. Izuku smiled at the pause, crawling towards him on wobbly hands and knees, hope blooming in his chest like a hesitant flower. Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he was staying after all. Maybe he realized he really did love Mommy and their little boy. Maybe he realized Izuku was worth it. "Don't come near me, Izuku." His father spoke, voice low and angry, and Izuku stopped. The hope that had so quickly sprouted in his chest wilted just as fast. It shriveled up inside him, leaving a frigid, empty space behind and a bitter taste on his tongue. "You're not my son," he growled out, his harsh voice so full of hatred. "You're nothing. You're useless and worthless and a complete waste of my time. You are a disappointment." He continued, spitting out the last word like poison, like the very sound of it rotted his eardrums. Izuku's eyes went wide, the room now silent. He could no longer hear his mother's desperate sobs. Couldn't hear his own deafening gasps for air, or the click of the door when his father finally left. All he could hear was the war of murmured thoughts and whispers filling his mind like a heavy cloud. "It's your fault. Quirkless. You failed him. Quirkless. You're a freak of nature. Quirkless. You're worthless and useless. Quirkless. You couldn't do anything. Quirkless. He's gone because you aren't enough. Quirkless. It's your fault." His heart rammed wildly against his ribcage and guilt swelled deep in his gut. It engulfed his young, frail body and kept him nailed to the spot as he hunched over, gulps for breath becoming heaves and soft cries crumbling into broken, choking sobs that threatened to spill the contents of his stomach, and ultimately, Izuku didn't know when his mother had picked him up and carried him to bed, whispering soft apologies and sweet promises into his ear. It felt like an eternity he'd spent laying on their living room floor, watching the colors of the TV paint blurry, nondescript scenes on the white wall. He didn't sleep that night. He didn't sleep very much at all after that, actually. And when he did, his dreams were full of tall men with dark curls, uttering words of disappointment and hatred not unlike the things others began to say, the things he began telling himself. Izuku never told his mother of his nightmares. He kept his mouth clamped shut when Kaken asked what his parents thought of him being quirkless. He didn't tell his teachers why there were now only 2 stick figures in his drawings or explained why he stopped showing up to school with the special bento box his father had bought him. He stopped telling anybody anything after that. Deku's voice grew tremulous as he ended his story, his eyes filling with salty tears. "He taught me that I shouldn't love myself," the green-haired boy said, sounding choked as the tears squeezed their way out and dripped off his chin, making soft thuds on the bed and soaking into the comforter. "He was the first one to tell me I didn't matter, and because he's my father, I believed him." The greenette turned to him, then with an expression of pure heartbreak, and suddenly whatever damn Katsuki had built inside himself came crashing down. "I still do," Deku confessed, his voice strained and high-pitched as he struggled to stay coherent. Katsuki watched as Deku dissolved, then, sobs racking through the green-haired boy's body. His shoulders shook and his body trembled as brutal cries ripped themselves from his throat. He looked so small, so defeated. He curled into himself and his breath shuddered. Whatever he'd been feeling, hiding, pushing down, had exploded out and overtook him. Katsuki, unsure, reached out and hesitantly threaded shaking fingers through the other boy's hair, gentle and slow and so unlike the Katsuki the greenette was used to. Deku leaned into the touch and pressed himself against Katsuki, searching desperately for comfort. He looked up at him, fingers clenched in the material of Katsuki's sweatshirt and red-rimmed eyes spilling with torrent after torrent of unending tears. There were bags under his eyes and a pitiful lilt to his lips that screamed, "Please, help me." Katsuki's heart stuttered in his chest. He knew that the other boy hadn't been happy, even before he'd found out Deku's secret. He hadn't looked happy in a while. But he hadn't expected this, not even close. He'd assumed, stupidly, that the nerd was infallible when it came to things like this. To emotions and pain. It was one of the things he had despised about him. The fact that he could face any situation with a smile and come out on the other side later with nary a scratch had always irked Katsuki. The blonde had felt so inferior watching him. He hadn't realized it was a mask, a show, something Deku did and wore not only to trick the people around him but to convince himself. The Deku sitting in front of him was not the smiling child he had once known. He wasn't the one he'd beaten up on the playground when they were little, or even the one whose notebook he'd burnt and thrown out the window. This Deku was completely and utterly broken, an exhausted, overburdened version of his younger self. It couldn't have been easy to keep pushing forward, to continue to stay so positive and kind despite the way he had been so obviously shattered on the inside. Looking down at him then, thousands of memories replayed in his head. Images of a lonely child, tears streaming down his chubby freckled cheeks and disappearing into the corners of his wobbly smile as he offered his help to those who didn't deserve it. Visions of a scrawny young boy, trembling in his grasp and the smell of smoke filling the air, defending his dream as others laughed. He remembered the crack in his facade when Katsuki had told him to kill himself. When he'd asked who told him he could be a hero. When he'd yelled, shouted, screamed all of the things he so clearly hated about himself to his face every single day. All because he'd been scared and insecure. All at once, and a little too late, Katsuki realized he did care about Deku. He was forced to face the reality that he didn't really want to hurt the green-haired boy anymore. It was obvious to Katsuki, now, that the teen sitting in front of him never really did anything wrong. He'd never meant to upset Katsuki or make him feel inadequate. It wasn't Deku's fault Katsuki couldn't handle being anything less than perfection itself. Deku wasn't to blame when Katsuki looked at him and saw all the reasons he wasn't that. The boy with freckled cheeks, with a heart bigger than the sun itself and intentions of gold, was perfect in all the ways Katsuki couldn't be, and so Katsuki had tried to destroy him. Katsuki knew now he wasn't the only one. It seemed as though the world itself had tried its best to cripple Izuku Midoriya, and in some ways it had succeeded. Katsuki's gut twisted painfully, and this time, Katsuki recognized the feeling as true guilt, a pain brought about by wronging someone you cared for. He allowed himself to feel it, let it thrum through his veins with every beat of his heart. He wasn't really the sentimental or apologetic type, but he did always believe in punishment and consequences. This intense feeling of guilt and shame, this was his punishment. As for his consequences, well, he figured everything that came after this was a consequence. He knew he'd never really change, being an a-hole was just who he was, but every day would be a struggle to accept his own imperfections and dull the sharp edges of his harsh personality. Katsuki, by no means, was prepared to say any of that aloud, however. Just the thought of telling Deku that he was wrong, that he cared about him, felt like such a huge blow to his pride it made him feel sick. It was already dizzying just admitting it to himself. But that didn't mean he'd just sit around and do nothing. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't afraid of a mess. He'd helped create this, and he'd helped fix it. Katsuki wrapped his arms around the still shaking boy and allowed the other to crawl into his lap. He sat there for a long time, just holding the green-haired boy and letting him soak his sweatshirt with tears, slobber, and snot. He didn't complain once, not even when the nerd shoved his face in the crook of his neck and wet his skin too. At last, Deku's sobs quieted into sniffles and his ragged breaths smoothed out into long, even breaths. The greenette burrowed deeper into his large pink hoodie and scooted further into Katsuki's lap, seemingly content to cuddle up to the blonde whether he was crying or not. Get out of my lap if you're done crying, nerd. Katsuki told him when a minute passed and he still hadn't moved, though his voice was a little softer than usual. Deku startled and scrambled out of his lap, a blush on his face, but he didn't have that anguished expression any longer. Feel better, nerd? Katsuki asked, watching as Deku's lips twitched up into a small grin. Yeah, I really do. Thank you for comforting me, Kaken. Even if it was only out of guilt for failing as a hero. Katsuki just nodded mutely, not bothering to correct the greenette. It wasn't that he didn't care to, he just couldn't bring himself to tell Deku the truth. At least not yet. Admitting to himself that he was wrong was one thing, but admitting he was wrong to someone else? Let alone Deku, who was the centerpiece in all his moral dilemmas and a significant part of his life. Yeah, no, not happening. Deku shifted on the bed, bringing his freckled hands into his lap and playing absently with the fabric of his shorts. "So what now?" he asked, peeking up at Katsuki shyly through long lashes. Katsuki fervently ignored the slight flutter of his stomach at the sight. He was not delving into whatever that meant right now, and instead lifted himself from the bed. "Well, for starters, we should go tell Auntie what you've been doing to yourself." Deku's eyes widened at that, the green-haired boy shooting off the bed and grabbing onto the blonde's arm with both hands in the span of a second. "Please don't," Deku squeaked, looking up at Katsuki imploringly. "Why the not? I think your mother deserves to know what her son's been doing." Katsuki barked. "She's going through so much already, Kaken. She's so stressed all the time, she doesn't need this on top of that." Deku's grip on his arm tightened. "Please, Kaken. Please." Katsuki narrowed his eyes and stared down at the freckled boy's pleading face for a long while, mulling it over. "Fine," he conceded eventually, just when the nerd had started to become visibly nervous. At his answer, however, Deku positively lit up, and immediately there were 1,000 different "thank yous" and "I'm in your debt" spewing from the greenette's lips. But Katsuki interrupted Deku's spiel, making his face fall. "This dash," the blonde started, pointing towards Deku's arm, "can't keep happening. Talk to the school therapist instead or something." Hell, Katsuki might have to pay her a visit himself, considering the amount of shit he had to think about after tonight. It wouldn't be the biggest hit he's had to take to his pride thus far. Besides, he'd made a promise to himself to be better, and as long as he was here admitting things to himself, he could confess he didn't really know where to start. Deku started, interrupting Katsuki's train of thought. The freckled boy bit his lower lip lightly, casting his gaze to the floor before speaking again. "I really can't. I'm busy all the time outside of school, and I need all my time in school to study. I'll fall behind otherwise." Katsuki thought over the words for a minute before clearing his throat, his cheeks tinging pink slightly. "Well, maybe you can, just, if you feel like cutting, just text me, all right? We can talk about it. Or whatever." A brief moment of silence passed, where everything was completely still and neither of them said a thing. Then, tears were springing to Deku's eyes faster than Katsuki could blink, and suddenly the nerd was on him, hugging him tightly. Katsuki turned a vibrant shade of red and yelled, "Get off!" He pushed the greenette's face away, attempting to pry him off, but the guy was stronger than he looked. Funny, he didn't remember the nerd being this strong before. Once he finally managed to extract himself from the green-haired boy's clingy hold, he pushed the nerd onto the bed and walked over to where the razors were still splayed out on the floor. "Get some FNG sleep, nerd. I'll get rid of the razors." The blonde grumbled, crouching down to carefully gather the metal pieces and wrap them in a light blue handkerchief he kept in his pocket. Deku hummed his assent and Katsuki got up, razors in hand. "Well, in handkerchief." When Katsuki got back a few minutes later, there was a sleeping pad already made and laid out on the floor, next to the bed where Deku had apparently already fallen asleep. His breakdown must have tired him out. Katsuki huffed slightly and flicked off the light, patting his way over to the homemade bed quietly. As he settled under the blankets and closed his eyes, Katsuki whispered into the darkness, "Night, Deku." Getting up in the morning was easier that day than Izuku remembered it being in a long time. Kaken had left before Izuku had even gotten up, presumably to get clothes and school supplies from his house before school. "I have to remember to thank him when I see him next," he thought, pulling on his black middle school uniform. It was because of Kaken he'd slept so soundly, after all. The green-haired boy got ready for school with a smile on his face, appreciating the warmth from the sun's soft glow as it spilled in through the window and painted his room orange. He felt so light, he hadn't even realized just how heavy the burden he'd been carrying was until it was lifted from his shoulders. The freckled boy checked himself in the mirror, picking at and messing with his curls a little before giving up and grabbing his things. He skipped all the way to school and sat down at an unusually clean desk, prepared to absorb as much information as possible. The day was turning out to be a good one, and he wouldn't let it go to waste. And when Kaken walked through the door, Izuku did thank him, to which the blonde responded with a low snarl of, "Shut the F up." So, essentially, exactly what Izuku had expected. Izuku had just smiled back at the angry boy, much to the latter's chagrin. The greenette managed to stay focused the entire day, the pages of his notebook filled with so much detail the words were beginning to get crammed in the corners. He was able to appreciate the view from the roof come lunchtime instead of just mindlessly shoveling his food into his mouth like usual, and smiling didn't feel so painful or forced. The air felt so crisp and everything looked so alive. It wasn't that he was euphoric, far from it. He just felt normal, and that wasn't something he'd had the privilege of feeling lately. To him, it was a luxury, and he cherished every second of it. Izuku was making his way out of school when a blue sneaker shoved its way into his path. The green-haired boy didn't have enough time to react and hit the foot, tumbling down to the ground before he could catch himself. His face hit the concrete hard and the taste of copper filled his mouth. The boys who tripped him snickered and made snide remarks as they walked away, sparing a glance back as Izuku got up, but nothing more. And suddenly, Izuku's chipper mood came crashing down on his head. The weight came right back, and abruptly all the greenette wanted to do was lay down in bed and stop existing for a while. It was such a drastic shift in his frame of mind that he almost forgot he'd been feeling good at all. Izuku got up anyway, though, and continued on, a small spark of irritation igniting in his chest. It didn't make sense. He was bullied constantly, he was used to it, and the rest of the day had gone just fine. Such a small act shouldn't make him feel so miserable. What is wrong with me? He thought to himself. This isn't normal, is it? The teen sighed and shook his head. It was fine, the mood change was probably only temporary. Besides, he had things he had to do, whether he was in good spirits or not. And so Izuku worked just like normal, pushing himself past his limits with all might and then pushing himself even further at work, ignoring the signs his body kept sending him, begging him to stop. Nothing was different from any other day, and yet that misery never faded, and when Izuku closed up the shop that night, he felt so much more exhausted than usual. He thought he'd already hit the wall as far as that went, but apparently that particular hole was bottomless. He also realized, with moderate alarm, that he didn't really remember much of the day after he'd been tripped. In the moment, it had felt like time was crawling along at a snail's pace, every moment so excruciatingly clear. But now that it was all over with, and he was standing there with the daylight hours behind him, it seemed as though it had all gone in a blur. He tried harder to recall all of the events, but his thoughts were muddled and hazy, like they were buried beneath a layer of fog, and Izuku just didn't have the energy to sift through them. When Izuku's attention refocused on the world around him, he discovered he was in his room. Startled, Izuku pulled out his phone and checked the time, just to make sure he'd actually walked there and wasn't quirked there or something. Sure enough, the jump in time suggested he'd simply been operating on autopilot. The greenette plopped down on the edge of his bed and buried his face in his hands, not bothering to turn the light on. He needed to sleep, that much was clear, but despite how tired he felt, he knew sleep wouldn't come. He'd just end up laying there for who knows how long, staring at the wall and wishing, hoping, pleading for sleep to overtake him, but it wouldn't. Not for hours, at least. That's how it had been for a long time, especially recently, and he doubted tonight was any different. This is so unfair, his inner voice whispered pathetically. It isn't, but life isn't fair. You know this, and it's never held you back before. But this isn't something I can control. I can't do anything. I've never really been able to. My dream would have already been lost if not for All Might. He saw something in you, though, right? He chose you for a reason. You must be worth something. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. On my own, I'm useless. Worthless. I'm nobody. He could have easily chosen anyone else. I shouldn't think like this. But I'm just not sure I'll ever be good enough. Izuku's hands began to feel damp and the boy noticed he'd started crying. The greenette lifted his head a little, staring at his wet hands as tears made their way down his cheeks. He didn't know what to do. He wanted release, wanted to grab the little black box that used to sit underneath the sink, wanted to press the metal to his skin and feel the pain that reminded him whose life this was, who was in the driver's seat. He wrapped his arms around himself, his nails beginning to dig into his pale flesh. Then, Kaken's words echoed in his head. Just, if you feel like cutting, just text me, all right? We can talk about it. Or whatever. Izuku released his arms and immediately reached for his phone, but paused when his hand hovered only millimeters above it. Should he text Kaken? He was probably just saying that he doesn't really want to sit and hear me talk about my problems. But he did offer, maybe this could be a way for Kaken and I to grow closer. I don't want to burden him, though. I don't want to burden him, but at the same time. Izuku sighed heavily and grabbed his phone, sending a text to Kaken, collision, before he could change his mind. Hey, it's Izuku. Or Deku, I guess. You probably don't have my name saved in your phone. Anyway, you said the other day to text you when I feel like hurting myself, and I guess I kind of am right now. Sorry if this is annoying. No sooner than Izuku put down his phone did it ding back at him, alerting him Kaken had replied. He quickly looked, half prepared to see an annoyed text telling him to shut up and go to sleep. Instead, all the other had said was, "Meet me at the park in 20. The park, huh? Izuku hadn't been there since he was a little kid, playing ball with the other little boys and laughing along with them until it inevitably became being laughed at. His memories of the place were very bittersweet. Izuku slipped on his shoes and pulled on a jacket haphazardly before slipping out of the house as quietly as possible. He descended the steps of his apartment complex and stepped out onto the sidewalk as he zipped his jacket up, making his way down the street and towards his childhood park. Everything was quiet and still, most people having already gone to bed. The sound of his shoes hitting the concrete sounded so loud in the silence. As soon as Izuku rounded the corner to enter the park, he spotted a hunched-over blonde, sitting on a swing, scrolling through his phone and bathing his ever-scowling face in white light. Izuku stopped to stare for a minute before he realized he was being pretty creepy and stepped into the park, his feet thudding against the dirt beneath his feet and alerting the other of his presence. Katsuki looked up at the sound of footsteps only to stare straight into nervous, green irises. The freckled boy was making his way over to him slowly, playing with the hems of his sleeves anxiously. Katsuki locked his phone and slid it into his back pocket as he leaned on the chain of the leather swing he was sat in. Deku stopped a couple feet away from him, still obviously unsure. The blonde just rolled his eyes and slapped the seat of the swing next to him, sending pieces of chipped red paint fluttering to the soil beneath them. Hurry up and sit down, shitty nerd. I don't want to have to pick your butt up from the ground if you have another breakdown. Deku gulped but nodded, hesitantly taking a seat on the swing next to Katsuki. His hands gripped the chain tightly and his eyes stayed trained on the ground. Honestly, Katsuki had no idea what he was doing. He knew he wasn't the best with words, he wouldn't be able to offer any comfort, and there was no way Deku didn't know that. The school therapist, whom he'd gone to see at school earlier in the day, told him that sometimes all someone needed was a person willing to listen. He wasn't sure if that was really enough, but it's not like he knew of anything else to do. He could be honest with him and offer his advice, but he knew he'd probably just end up being too harsh and scaring the little sheet off. Plus, there were some things you just couldn't give advice for. He hadn't gone through the things Deku had and continued to. The blonde was confident about most things, having navigated the majority of obstacles in his life with an ease others envied, but there was always something about the nerd that had forever stumped him. When it came to those green curls and freckled cheeks, Katsuki usually found himself at a complete loss, and it seemed now was no exception. Speaking of green curls and freckled cheeks, Deku was still just staring at his stupid red sneakers and choking the metal chains to death. Katsuki huffed and, before he even really thought about it, clicked his tongue and said, "Just effing spit it out, already." The nerd flinched slightly, and the word, sheet, briefly flashed in Katsuki's mind, but then Deku was gathering his wits and taking a shaky breath. The timid boy finally broke the silence. "I think there's something wrong with me." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. He hadn't been expecting that. I don't really know how to explain it to you. It kind of like static. Like my head is just full of it. It's all I see, all I hear, all I feel." Deku's lips grew wobbly, a clear sign the tears weren't far behind. "I don't get it," Katsuki confessed. "What the hell does static mean?" Nothing that was coming out of the nerd's mouth made sense to him. He was feeling static? "Sorry," the other said, taking a moment to calm himself down and keep the waterworks at bay a little longer. "I guess I just feel miserable all the time." But it's not. A sad miserable. Well, it kind of is, just not really? Oh no, I'm not making any sense again. Deku looked pained, his face contorting in a flurry of emotions Katsuki couldn't decipher. Oi, calm down. You're not on a time limit, dipshit. Despite the coarseness of his words, they seemed to relax the greenette somewhat. His fingers went slack on the metal links still in his grasp and his expression softened. The green-haired boy sat there for a while, just regulating his breathing and focusing intensely on something Katsuki couldn't see or hear. The blonde waited patiently as someone like him could, at any rate, kicking the dirt until Deku was ready to talk again. Finally, the green-haired boy turned to meet Katsuki's stare, a forlorn, conflicted look adorning his features. I hate waking up in the mornings, he started, his voice soft and 1,000 times calmer than what it had been. And I know everyone hates waking up in the mornings, but I really hate it. I hate going to sleep at night because I dread waking up the next morning. Though sleep never comes easy for me anyway, and when it does, I get nightmare after nightmare. And I'm tired all the time. And yes, I don't get good sleep and I work a lot. It's perfectly reasonable I'd be tired all the time, but it's more than that. It's like, you know that kind of tired you get after a really long, arduous test and you just don't want to do anything for a while? It's like that, but constantly. I can't escape it. It's always there, weighing me down. Even doing small things is so stressful. It feels impossible thinking about all the things I have to do every day. I just want to scream at the top of my lungs and make it all go away. To make it worse, I can't stop hating myself. I don't want to. I've been trying for so long to love myself. I keep my head up no matter what happens. I keep trying and working and lying to myself. I tell myself all these things I don't believe in the hopes that it'll eventually start to feel more true, but it never does. Why doesn't it, Kakin? Why do I feel so heavy and sad and numb all the time? Why do I feel so guilty just for existing? Why is it that the littlest things can ruin my day? Why am I starting to feel so hopeless? What's wrong with me? The green-haired boy's voice cracked at the end, the tears he'd managed to keep suppressed all that time finally beginning to drip down his face. They poured down his face in all directions, wetting the corners of his nose, gliding over freckles and curving down the underside of his jaw, falling from his chin and splattering on the faded, red leather seat of the rusty old swing. The light from a nearby lamppost provided just enough glow to see, framing the greenette's anguish in a way that shouldn't have been as pretty as it was. Belatedly, Katsuki realized Deku was waiting for an answer. I don't know. Katsuki told him honestly, too taken aback to be embarrassed by that fact. He'd thought the nerd's previous breakdown would be as bad as it got, but apparently he was wrong. This situation wasn't nearly as panicky or outwardly severe, but it was heavier. What Deku had just described to him, it was something Katsuki had never known, had never even been around. Once again, Katsuki found himself floundering, searching what was supposed to be his endless knowledge, for some kind of idea, some direction as to what to say or do next. But he found nothing. Deku always had a way of exposing all of Katsuki's doubts, all his inadequacies and gaps in the guise of supremacy he always held up. Just the sight of the greenette had always incited emotions that made the blonde feel so uncertain, and it scared Katsuki. But despite the way his brain was telling him to push the other away, to get rid of the problem and run away from himself, he wouldn't. Anyone with a soul would say Deku's problems were more important than Katsuki's self-pity right now, and despite what a lot of people thought, Katsuki did have a soul. A very rough, hardened, and spiky soul. So the red-eyed boy leaned forward and dug his fingers into Deku's hair. And then dunked his head down, folding the other boy in half. Deku squeaked, but made no attempt to remove Katsuki's hand. Idiot. We'll figure it out, all right? What all do you gotta do tomorrow? Deku, who was looking up at Katsuki as best he could from under his hand, stuttered, well, tomorrow's really busy for me. Actually, every day is busy for me, but my afternoon on Friday is free, the greenette offered, an apologetic and sheepish look on his face. Katsuki frowned a bit but nodded, finally releasing the nerd's head and letting him sit up properly again. All right, Come over to my house after school on Friday, then. We'll research it. Deku's eyes blew wide, and, unsurprisingly, flushed a light pink, a beaming smile splitting his face. Don't effing make that face at me, Katsuki sneered, but Deku only giggled a little in response. Deku was getting less fearful around Katsuki since his breakdown, and the blonde didn't know how to feel about that. It was probably a good thing, he knew that, but that didn't mean the little sheik got to be a snarky little a-hole. Katsuki flicked his nose and made him whine instead. Don't let the sheik go to your head. You're not a special snowflake, a-hole. I know, Kaken, I know, Deku said, a small grin on his face. Katsuki clicked his tongue but left it at that, opting to change topics. So did this, Katsuki gestured vaguely between them, help at all? The green-haired boy looked contemplative for a moment, then, and Katsuki felt his heart squeeze a little in apprehension. Yeah, I think it did. I feel a little better. The greenette said eventually. Katsuki felt himself relax and hummed in reply, already getting up from the swing. Good, I guess. I'm gonna go home. You should too. I'll see you tomorrow, Kaken. Deku said, rising from his seat as well. Katsuki turned around and headed off, then, not bothering to return the wave the greenette was most definitely sending his way. As Katsuki dragged himself all the way home, tired as hell after being woken up, he thought about what the green-haired boy had told him. He wasn't really sure if something was wrong with him, but what he'd described sure as hell didn't sound normal. Most people didn't have trouble sleeping, feel horrible all the time, hate and hurt themselves, or get feelings of hopelessness. Just how long had the nerd been feeling this way? What did it mean that he felt that way? Was it a result of all the bullying? Is this my fault? The night air, somehow, felt less still than it had an hour earlier. The quiet was relaxing, a comfort where previously it had been so painfully obvious. Izuku hardly noticed the sound his shoes made on the pavement this time around. I know Kaken said he would do this for me, Izuku thought to himself, but I almost can't believe he actually did. I guess this is his way of taking responsibility. Izuku sighed and looked up at the inky sky, following the trails of light the stars emitted and connecting the dots. He could have just apologized. He's acting like he actually... Izuku halted briefly, standing still as his eyes traced vague and imaginary creatures in the twinkling light, before the greenette shook his head and huffed, moving forward once more. Huh? No, that's stupid. Kaken goes the extra mile for everything. The fact that he's doing this for me doesn't really mean anything. A small grin stretched his lips despite the way his contentment curdled a little inside him. Even if his relationship with Kaken wasn't really everything he'd hoped it would be when they were younger, he couldn't help but continue to admire the other boy. He put his entire being into everything he did and, for whatever reason, Izuku couldn't seem to tear his eyes away from the show. As Izuku rounded a corner, the steps leading up to his apartment became visible in the distance, and Izuku hurried towards them. It was late and he needed as much sleep as he could get. Izuku fumbled with his keys once he reached the door, inserting them into the lock and opening the door with only a little struggle. Izuku knew something was off the second he stepped into the house. The energy in the air shifted, everything felt cold and charged, as if one wrong move would send everything hurtling towards some unforeseen demise. The feeling had Izuku's hairs standing on end, a fear more intense than even he was used to trickling down his spine and constricting his airways. Izuku realized why as soon as he walked into the living room and his eyes adjusted to the dim light. Hisashi sat on the couch with his back facing him, hunched over and radiating anger. The green-haired boy se in a breath of oxygen as his fear spiked. He knew this couldn't be good. His eyes were wide as they began flitting about the room, searching for the source of the other man's anger. He couldn't find one and knew he should leave, but he didn't know how to do that without alerting his father, if he was even still unaware of his presence, and possibly making him angrier. Potential scenarios and options were whirling around in his head so fast he couldn't focus on one long enough for it to be useful. Ultimately, the pressure was too great and he was too tired to do anything other than stand there, all his ideas fizzling out in a puff of dread as his father stood from the couch. It seemed he'd already been noticed. The dark-haired man swayed a little as he stood, the unmistakable smell of alcohol drifting across the room and making its way to Izuku's nostrils. The greenette scrunched his nose at the overpowering smell, finally beginning to back out of the room and ignoring any future consequences, when his eyes caught sight of the white envelope held loosely in his father's hand. The man raised said hand, back still turned to Izuku and malice coming off him in waves. The dim light shrouded most of his features in darkness as he turned his head slightly to look over his shoulder at Izuku, turning his handsome features sharp and menacing. "What is this?" Hisashi asked slowly, his words slurred and dangerous. That was a kind of letter Izuku could recognize anywhere. It was one of the many envelopes hidden throughout the apartment, one of the forms that detailed exactly how in debt they were, one of the supposedly harmless papers that stole his mother's enthusiasm for life. But Hisashi didn't know that last part, and Izuku didn't plan on telling him because he knew the selfish man wouldn't care. "It's a bank statement, Izuku. A bank statement that says you owe money. Why didn't you tell me your mother is in debt?" Hisashi screamed, turning to face Izuku. The man made his way closer, face contorted in a villainous snarl. As terror pooled in Izuku's stomach, the green-haired boy was torn between being grateful his mother wasn't there to see this and being remorseful he was alone with this man. "Why do you think I came back here, huh? Think I came back here just to see my pathetic son and the worthless woman who gave birth to him? Is that really what you thought, you effing idiot?" Izuku's back hit the cold wall behind him, and it was only then that he realized he'd been backing up. His hands splayed out on the smooth surface behind him, searching frantically for anything to grasp onto, whether for something to defend himself with or just for some kind of comfort he didn't know. His father marched forward until he was barely an inch away from the younger boy, looming over him easily. If the timid young boy had thought the smell of alcohol was overpowering before, it was suffocating now. It made his eyes sting. Izuku looked up into his father's dark irises, so filled with hatred, and wondered for the millionth time if this was really his father, or if it was the man he'd known as a young child he hadn't really known. "I came here because I had to. I lost my goddamn job and my landlord ripped me off. Agreed to pay with some product instead of money, but then I was evicted anyway, the beach. I came here because I had nowhere else to go," his father growled, bringing a hand up to grip Izuku's collar. Izuku gulped. "You two were my last resort. And then I find out you have money problems too. How effing useless can you get? You think this is any way to welcome your father home? Huh?" The fist clenched and his shirt tightened, and panic flooded the green-haired boy, turning his tongue dry and leaden and sending electric tingles of anticipation crackling across his skin. Izuku knew what was coming even before the dark-haired man lifted his other hand. "I'll teach you to F with me, brat." And Izuku's face exploded with pain. Izuku flinched hard as his father's knuckles slammed into his jaw, digging into the skin with a force that was sure to leave a nasty bruise. The young boy cried out, bringing a hand up instinctively to clutch at the injury, but then there was a foot stabbing into his stomach, sending waves of nausea and sharp pain rippling through him. Izuku doubled over in agony, his knees plunging into the hard floor as he dry heaved, his stomach aching and his jaw throbbing. It was so much all at once. He was used to getting hit by the bullies at school, but never this hard. Before he could recover even slightly, there was another kick to his chest and another to his leg. High-pitched, tortured sounds spilled from Izuku's lips as he put his arms up feebly, trying and failing to protect himself. The green-haired boy continued to fill the air with pleads even when his father eventually stepped away. Izuku wrapped his arms around his thin body tightly in an attempt to ease the pain and stop the uncontrollable shaking that rattled his body. He hoped the display would persuade his father to have mercy and the torment would stop, but nothing ever stopped for Izuku Midoriya before, and it wouldn't start now. Hisashi crouched down next to him, grabbing a fistful of green curls and forcing Izuku to look up at him. The freckled boy groaned wetly, tears essing down his face. "Please," he whimpered. Please stop. I'm sorry, I'll dash." "You're sorry?" "Sorry doesn't fix problems, Izuku. Sorry doesn't give back the years of my life I wasted on you." His father yelled, spit flying from his lips and splattering on the greenette's cheek. The sensation had Izuku wanting to reel back in disgust, but he couldn't move. He couldn't do anything against this man. And Izuku knew that. But still, as Hisashi pulled the younger boy's head back, presumably to hurt him again, Izuku used what little strength he had left in his trembling body to grasp onto his father's wrist. He stared straight into the man's pupils and willed him to listen, if only for a second more. Please don't hurt Mom," he choked out. "I don't care if you hurt me, but if you hurt Mom, I'll go to the police." And despite the wobble in his voice, Izuku stood his ground, maintaining the unnerving eye contact and tightening his grip on the other man's wrist, praying he would heed his words. The thought of his mother in his position, lying helpless on the floor, at the mercy of a man whose only regret in life was having a quirkless son, sickened him more than the kick to the gut had. He'd lay here forever if it meant the sweet, green-haired woman who raised him all these years would be okay. Hisashi shook him off easily, shoving Izuku's head to the side and knocking him to the floor. "I won't hurt Inko, you moron. She needs to make me money. Besides, she's never effing home, and no one will notice or care if I teach you a few lessons." Izuku felt relief rush through him and let himself go limp on the carpet, the will to fight draining from his body with the affirmation of his mother's safety. He was too exhausted to do anything, anyway. Hisashi hiccuped and stumbled backwards as he stood up again, obviously too intoxicated to really function properly. The older man turned towards Izuku, a frown decorating his features. "Vin, just go to your F&G room. I don't want to see your pitiful face." The man sneered before turning and attempting to round the couch, but as he staggered near it one of his legs caught the armrest and he tumbled to the ground. He grunted in frustration and Izuku tensed up again, his breath catching in his throat, but Hisashi made no move to get up. Instead, within the span of a minute, the man appeared to already have passed out on the floor, his chest rising and falling with a slow and steady rhythm. Izuku stayed where he was for a little while after that, though, just watching his father's sleeping form as his heart continued to beat relentlessly against his ribcage. He was terrified that if he moved, the man would wake up again, and he didn't want to endure another beating. But eventually he had to get up. He pushed himself up slowly, trying his best to avoid irritating any of the fresh injuries, but still he found himself slapping a hand over his mouth to keep any pained noises from escaping. The green-haired boy walked down the hall, padding towards his bedroom with soft, sluggish movements. As soon as he was safely behind the closed door of his childhood bedroom, Izuku sank down to his knees and sobbed. He whined and groaned and gasped as he clambered for the blankets on his bed, pulling them down and wrapping them around his shaking form in the hopes of finding some sort of solace in the soft fabric. He was so scared. It was over, but he was still so scared and he was not okay. He wanted to sob until he puked, wanted to pull on his hair till curly green strands littered his bedroom floor and scream until his throat gave out. He wanted to cut, to ground himself and remind himself that he was in control, but his razors were gone and he'd made a promise. Everything was too much and he wanted it all to stop. He wanted to talk to Kaken. Wanted to see his face, wanted to feel safe in his presence. He craved the searing heat of those blazing red eyes, wanted to get close to the fire even if it burned him because he needed the warmth. He was just so sick of being alone. As the tears dripped onto the carpet and pooled beneath him, as broken cries clawed their way out from the darkest recesses of his soul, the shadows in his room grew taller and more threatening. They reached for the weary, quivering boy, extending their wispy black fingers towards him in an attempt to trap him between them and consume him whole. Izuku glanced towards his phone, thinking briefly of calling Kaken. He would know what to do. Kaken always knew what to do. It was almost surreal how fast Izuku had come to rely on the blonde. He couldn't help it. Companionship was something he'd sought and failed to find all his life, and now here it was, in the form of his first and most significant childhood friend. Even through all of the horrible years spent cowering at the other's feet, Izuku was never really able to stop trusting him. After all, Kaken was strong and brave and always did what he said he would. If he said he'd give Izuku his help, then he'd do just that. And right now, he needed, so desperately, to call him and hear his voice. But he couldn't. Hisashi's presence seemed to make his mother happy, and he couldn't take that away from her. So there he would sit, curled up on his bedroom floor, sobbing and begging for help from someone who wasn't there and couldn't hear him. Despite the blankets bundled so tightly around him, Izuku was freezing over. And as the hours passed, the shadows creeping along Izuku's bedroom walls crawled along his flesh and swallowed him up. The next morning, Izuku stood in front of his bathroom mirror, looking at the new array of bruises that littered his pale, freckled skin. He sighed, lifting a finger to the purple and blue skin on his jaw. He hissed through his teeth as his finger made contact and yanked it away. I feel horrible, he thought. I look horrible. Not even the bullies leave me looking this bad. People are definitely going to have questions if I show up to school like this. The green-haired boy leaned forward on the counter, dropping his head over the sink and allowing his forehead to rest on the faucet. Sometimes, it all just felt so overwhelming. There was a part of him that was begging to give up, to just lay down and let life have its way with him because it was so much easier to sink than swim. He wouldn't do that, though. No matter how powerful the urge sometimes was, he would swim until he either reached the shore, or his body gave out and he had no choice but to drown. Izuku pushed himself away from the counter and raised both his hands, slapping his cheeks with a resounding clap and ignoring the tears that pricked his eyes at the sensation. He kept his hands planted firmly on his cheeks as he pulled in a deep breath. No! He yelled to no one but himself. Can't think like that. This is just a small setback. You can do this. The greenette nodded a little to himself as he removed his hands. Telling himself that didn't really make him feel any better, he was unsteady on his feet and the static in his head felt as though it were leaking out of his ears and coating him in it, but saying the words had become a sort of routine over the years. It was like a constant reassurance that he still had some authority over his life. If he told himself he was capable, then he was. He would make it. Izuku sighed as he leaned over the counter again, this time to search for a solution to his problem, his appearance. He wasn't about to just waltz into school with a large bruise on his jaw and several patches of discolored skin poking out from beneath his collar. People would be asking him things he couldn't really answer. So he spent the next 10 minutes scouring the countertop and drawers for something he could use. He was moving a box of Band-Aids aside when his mother's makeup bag caught his eye. He stared at it for a minute, contemplating. He didn't want to take his mother's stuff. He didn't even know how to apply makeup. But what was the alternative? With a sigh, Izuku grabbed the bag. Izuku let out a shaky breath of relief as he entered the school and nobody seemed to notice anything. He'd been so scared everyone would figure it out immediately because of his lack of experience with makeup. Thankfully, though, it seemed that while he certainly wasn't a guru, his makeup skills were decent enough to pass. It was pretty simple, in all honesty. All he did was add some concealer, foundation, and a little bit of powder like the tutorial video said to. The real test, however, came when he was approached by Kaken at the lockers. The blonde came up right next to him, arms crossed over his chest and his calculating eyes narrowed in a scrutinizing stare. Izuku could see the other's goons looking on in bewilderment from over his shoulder, but they didn't approach. Izuku was nervous, struggling to maintain eye contact and subconsciously bringing a hand up to wring into the cotton material of his uniform jacket. "You're nervous," Kaken pointed out, clicking his tongue. Even after all the years of being separated by pride and insecurity, the other was still able to read him like a book. "Why the hell are you so nervous? Still think I'm gonna hit you or some shit?" Izuku blinked up at the taller male a few times before sagging slightly in relief. So Kaken hadn't noticed, then. Sorry, Kaken. I don't think you're going to hit me. I didn't mean to make you think that." Izuku assured him, offering a sweet smile that didn't quite reach his eyes and turning towards his beat-up locker to gather his things for first PRD. Kaken leaned against the locker next to Izuku's, apparently not finished questioning him. "Then why were you so nervous? Think I'm so stupid I wouldn't notice?" "No, Kaken. I was just, well, I guess I just still get a little nervous talking to you, even if I don't think you'll hit me," Izuku explained weakly, grabbing hold of the thick, worn spine of one of his textbooks and slipping it out. He shifted to cradle it in one arm so he could close his locker door, but he didn't end up having to, as Kaken reached over and shut it for him. Kaken huffed at the lie. "Well, Half-Lie." Izuku did still feel a little nervous talking to Kaken, but it wasn't enough to show outwardly, and he still wasn't even sure why. The blonde hadn't hit him since the sludge incident, and his scathing insults had simmered down to childish taunts with no real heat behind them. "Whatever," the taller boy said, standing up straight again and shoving his hands into his pockets. He turned and headed towards class, and Izuku fell into step behind him. Then, the taller boy glanced over his shoulder and said, "You have my number, shitty Deku." Izuku's grip on his textbook tightened, a small but genuine smile pulling at his lips. He knew what Kaken meant. It was a reassurance, a reminder that Izuku could talk to him. Happiness swelled briefly inside him, and the green-haired boy skipped the rest of the way down the corridors and up the stairs, ignoring the other's exaggerated eye roll and sounds of annoyance. The greenette was just down the hall from their homeroom class when his pencil fell from his backpack and clattered to the floor. Izuku stopped and knelt down to pick it up, wrapping his fingers gently around the yellow wood. It only took a second, but when he stood, Kaken was nowhere in sight, having already entered the classroom, and in his place were a couple of boys with sneers on their faces. Anxiety unfurled inside the green-haired boy. It appeared as though that fleeting moment of happiness with Kaken was all he was getting. Izuku didn't even know their names. All he knew was that they seemed to enjoy picking on him and beating him up. He didn't even think they really disliked him. It was more like he was just an excuse for them to be violent. Izuku didn't have enough time to try and find a way out. As soon as he made eye contact, he was being shoved against the wall and his things were sent plummeting to the hard floor. His shoulder blades dug into the concrete wall against his back, and Izuku opened his mouth to cry out. But then there was a clammy hand planted firmly against his lips and preventing any noises from escaping. The teachers didn't particularly care about Izuku, and the boys likely wouldn't get into very much trouble, but they'd still have to stop if they were caught. As one of them held him to the wall, one hand clamped against his mouth, the other punched him in the stomach, spewing insults and mocking laughter at him. A spear of pain shot through him, and as his lungs were emptied of air, Izuku was reminded of the night before, when he lay prone on the floor and begged his father to take pity on him. The vision sent shivers down his spine and left him more breathless than the punch to the gut had. The abuse didn't last long, as luckily for the greenette, the warning bell sounded then, and that hit to the stomach was all the bullies were able to get in before they were forced to let him go and move on, lest they be punished for being late to class. Still, that one hit was all it took to leave the teen dead-eyed and distant, and upon releasing their grip on the green-haired boy, he collapsed to the floor, the receding babbling noises of their snickering and name-calling falling on deaf ears. Izuku was alone, but if you'd asked him, he'd tell you he wasn't. His father was right there, leaking fountains of tar-like vitriol that wrapped around his throat in thick cords and deluged him in blackness. This was his fault. Somehow, someway, he'd brought this upon himself. It must have been because he wasn't good enough, because he couldn't be what his father had wanted. He couldn't. "It's okay. You're okay. Hisashi isn't here, you're used to this. It's okay." His brain accepted those words as fact, but his heart refused to believe them. Hisashi's silhouette blanketed the already distant horizon, blocking the sun out entirely and bathing him in moonlight. Goosebumps rose on his flesh, and Izuku smoothed his palm over them. It had been hard before, back when it was just the school bullies that marred his skin with cuts and bruises, but at least then he'd always had a home, a place to return to where nothing existed except the moments hanging on their living room walls and his mother's soft voice, somewhere to escape to when he felt unsafe. Now, he didn't feel safe anywhere. Izuku sighed deeply and stood up, wincing as he did so. It hurt, and the unpleasant reminder of last night stained his skin like body paint you couldn't rub off, but he wasn't off the hook. He still had grades to keep and a work ethic to maintain. The green-haired boy made it to class before the final bell and sat down in his seat, pulling out his notebook and marking it with the day's date. He didn't bother to look up or offer his usual polite smiles and soft greetings, too afraid to catch someone's eyes. He was exhausted and shaken, and with that last encounter Izuku wasn't sure he could cover it up. He was too detached from his surroundings to feel the crimson eyes burning holes in him. Something was obviously up with the nerd. He hadn't been that nervous around Katsuki in a while, and he'd looked despondent all throughout class, staring at his hardwood desk with all the attention of a young supportive mother watching her brat's first soccer game. Plus, The blonde had watched as the green-haired boy wrote down the day's date and then nothing more. It was like whatever had been affecting him had just absorbed his awareness completely. Something was definitely wrong, something Deku wasn't telling him about, and Katsuki wanted to find out what that something was. So as the angry blonde grabbed his lunch, he passed up the table he and the extras usually sat at in order to search for the idiot. Said extras noticed, unfortunately. "Hey Katsuki, where are you going?" Extra number 2 called out, planting one hand on the table and grabbing Katsuki's arm with his other hand's extended fingers, a look of confusion on his face. "None of your business," Katsuki barked, yanking his arm out of the other's grip easily. "It is our business. You sit with us every day." Katsuki's grip on his bento box tightened. "I don't have an obligation to sit with either of you. I can do what I want." "Yeah, but why do you want to sit somewhere else suddenly?" "Like I said, moron, none of your business." Katsuki replied easily, already beginning to walk away again. "You're looking for Midoriya, aren't you? We saw you talking to him this morning. Don't you hate him?" Extra number 1 pointed out, calm and smug as ever. Katsuki's eyebrow twitched and a familiar tingle itched at his clenched fingers. "Did you not hear me the first 2 times, extras? None of your effing business." "You're still calling us extras?" Extra number 1 said at the same time extra number 2 exclaimed, "Come on, Katsuki, we're friends aren't we? Tell us." The volatile boy just flipped them off and left with a final exclamation of, "I don't have time to deal with you idiots, F off." Extra number 1 simply sighed and went back to eating while the other complained loudly at Katsuki's back, attempting to get his attention by waving his long fingers around. It didn't work. Katsuki spent nearly 10 minutes searching the school, tearing down hallways and shoving open every classroom door along the way, heedless of the many heart attacks he was instigating in innocent bystanders. To both Katsuki's relief and utter exasperation, he finally found the nerd in the last place he looked, those green curls standing out like a beacon and catching Katsuki's eyes as he slammed the door to the roof open. Deku, predictably, jumped up from his spot on the hard cement and whirled around at the sound of the door crashing against the metal stairwell wall. He gaped soundlessly at the blonde, his lunch left half-eaten on the ledge of the building, and Katsuki felt a twinge of unease at how close the nerd had apparently been to the edge. However, he pushed the emotion back down. The idiot wasn't that FNG stupid. "So this is where you eat, huh?" Katsuki asked, glancing around briefly before clicking his tongue and sauntering over to the shocked greenette, hands shoved in his pockets to give off an air of unconcern. "Choose a place that's easier to find next time, shitty nerd." "K. Kaken, what are you doing up here? Why were you trying to find me?" the green-haired boy questioned. Katsuki sat down next to the other and yanked on his arm, causing him to stumble slightly before he hesitantly took a seat beside the blonde, tucking his legs underneath him. After taking a modicum of time to properly take in his surroundings, Katsuki could kind of see the appeal of eating up there. The view was pretty, and it was just cool enough up there you were able to enjoy the midday sun without suffering from heat slide. Sunburn was definitely still a worry, though. A&G nerd probably brought sunscreen up there with him. Even so, the roof, by all accounts, was a weird diamond place to go eat every day. The cement was rough and uncomfortable and the occasional gusts of wind were bound to steal a fry or two. Plus, he imagined it would get lonely quick for someone as social as Deku. Nerd hated being alone, though he supposed the greenette was probably used to it by now. After all, he hadn't really had a choice most of his life. "No thanks to me," Katsuki's brain pointed out to him. He scowled at the thought, muttering a quiet, "Shut up," to himself. But I didn't say anything." Deku piped up incredulously, having overheard. Katsuki glanced back at the greenette, taking in the dubious tilt of his brows, and turned away before the guilt stewing somewhere deep in his abdomen could make him say something moronic. "Tisich, forget about it. I came to find you, 'cause something is obviously wrong. Things usually aren't right with you, but today they're worse and I want to know why." Deku laughed a little at that, soft and anxious. Katsuki squinted his eyes suspiciously at the sound. The green-haired idiot was obviously attempting to sound nonchalant. "Too bad he SEKD at acting." "Really?" the freckled boy asked. "I don't feel any different than normal." Katsuki studied the other carefully as he said this, looking for the telltale signs the other was lying. Sure enough, the boy's pupils flitted away, jittery and unfocused, and a freckled hand was brought up to the nape of his neck. Katsuki frowned deeply. "You're lying to me." Deku sat upright at that, turning to face Katsuki with eyes blown wide. After a moment, though, his expression melted into one of melancholy, a self-deprecating smile overtaking his lips. It didn't look right on the freckled boy, and it made Katsuki want to punch something. "You've always been able to read me so well. Kaken really is so amazing." Katsuki brought a hand up to Deku's head, letting it hover there beside him until the green-haired boy looked up. As soon as he did, the blonde flicked him in the middle of his forehead, eliciting a yelp and a whine from the little baby as he rubbed the red spot, his bottom lip jutting out in a pout. Katsuki retracted his hand and promptly averted his gaze, choosing instead to glare at the tops of the houses down below them. "Stop calling me amazing all the effing time. He wasn't amazing. Well, he was effing awesome, thank you. He just didn't feel as amazing as he used to. Not recently, at least. You're just super obvious, you idiot. Anyone would be able to tell you're lying." "Okay, but Kaken is amazing." The red-eyed boy sighed, crossing his arms over his chest once again as he shifted slightly on the rough concrete beneath him. He was just gonna have to let the nerd keep saying it, because there was no way he'd tell him it bothered him. As far as anyone knew, nothing bothered Katsuki Bakugo. "Yeah, I know. Now tell me what the hell is going on with you." "It's really nothing, Kaken. It's not a big deal, I'm just having a bad day is all." "Did you already forget I can tell when you're lying, shitty nerd? It's not nothing." So far, all Katsuki knew was that he was having a bad day and it was a big deal. Why was it a big deal? Was every bad day a big deal for him? "I didn't forget, I just don't want you to worry yourself over this." "I'm not effing worried. Still, you don't need to go out of your way for me. You've already done so much." Deku smiled at him, and on the outside it appeared just as happy and sincere as any of his other stupidly bright grins, but for some reason it struck Katsuki as wistful. Katsuki was starting to get frustrated. Why couldn't he just tell him what was going on with him? "Oi, why are you dash?" The muffled sound of the bell broke him off, interrupting their conversation. Deku got up in a hurry, seeing his window of opportunity, and fled with his things before Katsuki even finished packing up. Since when was the nerd this effing fast? Katsuki thought, making disgruntled noises the whole way down the stairs. His palms began to smoke with all the pent-up irritation. Not only had he failed to get any answers, he hadn't even gotten to eat his lunch. Izuku packed away the last of his textbooks, sliding them into the metal confines of his dented and graffitied locker. The smooth, cool metal felt good on his skin and helped to clear his head slightly, the storm clouds parting to let in faint beams of light. It had been a long day, and while it wasn't nearly over yet, he was glad to finally get out of there. He'd enjoyed the small moment he'd had with Kaken earlier, and he appreciated the effort the others seemed to be putting in for him, but he wasn't in a mindset where he couldn't really savor it to the extent he normally would. Izuku sighed, turning away from his locker and settling the strap of his significantly less heavy backpack onto his shoulder. There were still a lot of people milling about, talking and sharing jokes at their lockers, heading towards the doors, and even a few heading back into the mass to grab something they'd left. Izuku pushed his way through the throngs of people, doing his best to try and appear as small as possible. He didn't want any more unnecessary attention. As the greenette slipped through the crowd, he caught sight of a familiar angular face and crimson irises. They weren't pointed at him, but rather at the feminine, short figure of the new school therapist, Fukami. Her curly brown hair swayed and bounced as she gestured wildly, seemingly explaining something to Kaken as she led him down the hall, presumably towards her office. The blonde looked mildly inconvenienced, but otherwise unbothered as he followed her. "Kaken is seeing the therapist?" Impossible, Kaken doesn't ask for help from anyone, and he hated her. Izuku thought to himself, bringing his index finger up to poke at his lips absently. Perhaps it's a punishment? He didn't look too unhappy about it. The green-haired boy simply shrugged his shoulders and filed the bit of strange, new information safely away in his head to visit later, and before Kakin could feel his stare, slipped away and out of the school. His performance during training was lackluster, to say the least. And he wasn't the only one who noticed. "Are you doing all right, my boy? You're really struggling today," his mentor said, cavernous eyes wide with concern. The man had knelt down next to him, but still he had to look down to meet eyes with Izuku, who was lying on the ground in a puddle of his own sweat. He panted harshly as he tried in vain, once again, to get back up. He'd just been lifting a microwave, when pain erupted everywhere. It was dull but oh so searing. It stemmed from the many new bruises littering his body and seeped into his already overworked and aching muscles, sending him plummeting to the ground face first along with the microwave that should have been no problem for him. He'd attempted to get up immediately afterward, but it just hurt too much, and he was already so exhausted, he was practically dead on his feet. Izuku gazed up at his mentor the best he could from his vantage point and smiled lightly at him in an attempt to reassure the other he was all right. "I'm okay," he began. "I think I just need a break. My muscles are really sore, huh?" All Might's face pinched slightly in unease. It was obvious he wasn't quite convinced that's all it was and didn't know what to do. After a minute, the tall man simply sighed and nodded his head, conceding with an, "All right, let's take a short break, then." The trainee nodded back, shooting a grateful expression the other man's way. Izuku lifted his arm just slightly, pressing his palm flat against the ground beneath him and pushing with all the strength he could muster just to push himself onto his back. He grunted as his body shifted and winced as he relaxed again, the ache still reverberating through him. Shame welled up in him. He hated looking so weak in front of All Might. He knew the other man wasn't so harsh or the type to be particularly judgmental, but he was afraid anyway. He was scared the powerful man would see him so pathetic and think, like everyone else, that he was useless. He was terrified he'd be given up on and thrown away again. He'd stood back up every time before, but if All Might deemed him unworthy too. Izuku nearly shuddered at the thought. He didn't want to think about it. All Might settled down next to him, distracting Izuku from the dangerous thoughts. The golden-haired man now brandished a shiny silver thermos, the cap lined with yellow rhinestones in all varying sizes and an All Might logo plopped on the top. Izuku smiled fondly at the ridiculous-looking container, recalling the day All Might had brought it out and abashedly explained some tiny young fans had excitedly offered to bedazzle it for him upon seeing it, and he just couldn't say no. The man screwed the lid off, steam emerging and rising steadily into the open air, carrying with it the sweet scent of hot peppermint tea. Izuku breathed in the scent, humming contentedly as the comforting smell filled his nostrils. He and All Might had gotten into the habit of drinking it every day they trained together. The tea was delicious and refreshing, and as an added bonus, a muscle relaxant. The taste was bliss on his tongue, and the feel of it sliding down his throat had always soothed the greenette in a way words just failed to describe. It was just one of those small things you couldn't help but become attached to, he supposed. He suspected All Might mainly brought it for him, having noticed how much he loved it. The older man carefully poured some of the burning liquid into the cap of his thermos and handed it to Izuku, who took it with shaking hands. The other man then slid his hand under Izuku's skull, cradling it gently and helping Izuku to sit up just enough to drink. "Taste all right? I made it myself," All Might admitted, following the sentence with a nervous chuckle. Izuku nodded wildly as he swallowed, or as wildly as he could right then, which admittedly wasn't actually all that wild. "Tastes great, All Might. I love it. Or do you just like it because I made it?" "No. I mean, well, kind of, but I would like it anyway. It's good. I promise." All Might laughed a bit, shaking his head. "Calm down, it's quite all right. I was just joking." The man stared down at him fondly, mirth radiating from his gentle smile. "You really are such a fanboy." Izuku smiled right back at him, happy his previous fears seemingly were not coming to fruition. Yes, sorry," Izuku said, bringing his lips to the lid once more and taking another sip. All Might waved his other hand dismissively before settling back into a comfortable silence. Izuku was almost done drinking, the warmth from the tea having already started to relax him, when All Might spoke up again. "So, how is it having Hisashi back? I imagine it's nice, having a complete family again." All Might was smiling at him, emitting nothing but an air of genuine curiosity and happiness for his pupil, but just the mention of his father's name had that warmth inside him curdling into rotten chunks that refused to waste away. "Am I father? How do you know about that, All Might?" "Ah, yes, I suppose I should have mentioned that first. Well, I've actually been talking with Inko. We bumped into each other at the store once and, well, she's a very talkative woman. Not that that's a bad thing, of course. I actually had quite a fun time talking to her. I still see her from time to time," All Might admitted, his gaunt face flushing redder and redder as he rambled on. Though Izuku didn't notice that detail, too stuck on his thoughts of, "All Might talks to my mom? Is this a regular occurrence? When does this even happen? How did I not notice?" After a minute of contemplative silence, All Might cleared his throat, drawing Izuku out of his thoughts. "Anyway, are you feeling any better, young Midoriya?" Izuku set down the now empty lid and sat up. He supposed he did feel a bit better, at least physically. "Yeah, I think I can do some more." "Fantastic. If you need to take another break, just let me know, alright? There's still plenty of tea left." All Might held out his hand, and Izuku took it, a smile pulling at his lips. Maybe he had a place he could feel safe after all. "Thank you, All Might." The sun shone down on green and blonde locks, highlighting the colors and casting a soft glow across smooth and freckled cheeks alike. It was completely silent as they walked, the space around them filled with nothing but the sound of soles thudding on the pavement and the occasional crunch of a stray leaf. It had been several days since their lunch together, when Izuku had something to hide and Kaken kept prodding, and it was now Friday, the day they'd agreed to meet up to research Izuku's mental issues. They were walking side by side on the sidewalk, lips sewn shut and eyes locked on the path ahead of them, and it couldn't have been more awkward. Most likely because after the bell had interrupted Kaken's interrogation and they split ways, they hadn't really talked. Izuku had, admittedly, been avoiding him. Kaken was just too perceptive and the greenette couldn't risk him figuring something out. Plus, the thought of hanging out with the other alone in his house was nerve-wracking. He'd honestly been hoping Kaken had forgotten about their arrangements, or that maybe he'd discarded the idea when Izuku started avoiding him, but then Friday came around and the blonde was dragging the smaller teen out of the school building and down the street towards his house without giving him a chance to protest, one strong fist choking the cotton of his jacket collar the whole way. Izuku started hesitantly, grabbing and pulling at the sleeves of his uniform. He was trying to start a conversation in the hopes of making this journey less awkward. The sun is really pretty today, isn't it, Kaken?" But Kaken huffed and continued to glare forward, obviously unimpressed. Izuku mentally face-palmed. God, he was such an idiot. Kaken hated small talk, everyone knew that. The greenette cleared his throat a little and willed the light flush of embarrassment rising on his cheeks to go down as he tried again. I saw you the other day during quirk training. You were so awesome like always." Izuku looked up at Kaken somewhat expectantly, but his expression hadn't changed. He also didn't say anything, which Izuku took as the okay to keep going. "Why, they actually let me take notes on you guys during training. Since I can't really participate. Anyway, you've definitely gotten a lot stronger. You've always improved kind of fast, but ever since the sludge villain incident, your technique and skill have skyrocketed. You must be practicing so hard. I mean, you haven't hit me with one of your explosions in a while, but I can tell even from the distance to dash. Will you shut the F up? You're too damn obsessed with quirks and your shitty FING notes." Kaken barked, his porcelain-like face pinched in annoyance. Izuku quieted immediately, snapping his jaw shut as red splotches bloomed all across his face. He had a tendency to ramble, and he knew he sounded crazy. It was humiliating how often it happened and how often he had to be told to stop, but he just couldn't help himself, especially when it came to quirks. Quirks were one of the only things Izuku felt comfortable talking about. He knew them, fixated on them. His obsession was the only thing he had, really. It was the only thing that could distract him so thoroughly. At least it had been. Ever since he started training so religiously, he didn't really have the time to dedicate to it anymore. His notebooks had begun collecting dust on his desk and growing stiff in his backpack where they stayed untouched nowadays. The thought saddened the greenette somewhat. Quirk analysis had come to occupy a huge role in his life, and he was scared to lose touch with that part of himself, even if it seemed weird or unhealthy to others. Izuku dropped his head to stare at his feet as they walked, looking constipated as the troubling thoughts bounced around in his skull. Despite the way his eyes trained on the ground beneath his feet, however, Izuku's eyes were unseeing and the large rock directly in front of him went unnoticed. He slammed his foot into it, and with a shrill squawk, went toppling over. Well, almost went toppling over. Just before he hit the ground, something strong and warm was wrapping around his waist and pulling him upright once again. Izuku drew a blank as he looked up to see Kaken staring right at him with a light dusting of pink across his cheeks, which the green-haired boy chalked up to the mid-afternoon heat. Kaken caught me? His chest constricted, a light fluttering stirring in his stomach. Idiot! Watch where you're going next time. Kaken spat, letting go of Izuku, who was gawking at him in awe, and moved onwards with a click of his tongue. Izuku felt his face heat up again, but not from embarrassment. He lifted a hand and pressed the pad of his finger to his red cheek in wonder before quickly shaking his head. He didn't want to waste time thinking about it, it was probably nothing anyway. Instead, he jogged to catch up with the blonde who'd already stomped a decent bit ahead. Once he was close enough, he stuttered out, "Thank you for saving me, Kaken." Kaken kicked a rock mindlessly, sending it soaring into the sky in a long arch. "I didn't save you, stupid. Stop being so dramatic." "But you did. What if I hit the ground really hard at a wrong angle?" Kaken rolled his eyes. You're so short, I doubt a fall from your height would have done much." "So mean. I could have easily died from that." "Well, maybe not easily, but I could have." Kaken sighed heavily, his lips turned down into a glower. "On second thought, maybe I should have just let you fall." "Kaken!" "Oh, shut the hell up, nerd." Izuku gave him the best kicked puppy look he could muster. "And don't make that face at me. I was joking, you numbskull." Izuku pouted at the taller teen anyway, who groaned and planted his hand right in the middle of Izuku's face, pushing the greenette away. Izuku whined and gently smacked the hand away. The rest of the walk continued on in relative silence. This time, though, the atmosphere was light with mirth and the awkwardness was gone, having dispersed along with the scattered thoughts that, not too long ago, were swimming around in the greenette's head. Even though Izuku wasn't ready to let go of his obsession for quirks, he doubted he ever would be. Truthfully, he realized that when he was with Kaken, he didn't feel like he needed it. He loved it, but he no longer sought the distraction it provided. He had a new distraction now. Never did Izuku think he'd ever again find solace in the blonde-haired boy who'd helped to make his life a living hell. And yet there he was, handing over his time and trust like they'd always belonged to him. History was doomed to repeat itself, but somehow, Izuku thought that if anyone could be the exception to that rule, it was Kaken. "Oh my gosh, Izuku! I can't remember the last time you stood in my doorway," Mitsuki exclaimed, a wide smile plastered on her face as she extended her arms for a hug. She wrapped Izuku up in them, squishing him flat against her. "Is my son treating you all right? You two get paired up together for a project or something? Poor you if that's the case. I know my boy can be insufferable sometimes. Stop talking about me like I'm not here, you old hag." Kaken screeched from where he stood next to Izuku, arms crossed and hackles raised. Izuku chuckled and pushed away gently, escaping the clingy arms of the exuberant woman. "Actually, Aunt Mitsuki, there's no project. Kaken and I are just..." Izuku trailed off for a moment, searching for the right words. What were they doing exactly? Hanging out? He finished, completely unsure. Kaken scowled a bit, but didn't correct him. Mitsuki lit up. "You boys finally made up? I was starting to think it would never happen, what with how bullheaded my son is. You two used to be so cute when you were little, I was so disappointed when I found out you weren't friends anymore." Mitsuki shouted cheerfully, bringing her hands up to squish their cheeks together. Izuku squeaked, a little nervous. Then he chanced a glance over at Kaken, who looked beyond angry at the unwanted contact, baring his teeth at his mother and growling. He's like a dog, Izuku thought, giggling a little. Kaken side-eyed him, eyes narrowed in a glare at the sound. The hell you laughing at, nerd? Kaken yelled at him predictably, a lisp to his words from having his cheek pressed up against Izuku's. Nothing, Kaken. Izuku garbled innocently. Oh, how sweet. You're bonding. Mitsuki squealed, removing her hands from their faces and wrapping them around their shoulders instead, pulling the two into a three-way hug that had Izuku stuttering and Kaken practically foaming at the mouth. Masaru, sweetie. Izuku and Katsuki are bonding. That's great, honey, called back a distant voice. Nobody is bonding, you stupid hag. Let me go. Kaken hollered, straining against his mother's death grip. Mitsuki rolled her eyes but did as he asked, removing her arms from their shoulders. So, to celebrate yours and Izuku's bonding dash. We're not. Izuku should stay for dinner. I'll make you, what was your favorite again? Wasn't it curry or something? Izuku opened his mouth to reply, but before he could get anything out, Kaken was speaking up. Don't act so happy to see him when you don't even know what his favorite food is. How can you not remember something as simple as katsudon? Both Mitsuki and Izuku were stunned into silence at that sentence. Izuku stared at the blonde with wide eyes, his mouth dropping open to form a small Kaken, remembers my favorite food? The thought made Izuku feel warm all over and brought a smile to his lips. Mitsuki crossed her arms over her chest and smirked at her son, raising one eyebrow to complete the look. Kaken, realizing his mistake, went cherry. He scowled deeply and grabbed Izuku's wrist, yanking the poor green-haired boy over to the stairs. Oi, hold up, brat. We ain't done talking yet. Mitsuki called, the smugness now replaced by indignation. Shut up. You can talk on your own time, stop wasting mine. And before Mitsuki could protest further, Kaken dragged the greenette all the way up the stairs and into his bedroom, where the blonde promptly slammed the door loudly. Should you really be that rude to Aunt Mitsuki, Kaken? She's just excited. Shut the f***, nerd. Kaken said, walking across his room to plop down at his desk. Izuku followed and stood beside him as he watched the blonde open up a sleek black laptop. Kaken leaned back in his seat as he turned it on, only to glance at Izuku and stand right back up, huffing. Izuku was confused at first, watching him, but all the pieces clicked into place when he saw Kaken grabbing an extra chair that had been pressed up against the wall along with the blonde's assortment of dumbbells and pulleys. Kaken dragged it over for him wordlessly and plopped back into his seat, ignoring Izuku's quiet, "Thank you, Kaken." As the laptop screen lit up, Kaken leaned forward and got to work, typing in a short and concise version of the symptoms Izuku had described. Izuku grabbed underneath the seat, pulling it forward with him as he scooted closer to the screen. He was a bit anxious to see what they would find. Immediately, upon pressing search, the word depression popped up everywhere. Depression symptoms and warning signs. 5 signs you have depression. Dealing with depression. What is depression? Things you should know. The list went on and on and on. Kaken clicked on a couple of the links, his eyes scanning over the pages and reading some information out loud, but Izuku wasn't really listening. Depression. So, there was something wrong with him? Surprisingly, the thought was relieving. He'd half expected to find nothing upon searching, assuming he was alone in this too. But if it had a name, that meant there had to be other people out there who were also feeling this way. There were people who had already gone through this, and maybe they would be kind enough to share their wisdom with him. Oi, are you even listening? This is your disease we're talking about here. Kaken spoke suddenly. Izuku looked up with a small grin, pointing out, Kaken, depression isn't a disease. I know that, idiot. Anyway, just pay attention. I'm not repeating myself again, you hear me? Izuku nodded once in affirmation and Kaken huffed, turning back towards the screen. Depression, often referred to as clinical or major depression, is a mood disorder typically defined by prolonged feelings of sadness, lack of energy, and feelings of hopelessness. Kaken read aloud, depression can be situational, triggered by certain events or situations, but it can also be brought on by nothing. One of depression's most common characteristics is its unpredictability. Depression often comes and goes without reason and can stay for a long time. Sometimes, it can even result in intense suicidal thoughts and thoughts of self-harm. It's recommended that anybody experiencing these feelings seek help immediately. As Kaken finished, Izuku leaned back in his chair, directing his gaze towards the hands twining themselves in his shirt. This was everything he'd been feeling, everything he'd been experiencing and suffering through for so long. And as much as he hated to admit it, the last part too rang true for him. Now, don't get him wrong, he would never actually go through with anything so permanent, especially not now with his dreams so close and a mother who'd come to rely on him, but he couldn't deny he'd thought about it. Before he met All Might, he'd had a number of dark nights when he just couldn't drown out the voices in his head, telling him things like, "You're not good enough, everyone would be better off if you weren't here, you should never have been brought into this world, you are worthless. Without Mom, would you even have anything to live for?" Those nights, he couldn't help but sit there and fantasize about a world where Izuku Midoriya was no more. Deku. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of Kaken's voice. "Why yeah? You've thought about killing yourself." It wasn't said like a question. It was a statement like he knew. How did you?" Izuku stammered, his heart pounding in his chest. He really didn't want to have to explain his suicidal thoughts to Kaken. There was no way the blonde could really understand. "You were muttering." "Oh," Izuku breathed out. "Oh no, why? Why did his bad habit always have to act up at the worst of times?" How much did you hear?" "Enough." Izuku's mouth flapped uselessly as he attempted to produce some kind of a response, but ultimately he just let his lips fall closed, not really knowing what to say. Kaken turned away from him, a serious look on his face. The greenette shrunk a little in his seat, shame welling up like acid in his stomach. After a long pause, Kaken finally put an end to the greenette's silent suffering and spoke up. "I told you to kill yourself. I planted that idiotic FING idea in your head." The blonde uttered, expression indistinguishable. The only indication he was feeling anything at all was the drop in his voice, an octave Izuku had long since associated with deep anger. Usually, the sound sent alarm bells ringing in the green-haired boy's head, as it used to almost always end up directed at him. This time, Izuku could tell the anger wasn't for him. "I knew you were a moron, but I didn't think you would be so stupid as to take me seriously," he continued. This was the part where most people would get angry and call the blonde out for victim shaming, but Izuku knew better. It was so obvious to the greenette that the other was more furious with himself than anyone else. He knew that Kaken didn't really care about him, but knowing that he put thoughts of suicide in someone's head must have really shaken his perception of the hero he always held himself up to. "Kaken," Izuku leaned forward, hands reaching out for the blonde and wrapping around his bicep. The teen graced him with a glance, and Izuku took the opportunity to plaster the best reassuring and dubious expression he could muster on his face. "It wasn't your fault, I promise. I started having those thoughts long before you said anything to me, and there's no way I would have actually done it anyway. They were just fleeting thoughts, nothing more. You need to see a therapist, Deku." Kaken said flatly, a grim look hanging on his features. Though Izuku could have sworn he saw the other's shoulders relax marginally at the words. "Kaken, I've already told you I can't. I'm too busy." "Too effing busy, that's your excuse every goddamn time. What the hell keeps you so busy, huh? I know it can't just be that job you got." Izuku gulped. Should he tell him? It's not like Kaken knew about All Might's legacy or the quirk that was to be entrusted to Izuku to him. The training would seem pointless. Still, lying to Kaken wouldn't work, and there was no way this would turn out good if Izuku just refused to answer him. There was no more skirting around this, apparently. "Well, I've actually been training? Yeah, every day." Izuku confessed shyly, wringing his fingers in the fabric resting above his chest once again. Kaken looked at him incredulously. "Training? What for you? You don't even have a FING quirk?" Before, Izuku would have flinched at those words. would have ducked down and stayed silent. But that was before, when all he was ever told were the things he couldn't do, when Kaken had been constantly and consistently cruel and spiteful, and Izuku had been weak. Now, he had someone telling him he could succeed, Kaken in his corner, and he wasn't weak any longer. So instead of backing away, as irritation pooled in his gut, Izuku rose to the challenge. Kaken, I can do it. This is my dream, and I'm going to pursue it with everything I've got. Nothing you say to me will change that. Izuku said, voice surprisingly steady. Kaken looked completely taken aback at the response, staring at the greenette with wide eyes. The look inspired a flick of insecurity in Izuku, but he pushed it aside. You don't have to understand, I just ask that you respect my decision. Hush fell over them as Kaken stared at Izuku, the astonishment on his face fading into vexation. The blonde turned away from him with a small scowl, and Izuku's heart sunk. He should have known this would just dissolve into another pointless argument no matter what he did. That's how it always had been with the volatile teen. Izuku sighed, a frown already overtaking his face as he got up from his seat and headed towards the door. Fine. Do your training or whatever and I won't rag on you for it, Kaken said just as Izuku's hand hovered over the doorknob. The greenette spun around, stunned. The Kaken he knew before would have never conceded over anything. But the others started again. Well, of course, there were conditions. Well, Izuku would take what he could get. I have to come with you. Izuku blinked. Then blinked again. Until, what? Kaken snarled, crossing his arms over his chest and kicking his feet up on his desk as he leaned back in his chair. You've heard me, nerd. I'm coming with you. But why? I don't have to explain myself to you. Kchan, please. The blonde rolled his eyes with a click of his tongue, pulling at a loose thread on his uniform absent-mindedly as he explained, you can't see a therapist because of your stupid training, so obviously the next best thing is to have me there. You already talked to me anyway, and this way it won't be a waste of my time because I can still work out. I have a coach, Kaken. It's not like I'm alone, Izuku said, mainly to offer the blonde an out. He appreciated the thought, truly, and honestly having Kaken there with him didn't sound bad at all, but he didn't want to inconvenience him. Do you talk to him about any of this sheet? Kaken asked, flicking a finger at the bright laptop screen. No. Izuku admitted, glancing from the screen to Kaken's self-satisfied ruby eyes. See? You need me. Izuku smiled shakily at the words, but his lips didn't wobble in the way they did when he was sad or scared. No, he was grateful. He supposed he did kind of need Kaken. It was a weird feeling. Thank you, Kaken. The blonde grunted and turned back towards his laptop, presumably to do more research. Izuku grabbed his own arm without thinking as he approached the blonde, accidentally touching a bruise. Izuku hissed the air through his teeth at the muted sting, yanking his hand away. Naturally, Kaken noticed. The blonde was immediately irate, his fiery red orbs swimming with immense displeasure as he came to some kind of conclusion in his head. Did you FING cut again? Do you have more razors hidden? He yelled, yanking Izuku closer by the hem of his sleeve. Izuku yelped and instantly began shaking his head. No, I promise, Kaken, I haven't. Izuku insisted as the blonde shoved up his sleeve, exposing his pale skin and the dark bruise that tainted it. Where the F did you get this? Kaken asked, calmer but still clearly angry. He pressed his thumbs into Izuku's skin, testing the sensitivity and severity of the bruise. Izuku flinched subtly, and Kaken's thumbs moved away. That I was hit, Izuku admitted. He couldn't lie or Kaken would be able to tell and would undoubtedly figure him out, but he also couldn't tell the full truth. So he just told him what was obvious, and nothing more, and hopefully, Kaken would do what he does best and jump to conclusions. Kaken nodded, a little frown settling across his lips. Those extras still hitting you? Woulda thought they'd lose the ball to do something like that if I stopped. You should stand up for yourself, you're training now, aren't you? Izuku hummed a bit, the brief bit of fear he had at Kaken finding out petering away. Well, I should probably go. I have to hurry home so I can get ready for my shift, Izuku said, taking his arm back and sliding the sleeve back down to cover the cover mark. But thank you for having me over, Kaken. Yeah, whatever. I'll see you later, nerd. Kaken turned away from him, pulling out journals and books from his school bag. That's right, they had homework to do too. Izuku grabbed his yellow backpack off the floor and slung it over his shoulder, waving one last time to the blonde before he left, who didn't give him any indication he even saw said wave. Izuku apologized to Mitsuki for not being able to stay till dinner and left with a promise to come back sometime. As he stepped out of the house and into the light of the setting sun, Izuku sighed, an ambiguous sound that was neither happy nor sad. He had a lot to think about that night. Izuku glanced around anxiously before lifting his phone to his face to check the blinking numbers on the digital clock for the nth time. All Might was late. He was supposed to meet him outside the local cafe at 5 o'clock to discuss Kaken's possible participation in practice, but 5 o'clock had come and gone and still there was no sign of the pro hero. Izuku sighed. He had tried to talk to him about it during training, but the other man had just lifted a hand and said, "Hold that thought, young man. This is starting to sound like something we should discuss over lunch." Luckily, Izuku didn't have work that day and was able to agree to a meetup, and so All Might had left for home so he could change and grab his wallet, and Izuku had done the same. Now, the green-haired boy sat on a wooden bench right outside the large cafe windows, sinking ever lower into his baggy brown sweater and watching kids jump over cracks in the sidewalk as he waited. The wind that was previously comfortably cool was now uncomfortably chilly, and the green-haired boy pouted into his sweater despite the fact there was no one around to see it. Honestly, Izuku had a suspicion that All Might didn't even truly need to think about it much. He just wanted an excuse to spend more quality time with his pupil. Izuku wasn't going to complain. Just a few months ago, Izuku was sure any conversation with the other man would be an imaginary one carried out through the television at 1 a.m. on an otherwise stale Saturday night. Never in his wildest dreams would he have foreseen a future like this. If this was the only big surprise he ever got in his life, Izuku would be okay with that. "Midoriya, my boy." A booming voice sounded, sending all the birds nearby hightailing it to the clouds and Izuku's but hopping an inch off his seat. "All Might, you're here." The thin man jogged up to him, sweat dampening his hairline and an apologetic smile on his face. He, too, was dressed in a sweatshirt, though it paraded All Might's signature yellow color instead and fit him much more snugly. "I apologize for being late, my boy. I got stopped by some fans on my way. And please call me Mr. Yagi in public." All Might whispered the last part, flicking his eyes towards the people idling around them as he pulled the cafe doors open. "Alright, sorry, Mr. As soon as Izuku stepped through the threshold, a wave of pleasant heat hit him, followed closely by the somehow not overpowering smell of coffee beans and chocolate. The main lights were dimmed significantly, the glow in the room coming mostly from the fairy lights that traced every corner and crevice. Bookshelves were dispersed sparingly between the tables, all crammed full with books, plants, and decorative knickknacks. It was so cozy and aesthetically pleasing, the atmosphere had tension Izuku didn't even know existed trickling away. The two made their way over to a small two-person table, sitting across from each other in soft padded chairs. There were already menus there, just a couple of small, single pages lined with rose gold glitter. All Might picked his up, the tiny menu absolutely engulfed in the man's large hands. He tried holding it with just his index fingers and thumbs instead, and Izuku couldn't help the giggle that slipped from his lips. All Might glanced up at the sound, then back down to his hands holding the menu so daintily, and conceded a chuckle of his own. "These are a bit small for me." The man admittedly sheepishly. "It's okay, Mr. Yagi, I can hold it for you." When the waitress came by, clad in a flowy, cream-colored dress and apron, Izuku shyly asked for some chamomile tea as All Might requested a cup of coffee. They also each ordered a cinnamon bun, a coincidence they hadn't planned and shared a small laugh over. "So how is school, young Midoriya?" the other asked while they waited for their drinks and desserts, resting his hands on the table and giving his full attention to the young pupil. "It's going fine. I'm studying extra hard like you told me to. I'm still a bit worried about the written portion of the entrance exam, though," Izuku admitted, scratching at his cheek. "I'm having such a hard time paying attention, even with the added effort, is it enough? He thought. He wasn't able to expand on it any more than that, as All Might was then patting his shoulder with his large hand and throwing the greenette off balance. You'll do great, my boy. You have more determination and grit than most. The man said, radiating the utmost sincerity. If anyone would be able to pull this off, there's no doubt in my mind it would be you. Izuku smiled at the words and pushed back the tears already beginning to form in his eyes. He really needed to work on that. He just couldn't help it. He didn't really believe those things about himself, but it was still so encouraging to hear. He didn't deserve all this, all the kindness All Might offered him. He lifted a freckled hand up to his eyes and wiped away any traces of wetness. Thank you, All Might, the greenette said, lowering his voice so he could get away with saying the other's hero name. It's because of you that I'm able to do anything. You've spent so much time helping me and inspiring me, and I'm so grateful. If it weren't for you, I don't really know what I'd be doing right now. All Might scratched the back of his head. Tone it down a notch there, young Midoriya. You really don't have to thank me so often. If anything, you're doing me a service. Izuku hummed, deciding not to refute that, even though he disagreed. He'd rather not get into another, no, thank you, argument. Those tended to stretch on forever. So, he started, breaching the subject they'd gone there to talk about in the first place. About Kaken, can he join us? All Might hummed and nodded his head. Isn't he the one who fought with the sludge villain? He's very strong and has a lot of potential, though that attitude of his could use some work. He said. He also seems very competitive. It could be good motivation for you to have him there. Yes, I don't see a problem with him joining us. Izuku cheered happily, though quietly as not to disturb the other patrons. He was glad he wouldn't have to go back to Kaken with his tail tucked between his legs. The blonde would not have been happy to receive a no. But you'll have to call me Mr. Yagi from now on. This secret I have shared with you must stay between us, all right? At Izuku's hum of agreement he continued, and don't think that this will make training any easier. You'll still have to work hard to be ready for the entrance exams. I know that. I'll keep doing my best, Mr. Yagi. I know you will, my boy. All Might reached across the table, ruffling Izuku's fluffy green curls and tangling them further. Izuku whined a little, but there was a happy grin on his face that refused to go away. This interaction, it felt like something that should be familiar to him. It was pleasant. The waitress came by, then a large platter balanced on one hand. Their drinks and pastries were set in front of them, and they both began to dig in. By the way, young Midoriya, All Might said in between bites. Izuku swallowed the piece of cinnamon bun he'd been chewing and swiped his thumb over the corner of his mouth, collecting the sticky sugar that had been left behind there. Yes. Why do you call young Bakugo Kaken? Izuku choked on his chamomile tea. All Might proceeded to share many stories from his childhood, revealing the many ways in which he was similar to Izuku. He'd also grown up quirkless and knew the pain of being rejected by society, something that Izuku took comfort in. The green-haired boy didn't talk about his own experiences, but it was nice to receive wisdom from someone who'd been there before and made it to the other side. It meant it was possible, even for someone like him. The steam had stopped rising from their cups and the cinnamon buns were nothing but a dusting of crumbs on their plates when they finally left, walking down the street together as the sun set and the air got cooler. Izuku knew what was waiting for him at home, but he couldn't help think it was worth it for moments like these. Katsuki fell back into his chair with a grunt of frustration. This wasn't working at all. He'd thought that maybe the internet could make up for his lack of social awareness and emotional ignorance, but no, it seemed content to just tell him things he either already knew or stupid Sheet the blonde wouldn't be caught dead doing. Don't tell them it's all in their head and you can't do anything for them? FING obviously. Tell them flowery Sheet all the time like, you're important to me, and I'm here for you during these trying times? This wouldn't sound right coming from him anyway. Nerd would probably have an aneurysm thinking something happened to the real Katsuki. The blonde slammed his abused laptop. He had no idea how it still even worked, shut with a huff at all the useless information. He was no closer to any sort of answers now than he had been an hour ago when he'd first decided to look it up. He just didn't know what to do in this situation. Deku had a mental problem, something he refused to seek treatment for, and there really wasn't much the blonde could do. He couldn't actually force the idiot to see a therapist or a doctor no matter how much he wished he could. All he could do was be there for him, however if unsappy that was. The problem? Katsuki didn't know how to be there for him. What did that even mean? What did that entail? Would it actually improve anything if he managed to figure it out? He'd been thinking about it since Deku had left his house Friday and he hadn't been able to come up with anything satisfying. He could just sit and listen to the greenette like he'd been doing, but he didn't feel like that was enough anymore. Not after what he'd read, and not after what he'd overheard about Deku's suicidal thoughts. Even if those thoughts were in the past, and even if he'd never genuinely deliberated on them, the very fact he'd had those thoughts at all was bullshit, worrying. He'd brought it up with his therapist the day after his and Deku's midnight talk, when he'd refused to tell the blonde what was wrong. You said that just listening can be enough for a lot of people, but what the F happens when they won't let you listen? He'd asked Fukami, plopping down into the white cushiony seat she gestured towards with her long fingers and filed down nails. Well, I did say that listening works for most people. If they're not willing to talk, they probably need more than just that. Fukami sat down across from Katsuki, resting one hand in her lap and combing the other through stray strands of brown hair. Don't get me wrong though. If they do decide to open up, listen carefully to them. You would be surprised how significant remembering details is to some, especially if they have low self-esteem or trust issues. What do you mean they need more than that? What else can I do? Why won't the sheet just effing talk to me? I already offered to listen. A lot of people find it hard to open up to others or seek help, especially if their problem is bigger than just a couple of consecutive bad days. Some avoid confiding in friends and family because they think it's embarrassing, others feel scared or that their problems are insignificant, a lot have no reason at all or reasons that, to us, might seem foolish. Emotional and mental problems and the way they affect people don't always make sense. The woman sighed and leaned forward in her chair. And as for what you can do for them, it's really hard to say. It depends on the person. Some people don't need anything. Just knowing there is someone there by their side who cares about them can be enough. On the other hand, there'll be people who need lots of intervention and physical comfort. Katsuki thought over the words for a minute, rolling them around in his head. How the hell am I supposed to know what they need if they won't tell me though? Do I just do nothing and wait for them to come to me? Fukami shook her head slightly, a soft and apologetic lilt to her lips. That too is hard to answer. It all depends on the person, and even if you know them well, it can be hard to tell. They hadn't been able to talk much more after that. Fukami had other students to attend to, and Katsuki had ultimately left that room more unsure than ever. Nevertheless, he was glad for the insight, because while he'd never admitted out loud, he knew he'd be totally lost trying to do this himself. So if he couldn't do this by himself and the internet wouldn't help, maybe Fukami still could. Katsuki snatched up his phone from where it had been laying next to his laptop and flipped through his contacts with a flick of his thumb, stopping when his digit hovered over the simple name, Therapist Lady. She picked up after only 3 rings and didn't even attempt to disguise the interest and curiosity in her voice. Hello? Katsuki? Oi, lady, you're gonna be my temporary assistant. Silence. Then, what? Katsuki clicked his tongue, tapping his foot on the floor impatiently as he leaned forward and grabbed his backpack, dragging it toward him. I'm gonna make a stupid list of stupid things I can do for stupid Deku and you're gonna be useful for once. Why wait, Deku? That's what you call Midoriya, right? Is he the they you're always talking about during our sessions? I'm not always talking about him, shut up. Katsuki barked into the phone defensively. Preppy thought. He hadn't meant to mention the nerd by name. Whatever. The damage is already done, no point trying to go back on it now. But yes, the idiot is, they. He's obviously going through something and he won't tell me what the hell it is. Won't go to you either. And so you're trying to make a list of things to help him. Katsuki bobbed his head even though she couldn't see him as he wrestled a notebook out of his backpack one-handed. I guess. I just don't know what to put and looking it up was pointless, all I found was unspecific garbage. That's actually really sweet, Katsuki. Of course, I'll help you, shut the hell up. If you want sweet, hang up and go get some effing candy. Alright, I'll refrain from calling you out. Also, language. It may be after school hours, but I am still your counselor. Katsuki huffed, and she apparently took that as his answer as she then continued, Now, how can I help? Katsuki smirked at the question, fishing out a pencil out as well. Finally, he was getting somewhere. You ain't helping anybody, lady. I'm helping you do your effing job. Language. Katsuki's grip on the shiny red thermos he was holding tightened as wild hair and big red shoes became visible down the street. The nerd was sitting on the sidewalk, his butt on the pavement, which could not be comfortable, clad in his own workout apparel. If you could even call it that. Large gym shorts pooled at his thighs as he sat and a plain baggy t-shirt covered his torso. The only workout apparel on him were the dumb arm compression sleeves he'd taken to wearing lately, for reasons Katsuki didn't care to dwell on. On top of the stupid oversized outfit, though, he was scribbling nerd sheet into his crappy, singed nerd book instead of stretching. Katsuki huffed to himself at the sight. Demon Deku will never change. Once a nerd, always a nerd. Katsuki thought exasperatedly, but for a long moment his eyes stayed locked on the burnt, torn, and water-damaged notebook nimble fingers meticulously documented in. He wondered why the idiot didn't just use a new one. The spiral he was holding definitely didn't have very good memories attached to it, for either of them, if he was being honest. Maybe he just didn't have another one. He did have money problems. It wouldn't be surprising to find out Deku wouldn't even set aside money to buy himself new things. Katsuki growled and stomped forward, pushing that thought aside for later as he adjusted his own, much more appropriate outfit. He wore a form-fitting tank top and breathable joggers, both made of fabric resistant to the heat residing in his palms. It was sensible and fashionable, unlike a certain green-haired idiot. Said idiot looked up at the sound of the blondes stomping and was jumping to his feet the second their eyes made contact. Kaken, you're here. Are you ready to train? I can't wait for you to meet Mr. Yagi. I wonder how different this will be from your usual workouts? Probably very different, since you tend to focus on your upper body. The nerd rambled as he approached, a gleeful look on his face. Teeth, shut the hell up. You talk too much. The excitement on Deku's face was replaced by a sudden bashfulness, his cheeks tinging pink as he blinked innocently. Sorry Kaken, I guess I just got a little too excited. Katsuki interrupted the greenette's apology by shoving the red thermos into his chest roughly, forcing the smaller teen to take it. Confused, Izuku turned the object around in his hands, probably searching for a name. What's this? Are you wanting me to hold it for you? The freckled boy asked, his green irises shining with curiosity as he glanced between Katsuki and the container. Katsuki willed his cheeks not to heat up as embarrassment came creeping in. I don't need you to hold my things for me, you dumb Deku. It's yours. He admitted. Deku obviously didn't get it. The what? But I didn't bring a thermos to your house Friday. I don't even own a red one. Katsuki breathed slowly through his nose. No, you idiot, I brought that for you. It's a green detox smoothie. It's healthy and naturally boosts energy. If you're gonna train, you should at least do it right, you moron. Especially if I'm gonna be training with you, I don't need to be held back because you're lagging behind. Katsuki scowled down at the other, even as Deku's face flushed and melted into an expression of pure gratitude. Demon Idiot looked like he was about to cry, hugging the thermos to his chest like Katsuki had just given him the world. Kaken. And sure enough, there was that signature wobble in his voice. Don't effing cry about it. Just drink it. The green-haired boy nodded. I will. Thank you, Kaken. And drink it he did. As they walked the block to the beach where Deku had supposedly been training for the past couple months, the greenette downed the smoothie in record time. Katsuki accepted the thermos when it was handed back to him, but only so he could fill it up for him again the next day. Though he wouldn't tell Deku that. The nerd would figure it out on his own. Deku's coach did not look like how he was expecting him to at all. I mean, it's not like I was expecting Deku to have some top-tier coach, but Katsuki had to keep himself from grimacing as his eyes swept up and down the frail-looking man. It looked as if a strong breeze could blow him right over, a piece of cloth one thread away from unraveling, but he supposed he had to know what he was doing if the newly defined muscles lining Deku's calves and forearms were anything to go by. Scrawny Nerd had finally put on some weight, apparently thanks to this guy. Mr. Yamley? Discount Skeletor? Yeah, definitely some version of Skeletor. Once they were within earshot, the surprisingly tall man raised a thin hand in greeting and called out, "Greetings, young Midoriya, young Bakugo." "Hi, I'm Mr. Threggy." Deku stuttered, a nervous laugh tumbling from his lips as the gaunt man coughed at the well, what sounded like a small slip-up. Katsuki raised his eyebrows at the little scene. What the hell was that all about? "Well," Mr. Yagi began again, successfully distracting Katsuki for the time being. "Let's get started, shall we? I've already altered your regimen, young Midoriya, to include Bakugo. And don't worry, young Bakugo, I kept in mind your training preferences as described to me by Midoriya." "Oh yeah?" Katsuki questioned, glancing over at the nerd, who was standing next to him twiddling his thumbs and watching the dirt with great interest. "What did he say?" "He informed me you typically focus on your upper body strength, a good thing with a quirk like yours. Though lower body strength is very important too. You wouldn't want to lose your footing in the middle of a fight," the man said, lifting a finger to slide at his chin as he talked. "I think you'll find the workouts I've set up for you two to be unconventional, but effective. Give it a try before you dismiss it entirely. As long as it accomplishes what I need it to, I don't care," Katsuki stated, slipping his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants. "Now what are we doing, Skeletor?" "Kakin," Deku chastised, but the man didn't seem offended. In fact, he chuckled, a sparkle of intrigue flashing in the blue pools of his cavernous eyes. Though he did remind Katsuki his name was Mr. Yagi, a reminder that Katsuki completely ignored. "Anyway, follow me. I already have an area sectioned off for you," the man said, gesturing for them to come closer. Mr. Yagi led them further out into the beach, past tall piles of old, rusting household appliances and the occasional trashed car. Katsuki's lips curled up into a disgusted sneer at the towering mound of junk. "You've been cleaning all this up?" he asked, kicking a dented metal trash can that poked out from the heap. It dented further, but it didn't budge. "Yes," Mr. Yagi exclaimed proudly. "Well, young Midoriya has. You can't really tell from here, but..." The man trailed off, and Katsuki was momentarily confused, but then the maze of trash opened up into a decent-sized clearing, a circle of beach where the sand was perfectly visible and litter-free. The stacks were shorter and some small things had already been gathered into bags, ready to be taken away. There was still a lot to go for sure, but, especially for one person, the job was undeniably impressive. Katsuki could definitely see why Mr. Yagi had sounded so proud. Katsuki turned and locked eyes with Deku, who was staring at him through locks of curly green hair, clearly unsure and expectant of his response. "Teesh," the blonde clicked his tongue and spun around, choosing to ignore the greenette and stride over to where Mr. Yagi was already settling down. "So what are we doing first?" "I was thinking," Mr. Yagi said as Deku hurried over to stand next to the blonde, "that you, Bakugo, could lift some of the heavy objects off the top of these piles. Then young Midoriya will drag them away as per usual. How does that sound to start?" Both him and the green-haired boy nodded and Mr. Yagi directed them towards the area they'd be working on. Katsuki smirked as they approached the mass, the jagged shadows shrouding them in a cool layer of shade, a blessing in the overbearing heat of the sun's rays. Deku finally got to work stretching, and Katsuki cracked his knuckles. He'd show the nerd and that pretzel stick exactly what he could do. As it turned out, the greenette's routine was actually pretty hard. An hour in and Katsuki was dripping sweat, the hard plastic in his grasp slick with it as he carefully lowered the old, broken TV to the ground. It didn't help that he had to focus extra hard to keep from exploding every DMN thing. Though it was evidently even harder on Deku, who looked utterly fatigued. At least to the trained eye. There was a determined glint in his speckled green irises, and he was still steadily dragging things away with as much speed as he'd started with, but there was a subtle pull on his features and a tremble to his limbs that gave him away. It was probably a result of all the overworking the nerd subjected himself to. Idiot never thought about himself, and it was beginning to get under Katsuki's skin. Katsuki threw a water bottle at the teen and watched it smack him straight in his freckled face. Oh, Kaken! What did you? Deku trailed off, picking the water bottle up from the ground where it had fallen. Isn't this your water bottle? It's already been drunk from. Just drink it, a-hole. I see you shaking like a leaf over there. Katsuki snapped a little defensively. Deku's cheeks turned a rosy hue as he gripped the water bottle closer, and Katsuki had a sneaking suspicion it wasn't because of the warm air. What are you talking about, Kaken? The blonde rolled his eyes. I'm not stupid, Deku. You're trembling. I'm just Dash. Deku paused, searching frantically for some excuse and failing. Nerd finally learned he couldn't lie to him, it seemed. Katsuki smirked and jumped down from the now small pile. Just drink the diamond water, idiot. He said, walking over to the other boy and pinching his cheek. Oh wow, Kasan. Deku complained, patting at Katsuki's hand lightly. The blonde breathed harshly through his nose as he let go, watching Deku rub his abused cheek soothingly with one hand and finally lift the rim of the water bottle to his lips with the other. Katsuki observed for a moment as he drank, scarlet orbs trailing the way his pink lips wrapped around the plastic and the movement of his Adam's apple as it bobbed. Sweat dripped from the brunette's hairline, traveling over soft cheeks, one of which was still bruised pink with irritation, until the salty water collected at the bottom of his chin and dripped onto the nerd's already soaked t-shirt. The white shirt clung to his body in areas he was particularly sweaty, around the sides, in the ridges of his muscles, along his collar and the waistband of his shorts. Katsuki could feel his face beginning to heat up slightly, but this time he did blame it on the warm air. Boys! Mr. Yagi called, his deep voice drawing Katsuki's attention and preventing his thoughts from drifting anywhere they definitely shouldn't. Yes. Deku called back obediently, wiping the excess moisture off his lips with the back of his hand, as Katsuki said, What do you want? I think you've done enough in this area. Now that it's low enough, we can clear it up. Next time. Katsuki nodded, glancing back over to the collection of garbage they'd been cleaning. They'd moved a significant amount, turning the tall stack into a short, scattered pile. Then what are we doing next? I know that isn't all. Well, as you can see, there are still a lot of really high heaps. The tall man gestured around, his thin hand pointing out specific masses. It will make things easier if we can level them out too. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. So you want us to do the same FNG thing all day? Mr. Yagi shook his head, a light chuckle falling from his lips. No, my boy. This time, I want Midoriya to get on your shoulders. What? Katsuki exclaimed, his face burning even brighter. That was not what the blonde had been expecting to hear. Deku sitting on his shoulders? It probably didn't sound like a big deal to most people, but Katsuki Bakugo was not exactly known for his love of physical contact. The only time he'd really touched the green-haired boy for any PRD of time without the intent to hurt was that night at his house, when he'd opened his arms to a sobbing, broken Deku. He hadn't really thought about the physicalness or intimacy of that then. He'd been too focused on the other teen's desperateness and his own guilt, trying his hardest to get control of the situation once again and mend what he'd broken apart. There was no such distraction for him this time. Deku looked a little embarrassed at the words himself. The freckled boy laughed awkwardly as he brought his hands together, wringing them and playing with his fingers. I don't think Kaken will want to do that, Mr. Yagi. Oh, perhaps this seems too hard? I suppose it is very taxing. I can come up with some dash. Don't underestimate me, Ehol. I can carry Deku and all that sheet no problem. Just watch me. With those words, Katsuki grabbed the greenette's wrist and tugged him harshly towards one of the higher stacks of garbage. Mr. Yagi just smiled and gave a thumbs up as Deku stuttered, eyes wide with surprise as he was dragged along. Kakakin, we don't have to dash. Shut the f***, nerd, and get on my diamond shoulders. The hot-headed teen ordered, lowering himself into a squat. He could practically feel the heat radiating from the freckled teen's face as he gulped and hesitantly climbed on. Deku's legs slid down over his shoulders, his thighs wrapping around the sides of Katsuki's head. The blonde could feel their firmness, the muscle the other had apparently been working hard to get for weeks upon weeks without Katsuki noticing. The red-eyed teen pointedly ignored that, though, and instead focused intensely on his training as he stood up fully, allowing Deku to reach the top. Not that those sorts of thoughts meant anything, anyway. Ultimately, Deku was still nothing but an obstacle in his path. Sure, he cared about the idiot as much as it pained him to say so, and at this point most people would probably consider them friends, but that's all they would ever be. Rivals first, friends second. Katsuki clenched his jaw determinedly, a scowl tugging at his lips. Rivals first, friends second. I'm on Kaken's shoulders. I'm on Kaken's shoulders. Oh my god, I'm on Kaken's shoulders. Izuku didn't really know what to think about the new development. All he knew was that his neck and the tips of his ears were on fire and he wasn't entirely sure why. He figured it was probably due to nerves. The last time he'd been held by Kaken in any capacity was because he was in the middle of a breakdown and they'd both been too preoccupied with that to really think about it. What did the blonde think now? Izuku was afraid one wrong move would mean an explosion to the face. Or as close as the other could get in this position at any rate. The greenette breathed out, brushing off the flurry of worries and emotions to instead focus on the task at hand. With careful movements, he began slowly extracting pieces of rubble and rusted junk. Then, when they were safely encased in his freckled hands, he asked Kaken to lower him, which the blonde did with only a low growl of, "Don't tell me what to do, idiot." They continued on like that for a while with little to no issues, and Izuku was pleasantly surprised. He slowly relaxed and settled more comfortably on Kaken's shoulders, narrowing his attention to only the job in front of them. The blonde was fairly quiet too, squatting down and standing back up dutifully as they settled into a rhythm. The green-haired boy felt a trickle of warmth bubbling up in his stomach, bringing a smile to his lips. Kaken had brought him a smoothie, and now they were working together so flawlessly, and like this no less. Maybe this meant they were becoming friends? That Kaken was doing this for more than himself? Izuku, stupidly, let himself hope that was the case. With their newfound flow, it didn't take as much time as Izuku had been expecting to clear most of the litter, and before he knew it Kaken was crouching down and setting Izuku on his feet. The green-haired boy slid off his shoulders, his legs left cool where they had been pressed up against the blonde's skin. The sensation had Izuku wanting to climb right back on, and Izuku's cheeks glowed pink. Well done, young Midoriya. Young Bakugu. You've gotten a lot done today. I think we can A-dash. The gaunt man paused, stopping mid-step towards the two. His gleeful expression morphed into one of confusion and concern as he continued, are you two all right? Do you need water? Izuku's face grew hotter at being called out for his blush, but was quickly replaced by wonder when he chanced to glance over at the blonde to see that he, too, was sporting ruby-colored cheeks. Kaken, why are you dash? Shut the hell up. Just need a drink. Kaken mumbled, cutting him off for the 1,000th time that day as he stomped over towards the water bottles. What bothered Izuku, though, was the way the other avoided his stare. The blonde hadn't looked at him since he'd set him on the ground. Izuku frowned a little. He'd done something, hadn't he? He'd done something to upset him without meaning to. He always did this. Every time something was going good, he ruined it. He ruined it and now maybe Kaken wouldn't want to see him as much anymore. Maybe he would leave Izuku and the greenette would be alone again. Maybe. A nerd. Drink your water. Want to pass out on your walk to work, huh? Kaken yelled, bonking the greenette on top of the head with a cold, plastic water bottle and breaking him out of whatever spiral he had been falling into. Oh, thank you, Kaken, Izuku said, grabbing the bottle out of Kaken's hands. You're not angry with me? The taller teen frowned at him. What? Why the hell would I be angry? I guess you wouldn't, Izuku replied as Kaken went back to downing his water. He felt so stupid now. Why did he immediately think all of those negative things? Just because Kaken didn't look at him right away? Get a hold of yourself, Izuku Midoriya. Can't afford to keep overthinking things like that. Izuku shook his head and twisted the cap off his water, lifting it up and bringing it to his lips. He kept his eyes open as he drank it, watching the distorted reflections on the surface of the water twist as the liquid sloshed around. For whatever reason, watching it made him feel calm. "Hey Deku," Kaken started, drawing Izuku's gaze toward him instead as he dropped the bottle from his lips. "When we're done here, go home and get your school stuff before you go to work." "Why?" Kaken clicked his tongue and crossed his arms, showing off the muscles in his biceps. Izuku gulped as his pupils dragged across the smooth expanse of skin, showing off years of hard work. Explosions were a force to be reckoned with, a power that, by nature, repulses any near it. That rule applied even to Kaken, whose thick skin was built from birth to be resistant towards it. To battle that fierce recoil, the blonde undoubtedly trained his muscles for many, many hours, sculpting his body to suit his need for strength. Suddenly, Izuku realized Kaken was talking to him. "Oh, just hurry it up, alright? And don't let it get to your head." Izuku gulped again, but this time out of fear for his life. "I didn't hear what you said." Kaken's eye twitched. "This is the end of the line for me. Mom, I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye to you in person. Please take care of my All Might posters for me." To Izuku's shock, however, the blonde simply closed his eyes, pressed a palm to his forehead, and took a deep breath before replying, "Fine, I'll say it one more time. But only once, so listen up, nerd." Izuku nodded his head obediently, eyebrows already set in a concentrated furrow. The blonde rolled his eyes as he began again, "Get your school stuff so I can teach you. You've been falling asleep in class, your notes probably SCK. I can sit with you at your job and help you when it isn't busy." "Really?" Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had been so worried about falling behind, he knew he wasn't taking the best notes, and the homework had begun piling up. With Kaken's help, he could finally get caught up. He could wait. "Oh," Izuku's body sagged with disappointment as a realization hit him. I don't have enough time to get my things from home. If I do, I'll be late for my shift." Kaken scowled deeply, a sigh rolling from his lips as he ran a hand through his hair. "Such a demon pain in the butt you are, Deku. Whatever, I'll get your stuff for you. Just give me your key and tell me where it is." Izuku stilled at that. Usually he'd have no problem handing over the key to Kaken, but if Hisashi caught him there'd definitely be a confrontation. "I don't think," he started to say, but then he remembered his father was usually still passed out by this time. Hisashi would go out drinking every night and come home in the early hours of morning absolutely wasted. He'd then waddle down the hall to the living room, collapse on the couch and pass out. He didn't usually wake again until night, and before then he was dead to the world. If Hisashi was asleep, Izuku wouldn't have to worry about any confrontation. "Okay," Izuku said finally, digging the key out of his pocket and holding it out for Kaken to take. "My stuff is in my room." "Thank you, Kaken," the blonde hummed, taking the key from Izuku. "I'll see you at the convenience store, Deku. Better be ready to pay attention when I get there." "I will, Kaken." "So ready." Kaken huffed, and with that, they split ways, each jogging towards their respective destinations. Izuku plastered a smile on his face as a young woman strode up to the counter. Her straight blonde hair was pulled back into a messy, low ponytail, some strands falling into her face as she set a pack of lighters and condoms down onto the countertop. She rummaged through her purse, presumably for her wallet, an unlit cigarette hanging loosely from her lips. Izuku hated encounters like this. He wasn't judging, he didn't know enough about her to be able to make any assumptions, but he always felt so anxious ringing people up when they looked like they were constantly recovering from a bad hangover. He was scared to make her angry by talking too loud, going too slow, or any number of different things. Plus, he was always nervous about accidentally making things awkward when he inevitably blushed grabbing the box of condoms. Izuku got to work running her items over the scanner, ignoring the heat of embarrassment beneath his skin when he grabbed the condoms, and managed to tell her the price without stuttering too badly. Luckily, she didn't seem annoyed, or if she was, she wasn't showing it. She simply handed over a 1,000 yen bill and left without waiting to get her change back. The greenette sighed with relief as the glass door closed behind her and he was left alone in the shop once again. Socializing always gave him such anxiety, and he didn't know why. Was it just the way he was? A part of being depressed? A result of all the bullying over the years? Perhaps a mix of all three? He wasn't sure. The chime above the door dinged, and Izuku stood up straighter, ready to welcome the next customer. Instead, I was blessed with the sight of a familiar face. Kaken! Izuku called happily, earning a small frown in return. Hey nerd, I got your stuff, Kaken said, making his way over to the counter. Izuku quickly shuffled out from behind it and grabbed an extra stool from beneath his workstation, dragging it out to the front next to the wall so Kaken could sit. The blonde plopped down on the brown, cushioned stool and placed both his and Izuku's bags on the hard surface of the countertop. Izuku went back around to his side and sat down in a stool of his own, ready to learn as much from Kaken as he could. He didn't notice how stiff Kaken was as he began to ramble, too focused on pulling things out of his backpack. I'm so grateful to you, Kaken. I didn't know what I was going to do. Deku. I really tried not to fall asleep in class, but I couldn't help it. 1 second I was looking at the board, and the next my head was on my desk. My notes are so horrible too. There are so many blank spots. Say, could I copy your notes too, Kaken? That way I can study more at H-. Izuku! Kaken bellowed. Izuku snapped his head up at the sound of his real name and took note for the first time of the serious look on Kaken's face. Why does your house reek of alcohol? And why the F was your dad passed out on the couch? The blonde asked, his voice low. His fist was clenched where it rested in front of the register, curled into a tight ball. Izuku paled. He hadn't expected Kaken to go into the living room. His room was in the hallway, and the living room was at the end of the hallway. He didn't think Kaken would bother going past his room. He hadn't thought about the smell. He was so used to it now. Stupid. Why aren't you answering me, Deku? Is this a problem? Kaken pressed, lines forming around his mouth as he frowned deeply. Is there something going on? No, Izuku breathed. My father just likes to drink a lot. It's not a problem, Kaken, don't worry. And he wasn't lying. It wasn't a problem. Not for him, at least. His father's drinking problem meant he spent a considerable amount of time asleep or gone from the house, and that meant less beatings. Of course, they still happened, as Izuku always got home from work around the time Hisashi woke up, but the man's ridiculous schedule and poor habits ultimately meant less bruises to paint Izuku's pale flesh. Kaken looked conflicted at Izuku's answer, undoubtedly trying to decide whether to believe him or not. Izuku knew the blonde could tell Izuku wasn't lying, but he was also aware of the suspiciousness of the situation. Eventually, the volatile teen conceded a nod. All right, he said, and Izuku silently thanked the universe. But I've got my eye on you, nerd. Kaken added, narrowing his eyes at the greenette. Silence stretched between the two of them then, and Izuku almost started sweating, trying to think of something to say to alleviate the tension in the air. Kaken, thankfully, didn't wait too much longer before finally breaking the silence for him, making more noise than necessary as he began taking stuff out of his bag. Let's get started, idiot. You need all the help you can get. Izuku smiled softly, grabbing his own notebook and readying his pencil. Yes. You're kidding me, Deku. Kaken leveled Izuku with the most unimpressed stare the greenette had ever seen. The blonde was holding up one of Izuku's notebooks, a light yellow one with the word, math, scrawled messily across the front. It was open to a page where Izuku had scribbled nothing but, schmicks. Izuku didn't know what that meant or why he'd written it, but there it was, the black ink staining the page with undeniable proof of Izuku's stupidity. The green-haired boy chuckled awkwardly. I'm sure it meant something, he defended weakly. Yeah, right. You were probably delusional from lack of sleep. You get, 5 hours a night? 0.4, Izuku admitted, directing his gaze downwards. When there was no immediate response, Izuku looked back up and found the blonde staring at him with a flabbergasted expression on his face. 4 hours of sleep every night? You need to take care of your body, Deku. How do you expect to become a hero when you can't even take care of yourself? Izuku felt shame flood through him. Kaken was right. He needed to take better care of himself. He just didn't know how. Nothing he tried ever worked, and for reasons he couldn't quite describe, He didn't feel like he could go to a doctor or a therapist and ask for help. Every time he thought about it, his insides twisted painfully, and he was left promising himself he'd think about it later. Which he never did, not seriously. Kakin was the only one he felt genuinely comfortable opening up to, which was something that would probably seem ridiculous to outsiders. Why trust the boy that abandoned you and led a campaign of bullying on you that lasted the majority of your life? Well, Izuku's been told he has poor self-preservation skills. I know. Izuku groaned weakly, cupping his cheeks with his hands and squinting his eyes shut. You mentioned nightmares before, right? That why you have so much trouble sleeping? Izuku peeked up at Kakin through his lashes, watching as sharp vermilion orbs scrutinized the bags he knew were hanging beneath his eyes. The spiky-haired boy leaned his head on his hand, sighing softly as Izuku looked away. It was an uncomfortable topic for the green-haired boy. Talking about his nightmares only ever managed to dredge up horrible memories and emotions. He hadn't really ever talked about it with anyone besides himself during bad nights and a few strangers on the internet on the few occasions he tried reaching out to people, but still the experiences were enough to silence him. Thankfully, Kakin must have seen the discomfort in his body language, as he didn't attempt to extract anything more from him. Instead, the teen turned back to the notes splayed out in front of them haphazardly, sitting up straighter to begin their impromptu lessons. All right, nerd, let's do some actual math. You better listen carefully and take some DMN good notes. I'm not wasting hours of my time just for you to fail the next test. Kakin told him, shuffling through a small stack of papers Izuku assumed to be their homework for the week. Okay, Kakin. I promise I'll listen and take good notes. Good. Izuku nodded, determination bubbling up within him once again at the opportunity to learn and get caught up. Kakin was providing him with such a great chance, and he wouldn't let it go to waste. Kakin was amazing. Kakin is amazing, he said. I know, I don't need you to tell me that. Now shut up and concentrate, sheet nerd. Kakin grumbled, an almost imperceptible dusting of a rosy red hue falling over his features. Izuku smiled. Yes, Kakin. That night, Izuku lay in bed, fresh splotches of purple and blue spread on his skin like stains on a carpet. But despite that, when dim light shone in through the gaps in his curtains and lay flat across his face, the light highlighted the white of a smile. Izuku stared down at the phone in his hands, the screen opened to a single text from Kakin. Collision. Good night, Stet.